Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Cyberpunk Deku fell in love with Jiro? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Midoriya, the Cybernetic Villian by Marth 747. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku Midoriya, who is also known as Izuku Yagi, the son of Toshinori Yagi, along with his sister Izumi Yagi, are both in the hospital for a very good reason. Their quirk analysis. This is to determine what type of quirk they will be getting, seeing as they have reached the age where it would start to manifest itself. Doctor. Okay, Mr. and Ms. Yagi, I have the results here for you both, and they were excited to see what type of quirk they will get. Doctor. It seems young Izumi here has a stronger version of Ms. Midoriya's here. A telekinetic quirk. And the young girl was excited, she can now strive to become a hero. Izumi. You hear that, Dad? I can be a hero now. Yagi. Indeed you can, sweetheart. Inko. So what is Izuku's? She asked, and Izuku, who also excited, can't wait for the results. The doctor looks at them seriously before he lets out a sigh. Doctor. Young Izuku here. He's quirkless. Those very words that echoed in the mind of the young boy. He was powerless. He was now a living relic that should have died off long ago. Dropping his all-might figure on the ground, he stares at the floor, defeated by the results. Yagi. I mean, this has to be a mistake, right? Not believing his son is quirkless. Doctor. I have run through all of the required tests to see if I was wrong. But unfortunately, not only does he have the extra joint in his little toe here, there are also no signs of any quirk cells in his body. I'm sorry, young man, he said before he leaves the room. The car ride home was as you expected, mainly about Izumi and her quirk. Her parents were proud of her and they are 100% fully supporting their daughter's dream. Izuku, however, was ignored by them, and almost immediately giving all their attention to his half-sister. It was frustrating to him. Sure, his stepfather was quirkless like him, but his biological father had a fire-breathing quirk. He thought that he would have something like that, or better yet, pyrokinesis, but no whatever higher power that existed wanted him to be powerless and weak. Soon after this, Izuku just leaves to his room. He looks at some of the All Might themed merch he has and doesn't want to look at it. He took them down and stored them in his closet before he cried himself to sleep that night. No one to comfort him, no one to say good night, or hearing the usual, "I'll love you, son." It all went to Izumi, and he hated himself since that day. But of course, this didn't stop here. The next day at school they had found Izuku's quirkless status, and immediately he felt alienated from the rest of the class. His best friends Katsuki Bakugo and his sister Katsumi, with Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, also had powerful quirks. And once they knew about his quirkless status, they all started to bully him. And they have been doing this since. First, it would start off as a way to deter Izuku from becoming a hero. It ended up something as a routine, to where they would hurt him out of frustration, anger, or just felt like it. And this has been continuing on for the next 11 years. Teacher. Alright class, today we have our career day for all of you to choose what you want to be when you grow up, but then he throws the papers out of the window. Teacher. But knowing all of you, you want to be heroes. And the class cheered, showing off their quirks in the classroom. Teacher. Alright, all of you know the rules about using your quirk in public, much less in class. Bakugo. Hey Teach, don't compare us to these extras, he said, meaning him, his sister, the Todorokis, and Izumi. Hey, that's not fair, Bakugo. Just because you have a good quirk means you're better than us. Asshole. Bakugo. Shut the fuck up, extras, you could barely even hold a candle to us, let alone even have the balls to stand up to me. Because we are going to UA. And the class were chatting about how UA, the most exceptional school in all of Mustafu, has only 8.2% acceptance. But not one but 5 of their classmates are going to enter. Teacher. Oh yeah. Midoriya, you also signed up, right? He said to Izuku, who was in shock now. Izuku. Jerk, and soon the class started to laugh. Midoriya in UA. What a joke. He's quirkless, what could a freak like him do? I heard his real dad left because he was quirkless. Bakugo did say he had a quirk too, so it makes him even more pathetic. Deku. Izuku flinched hearing his sister call his name. Izumi then flicks the desk out of the way. Izumi. We have told you many times, to not apply to UA. Bakugo. You really think they would let a quirkless in? Izuku. BB, but they got rid of that rule. Maybe I could join the support class. I know a few designs on how to improve quirks. And then he was punched by Bakugo. Teacher. Enough. All of you. He shouted. Then they stopped and went back to their respective seats. Once class was over, Izuku did his best on trying to pack up, but when he tried to leave, Izumi used her quirk to pull him back in. Izumi. Who said we were done, Deku? She said, and soon he was in the corner. Bakugo grabbed his journal. Bakugo. What's this? Hero's analysis. No 15 inches. Izuku. Kachan, please give it back, he said, but he was still being held down by Izuku. Bakugo then hands the book to his sister. She then lights it on fire. Katsumi. Whoops. My bad, she said. Todoroki. Allow me to put it out. Soon froze it. He threw it out and it shattered to tiny pieces. Shoka was frozen. She wanted to help, but seeing how they treated him made her afraid as well. She always felt guilty never helping Izuku, so she stayed silent. Bakugo. You listen here, you fucking worthless piece of shit, you better not apply to UA. They soon went towards the door, but Katsumi stops. Katsumi. Hey Izu, I know one way you could get a quirk. Izuku didn't look up Katsumi. Just take a swan dive off the roof and hope you'll get a quirk in your next life. And she left, leaving him alone with those words. Izuku. Even then, you wouldn't get it, he said to himself, laying on the ground. Soon after, he leaves the school, taking the longer route home, wanting to get away from his family. He may be quirkless, but he also is smart. He was heading towards Dagobath Beach to search for anything that could prove useful. But as he was about to pass the sewer system, hey, he looks to the left and sees a huge slime monster. You look like the perfect hiding spot. Soon he wraps a tendril around Izuku, pulling him. Izuku. Ah. But the tendril entered his mouth and he couldn't breathe. SM. It's going to be all right now, boy. Just let it go. And he began to force himself down his throat. He can feel himself fading away, his whole life flashing before his eyes. But then. Fear not. The slime monster turns around SM. Oh. She. Then a huge gust of wind tore it to pieces. AM. Izuku? He sees his stepson emerging from the slime. Izuku. Wah? He looks around to find himself in an unfamiliar street. AM. Young man, he said to him. Izuku looks up. Izuku. He was starstruck. Izuku. All Might, he yelled. AM. Yes, it is I. You should really be careful, young man. Izuku. I need your autograph, but he remembered his journal was destroyed. Izuku. Oh yeah, it was destroyed. AM. I'm really sorry, young man, but I must take my leave now. Izuku. Wait, I need to ask you something, he said. AM. Oh no, please don't let be what I think it is. Izuku. For all my life, people look down upon me. I don't like talking about this, but seeing you're here, I want to ask you. Is it possible to become hero without a quirk? He said. AM. I'm sorry, son. If it were under different circumstances, I would have helped you. But I cannot let my feelings blur my judgment. AM. I'm sorry, young man. You cannot. Being a hero is a dangerous profession. You will get hurt and will become a liability. But you can also become a police officer or firefighter. They may not get the best treatment, but they do what is right. Farewell, young man. And he flew away. Izuku just stood there and fell onto his knees. Izuku. Not even him. Not even the symbol of peace believes I could become a hero. He started to tear up. Izuku. Not even him. Not even him. His whole world shattered. The small hope that has had broken turned into dust now. Izuku. Because of something I couldn't control. Something I never wanted in my life. This skin. My flesh that is so weak. No power. A liability. Soon he punched the ground. Izuku. Screaming so loud it could be heard throughout the block. All Might from distance listening. AM. I really am sorry, son. I'm so sorry, and he left. Soon Izuku ran until he was long away from the spot he was at and went home. He opens the door and obviously his parents aren't there. He ran up to his room and soon pulls out his spare notebook. Izuku. Why'd I have to suffer? Why? Why is the world against me? Yelling into his pillow, his despair now turning into rage. Izuku. Ah. He throws his chair out the window and soon punches his door, creating a hole. He throws the lamp and it shatters and flips the bed over on its sides, not caring about the amount pain his hands are in. He punches the computer screen and feels his skin burning from the battery acid. Izuku. These hands. This flesh. They make me weak. They betrayed me. He then starts to scratch at it, tearing the skin off his hands until his muscles are exposed, not caring or giving a damn about the pain. Once he was done, he sat there in the corner and he cried now. Feeling the pain of his wound, he didn't bother to clean it. Before then, he walks out of his room and leaves. Walking about in town, he looks at his phone to see he has a message from someone. That was quite the show you put up there, it said to him. Izuku hesitated at first, but he has nothing left to lose now, so he didn't care. Who are you? He asked him. Just someone who wants to help. Izuku sneered at the message. And how could you help me? He said. I've seen those designs you made. The metallic and cybernetic modules in your notebook. They are impressive, and this freaked him out. Issue number 13. He theorized that in the normal circumstances, cybernetic or cyberware, he calls it, could potentially help enhance in many different ways. Of course, he made a coding sequence for it and has a design ready for use. But he doesn't know how to get the material, let alone the hardware, for such an expensive project. Izuku messaged it back. How do you know this? Then an immediate response. Look behind you, it said to him. Izuku was scared. He slowly turned around to see a boy who was slightly older than him. He had light blue hair that was almost white. He had red eyes and his skin was really dry. Like as if he lived in a desert for 13 years and not once wore lotion. Izuku. Who are you? He said to him. I want to help you, Izuku. Midoriya? Izuku. You didn't answer my question. I have my ways of knowing someone. Izuku. How so? Now irritated. I know for your quirkless. I know for the last 11 years you have been abused and abandoned by your family and friends. And I know about your little episode with that symbol of peace. He said with disgust, talking about All Might. Izuku. So what? You know me pretty well. You're going to off me. Kill me. Make me your slave? He said. The hell? What's wrong with you? He said, confused. Izuku. If you're a villain you would do that, correct? Yeah, we would, but out in public, for God's sake. Soon gestured him to follow. Izuku. Where are we going? He asked. A place where we could talk. Soon he took out a phone and messaged someone. They went to an alley and Izuku was waiting for him to get killed, but instead a black portal opened and the boy walked in. Come on, we can talk here, and Izuku follows. The place he was sent to was pretty anticlimactic, but he was excited knowing about a teleportation quirk. But he was led to a bar and there was a couple of seats and a TV. There was some gaming consoles laying there and the boy gestured him to take a seat. Izuku. So now I'm here, what do you want? He said. Well, we can't start yet, he said. Soon a television on the wall turns on. Hello there, young Izuku. I see you met my successor. Have you introduced yourself? He asked the boy, to which he groans. I forgot, sensei. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, he said to him. Izuku held out his hand. That is not advisable, young Izuku. Tamura's quirk could kill you. Shigaraki. My quirk is decay. If all 5 of my fingers come into contact with anything, it can deteriorate at a fast level. Izuku. Pretty impressive, but also a curse, I'm guessing. Shigaraki. You said it. Now then, Izuku. I guessing you're wondering why you are here. Izuku. I don't know. Why? Simple. I want you to join us, he said. Izuku chuckles a bit, to which annoyed Shigaraki. Izuku. You want me to join you? You know all about me. I'm quirkless, I have no value, I'm expendable, so what, I could make cybernetic blueprints? Anyone could do that, he said. I beg to differ. You know, your blueprints are also the most detailed schematics I have seen in a long time. Coming from someone your age. You are truly a prodigy. Izuku was caught off guard from the praise. No one ever really seems to compliment his work. Hell, he drew in crayon off him with blades coming out off his arm. The reason I want you to join us, it is because I want to fund your little project you have going. And Izuku was even more surprised. Not only does this person compliment him, but he also wants to fund his project to start building it. Doing experiments and everything. Izuku. You want to fund my project? Yeah, but at what conditions? He said. You catch on quite well. You see, I have been in this mist off looking to help improve the lead. Quirks are never going to help us in the long run in my plans. I want to make sure that we would fall onto a reliable plan should something ever come up. Meaning I want you to keep on making these cyberware for us. And Izuku was impressed. Not only will he be able to make not only his schematics, but he will receive full funding off future projects as well. And knowing about your certain situation with your so-called family, I would also allow you a room and you will receive two necessary items for you to live here. Okay, now this seals the deal. Izuku. Well, you have a deal, but I have one condition. And what would that be? Izuku. For the cyberware I want to experiment on myself, and to join the front lines for any sort of plan or attack in the future. Which made Shigaraki smile but also surprised. He wants to experiment on himself. Chuckled. Very well. Welcome to the league. Soon the sound of clapping can be heard. Izuku. Really, you're using stock sounds from YouTube? He said. I felt it was appropriate, but no then. You should get some rest. Shigaraki makes sure he meets the rest of the league, then screen turns off. Shigaraki. Since now you're part of the league, you will follow my orders since I'm the one in charge when sensei's not here. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but you cannot expose our position. Nor bring anyone here. Otherwise I don't give a fuck. Izuku. Fair enough. Soon he sees the TV and the news was on, but he sees the same sludge villain. Izuku. Could you turn it up please? He asks Shigaraki, who obliges. TV. And here today we have footage of an amazing heroic act today for Mustafa. Izumi Yagi, the heroic teen that rescued her friend from a villain whose quirk allows himself to be slime, has been praised among the heroes. Then it shows all might. What we have seen here today is a pure hero. I believe this may be the next symbol of peace in the making. For not only her but her friends as well to have shown heroic acts and escorted any civilians out of the way. Then Izumi was seen with Bakugo. Izumi. Remember, we did what was only right. We strive to become heroes and we will protect the people no matter what. Then it went back to the show host. TV. Isn't that amazing? The world of heroes are rising. And villains will continue to fall. This is the beginning of a new generation of heroes. Only time could tell. This is Mustafa news. Then it turns off. Shigaraki looks at Izuku, who was fueled with rage. Izuku. When can I start my project? He said. Shigaraki. Well, we already have some of the supplies in. Izuku. Show me. He now has a clear goal, to topple the so-called heroes' world. The villains are victims whose story is untold. Izuku lived it, and now he will give back to the world and destroy it all. Shigaraki then leads Izuku into a small lab. Shigaraki. Down here is where you will find all the material you need. He turns to go out the door. Shigaraki. If you need something, ask Kurogiri. He's the one who transported us here. Then he leaves the room. Izuku looks around and sees all of the materials laid out in front of him. Then he opens his journal to look at. Izuku. Optic Optimizer and Steven's RAM chip. I will begin with these, thus the beginning of a new terror. Meanwhile, after the defeat of the sludge villain, Izumi and her friends were on their way to her home. Mostly to discuss what just happened with them. Katsumi. You dumb ass, what did we fucking tell you about running off like that? While she is scolding her brother. Bakugo. Don't fucking talk to me like that, you bitch. How the hell was I supposed to know he was there in the first place? Then they continue to argue. Todoroki. So then, will this stop him his dreams, Izumi? He asked her and she sighs. Izumi. I hope so. He's been nothing but a stubborn mule this whole time. He probably got it from his father's side. Shoka. Are you talking about his biological father? Izumi. Yeah, him, but even then, you know, this whole bullying him until he gives up was the worst idea to agree to, feeling all of the built-in guilt coming in. Bakugo. We fucking told the nerd to stop and I'm sure this time he will. He needed to learn his fucking place that quirkless are just a goddamn liability. Shoka. But you heard him. He said if not the hero's course then he could join the support course. Katsumi. It doesn't work like that, Shoka. He never displayed any type of skill in engineering or even designing any sort of support item. Starting now is just ridiculous. I'm sure in the future he will thank us. Izumi. But still, we beat him up pretty bad this time, okay guys, and they stopped. Izumi. From here on out today we will stop any sort of bullying towards Deku. Bakugo. You fucking sure about this? He said. Izumi. I'm sure of it. Shoka. Todoroki. Very well then. Katsumi. Always hated beating him, and now I really regret saying what said to him today, and Izumi perked up. Izumi. What did you tell him? She said. Katsumi. It's nothing really, but. Then Izumi grabs her shoulder. Izumi. What did you say? She said now. Katsumi. I said, if you really want a quirk, why you should take a swan dive of the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life. Then suddenly she was pushed down. Izumi. You damn bitch. You implied to have him off himself, right? She yelled. Bakugo. So what if she said it? He never takes any of our advice seriously. For all we know, he too weak to even commit anything like that. Shoka was now crying. You idiots. How could say something like that? Bakugo. And here you are now saying something. Katsumi. For all the years since we did this you never spoken at all about Izuku and now you want to defend him? Todoroki. He's needed to learn Shoka. Shoka. It's not right. Izumi. We need to find my brother. Fast, and they ran off. Inko Yagi was already feeling tired and she only had been at work for a while now. Seeing she needs to keep up with her work and make sure nothing bad can happen, right? So why was she having a sense of dread coming over her now? Is it that she forgot a birthday? Someone maybe? Or she was just being paranoid? Inko. Sigh. I really need some rest. Feeling completely out of it today, she heads on home. Once she enters the house, she looks at the family portrait of her Toshinori and her two kids. She smiled seeing the photo, and when she looks at the other one, a picture of them at the amusement park, she noticed something. Where was Izuku? She wondered and looked again, making sure she wasn't just seeing things. Then she looks at another one with the same result, he wasn't there either. She began to panic now and she looked through all of the past photos they have taken together and it would only be her, Toshinori, or Izumi with her friends. None of the photos from the past 11 years had Izuku's picture in it, just the photo they took together before their quirk analysis test. Dropping everything now. She cried now. She had ignored and abandoned her only son from her first husband, Hisashi's son. She was in a complete shock when she heard the news that he had died from an accident when Izuku was born. Her son was the only reminder of him, and she had completely forgot about him. Inko. I'm a horrible parent. She kneeled on the ground and cried more. She needed to fix this now. Better late than never, they would say. But what if she's too late for forgiveness? Her son had lived in this condition for years now. He probably believes they don't love him at all, which made her heart break even more now. As much as he regrets telling his stepson he couldn't be a hero, Toshinori Yagi, or also known as All Might, the symbol of peace, had witnessed his daughter's friend in trouble. Much less to his concern, Izumi went right in and rescued him right away, which he was very impressed with, by the way. But it doesn't help that he had denied his stepson the chance of becoming a hero. He had seen the journals he's created and also the proclaimed cyberware. He calls it, that could allow anyone even without a quirk to perform tasks that be deemed impossible to do. Of course he had to reprimand Izuku about such things, being that it wouldn't be right to experiment on people to see if it would work at all. But to his surprise, he was talking about him. He wanted to test these things on himself. Where he got the mindset of that was unknown to him, but he had a feeling it came from his real father's side of the family. But it never changed the way he treated him. He had always loved him like his own son. But now he is feeling a sense of dread now. Something that has risen in the dark, and he feels it has something to do with him. Maybe I can talk with him later. Maybe I can give it to him. Then he jumps away. Izumi was now panicking. Her friend just told her brother to kill himself. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Izumi. Izuku. Just wait, I'm coming, don't worry, running back to the school. Shoka. Izumi. She yelled out to her friend, trying to keep up with her running. Bakugo. Goddamn it sis, why the hell did you tell him that? They finally reached the school grounds. Izumi searched high and low for her brother, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Izumi. He's not here. He's not here. Now hyperventilating, Todoroki grabbed her. Todoroki. It's all right, we'll find him. He's not here, so maybe he went home. Smiling to reassure her. Izumi. We need to tell our parents, Bakugo. Tell what exactly? Izumi. We need to tell them everything we did to him, and now the group stayed quiet. Bakugo. No, he said Izumi. What? Katsumi. Sorry Izumi. My idiot brother is right. If we tell them we don't have a chance of getting into UA. Izumi. Are you fucking kidding me? She said. Katsumi. We're sorry. But this is on our own terms. We said we all would become heroes. And we plan on doing just that. Izuku is probably fine now. He'll notice that we suddenly stopped and he won't have to worry anymore, it's simple. Izumi. Shoto, you don't think that, right? Looking at her icy hot friends. Todoroki. I'm sorry Izumi. They're right. Me and Shoka got in through recommendations from my father. If we screw this up we'll suffer more from his punishments that he gives us. Shoka nodded now. Izumi couldn't believe it. They backed down on telling the truth about what they did just so they could go to UA. But now she thought about it as well. She wanted to go to UA. It was her dream to go there. Her whole life she has trained and trained to become one of the best. She was now in pressure to either tell her parents what they did or don't. Either way it will eat her up alive. Izumi. I need to think it over guys. Just give until tomorrow, then she leaves. Katsumi. Wait. Izumi. Now seeing Shoka grabbing her shoulder. Todoroki. Leave her be. Let her think it over. Whatever she decides we need to be there for her. As soon as Toshinori arrived home he already planned out what he's going to do. So inside, talk to Izuku. Take him out for food. Then Dagoba Beach. Tell him the truth about his quirk. Simple really. Only that once he enters his home the first thing that greets him is his wife crying and he could see things laying around the floor. Thinking there is a villain he rushes over to find Inko sitting in the corner crying holding a photo he couldn't see. Yagi. Inko. Rushing over to his wife kneeling by her side. Yagi. What happened? Did a villain break in? Are you hurt? Asking her she simply didn't give an answer which made him worry even more. He soon pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Yagi. Hello. Goddamn it, just when I finally fell asleep. What is it Yagi? Yagi. Shota, I need you come over ASAP. Seeing this was serious, Shota sighs then groans. Shota. Fine. Give me 5 minutes, Yagi. Please hurry. Then he puts the phone away. He then checks his wife to see if there was any type of injury or any signs that a quirk was used. Inko. Toshi. She whimpered out. Yagi. It's all right Inko. I'm here now, he said trying to comfort her. Mom. Dad. Soon he sees his daughter coming into the house. Yagi. Izumi, it's all right, we're fine. Izumi. Dad, what happened? Running now to her parents. Yagi. I don't know. One thing, I came home to talk to your brother, then the next I find your mother on the ground crying. Izumi. Mom, what's going on? She asked her. She wasn't talking. Izumi. Mom. Please, asking her again. Inko. Your brother. Izumi. What about Izuku? Did something happen? Inko looks up, her face red and her eyes sore from crying too much. Inko. For 11 years, Yagi stayed silent. Inko. 11 years that we've been ignoring him. Abandoned him. For 11 years we have been horrible parents. God knows his mental health. Crying even more. Yagi. But we have been spending time with him. Right? Remember when we at the park last week, right? He said. Izumi. Dad, it was just us. We left him home, she said. Yagi. Oh God. Your birthday. Hers, mine. I don't remember his at all. Now shocked, realizing the horrifying truth. Inko. What kind of parents are we? We have been ignoring him for so long now. When he needed us the most we were never there for him. So you had a son. They look to the door entrance to see a scruffy-looking man who looks like he hasn't slept his entire life. Yagi. Shota. Thank goodness you're here, he said to him. Shota. You didn't answer me. You had a son, he said more sternly. Yagi. Yes. Said to him, to which now he looked more than upset. He is angry. Inko. Shota, please, we didn't mean to, before she was cut off. Shota. I heard enough, Inko. And you're going to try and defend your way out of this. Sorry is going to cut it with the kid now. Where is he asked. Yagi. Izumi. Have you seen Izuku? He asked her. Izumi. No. We didn't see him on the way home. He would be here by then, she said. Inko. Could he be at his room? She said Shota. Well, let's see about that, show me his room. He said to them, and Yagi finally stood up. They all then walked upstairs to his dorm. To their surprise, there was a hole in it. Shota. Shit, he said, and now they all became concerned. Inko. Izuku. Are in there, sweetie? She opened the door to her shock. What they see is a room tattered in pieces. The windows are broken, the closet door was ripped off the hinges, the walls had holes in them, and most of all, his All Might wallpaper had a large X on it, and the words, "False hope to the people," was written. Shota looked around and saw that there was pieces of skin on the floor. He observed them and saw that they had nail marks in it. Out of rage, the kid started to rip off his own skin. Izumi cried even more when she saw the pieces of flesh on the floor, but what she did notice was her brother's journals. One of them was missing. Izumi. Mom. Look, she pointed to the notebooks, and they both know as well. Izumi. Number 13 is missing, she said. Shota. What are you talking about? He said. Yagi. Well, Izuku would often write journal entries of every hero and villain he can find. Most of them are hero entries here. Showing him one, and he was honestly impressed with the amount of detail that in these. Even the drawings are accurate. Shota. And so what importance is number 13? He said. Inko. It was at the time. Very interesting, Izumi, and disturbing. Shota. Try me, Yagi. You see, 4 months ago Izuku came up to me and asked if it was possible to turn someone into a cybernetic enhanced soldier. Or hero, he asked me. Then he showed me these code sequence and plans about how altering the body to implant these. Cyberware, he calls them. To make even a quirkless as strong as a hero, he said. Shota. That's impossible, plus with how experimenting with these things could only go so far. Izumi. That's not all. My brother would often say he wouldn't hurt anyone, but he would experiment on himself, which surprised him now. Shota. So he what was one of the designs on these, cyberware, you call it? Yagi. One he labeled, mantis blades, are blades that is hidden in the forearms of a person and could come out during combat. That material used for it and how the person can still use their arms and hands normally was all written down in it, he said. Shota. And with the state of the room here, he obviously left in a rage state. Great, he said now. Inko. It's all our fault. Shota. It is, you three have ignored and abused a child no less than your own son brother. To the point that he possibly ran away or worse killed himself. Now since this is out of the bag, I will conduct a full investigation on this case. And for the cyberware problem, well, he doesn't have any type of material to use it. Also Yagi, he looked up at him. Shota. Come to UA, we'll have to discuss this with Nezu, and he left. 3 months later, it has been 3 full months since the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya. The hidden child of All Might, or stepson as he would put it. Not much progress was made in the investigation, but the main problem was the lack of evidence. Since the family doesn't have a current photo of Izuku, they couldn't find out what he would look like. They had tried asking their daughter, but she was terrible at descriptions. So it all left them to check out at Aldera to look into the security footage, but in some unknown circumstances the footage of Izuku have been lost or deleted by the school staff, and a majority have been placed under arrest for tampering of evidence and possible child abuse on the boy, but it hasn't been confirmed. Much to his best effort, Shota Aizawa, also known as the underground pro-hero eraser, had kept searching in hopes to find the boy, but in vain. He couldn't find any. Izumi hasn't told any of the heroes or her parents about what her and her friends did to Izuku. Inko quits her job and for the past 2 months has been going out at night to search for her son. Despite her efforts, they were in vain. Toshinori Yagi also was suffering, but because of his importance as the symbol of peace, he must continue to smile for the people, along with her friends who kept to themselves until the entrance exams in 7 months. During these 3 months, Izuku has finally completed one of his projects. Shigaraki. You called for me, Midoriya. Walking into the lab, to which Izuku smiles. Izuku. You're in time. Also get Kurogiri and Sensei here as well. Sensei. I can see you fine, Midoriya. Soon Kurogiri came down. Kurogiri. Is there reason I'm down here instead of cleaning the bar? Izuku. Yes, 3 months have passed since I lived here. and the projects that I have been creating have only just begun, but I know Sensei wants to know the progress, but I also wanted to show you guys as well. Soon he ripped off his sleeve and Shigaraki was impressed. He had cutted pieces of his arm and they noticed the cyberware that has been installed. Kurogiri. Impressive. Izuku. That's not all. Soon his eyes glowed red, then the forearm opened and an enlarged blade came out. Izuku. This is my Mantis Blade project. Concealed blades hidden in the forearms and they can pack a punch. These babies can cut through steel like butter. Soon he swings it on one of the steel doors and they saw the clear cut that ran through it. Shigaraki. Just like out of a video game, this upgrade will prove very useful. Kurogiri. Yes indeed, though keep it to yourself please, it is very hard to replace the doors. Sensei was heard chuckling. This has been a huge breakthrough. Once more, young Midoriya, your cyberware projects have been the most astounding technology that can put S.H.I.E.L.D. out of business. Ever since your optimizer project, we now can safely say that we can now start your training. Izuku. My training. Shigaraki. Yes, just because now that you have cool blades in your arms doesn't mean that you know how to effectively use them. Kurogiri. I have the training room all prepped and ready to go, my master. Sensei. Very good, Kurogiri. Now then, both of you begin your training and then you may continue your research, Midoriya. Izuku bowed. Yes, Sensei, and thank you for taking your time out to help me, Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Matt, just missing a few hours of gameplay. But it doesn't matter if we're going to take down the Hero Society, we can just do it with words. Izuku. So let us begin. They leave the lab. Izumi was following her father to Dagoba Beach. He wanted to tell her something important. Well, it must be if he woke her up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Izumi. Okay Dad, we're here, what are we doing? She asked him. Yagi. What are we going to do here? Izumi is this. Then he transforms into Izumi. Wah wah wah, all might. Looking at the symbol of peace now. AM. No, young Izumi, it is your father still. Izumi. Wait. Dad, you're the symbol of peace. Now shocked and he nodded. Yagi. Yes Izumi, I am. Izumi. So, did Izuku know? Asking him. But then he deflates again. Yagi. No, he doesn't. He said to her. Izumi. He's going to be starstruck knowing his father is his idol, but how are you able to do that? Asking him. Yagi. Well, you how guys at the pool would suck in air to look muscular, or something like that, think of that. Izumi. I would have assumed it was your quirk, but okay. Yagi. That's not the main reason why I brought you here, and she listened to him. Izumi. What is it? Yagi. It's about my quirk. Izumi. My quirk is called One for All, and then came the whole explanation of the whole passing down story, blah blah blah. Izumi couldn't believe it. A quirk that has been passed down for years, but she realized something. Izumi. Why tell me this? Yagi. Because, I want you to be the 9th inheritor of this quirk, he said, to which Izumi stood there silent. Yagi was worried for a moment and he had every reason to worry. Izumi. Dad. You. She then ran up to punch him in the gut, crying now. Yagi. I Izumi, seeing her crying now. Izumi. Why have you kept this hidden? You could have given it to Izuku. You could have made his dream come true. Crying. Yagi. Izumi. This isn't something that I would do out of spite, plus I didn't want Izuku to get involved of the dangers the world. This quirk would put more pressure on him, and I believe with how he never trains, I didn't think he had the spirit. Izumi's eyes widened before she grew furious. Izumi. You didn't even know his birthday. You didn't know when was the last time you ever spent time with him. I'm part of that blame as well. But don't you ever dare say he doesn't have a heroic heart or not. She yelled out. Yagi was shocked. Of course at times she would see Izumi upset about something, but this was beyond the anger she would normally display. Yagi. I know, I'm not going to say this out of defense, but that day when he went missing, I was going to talk to him about it. I was going to give it to him. He was going to be chosen by me. Izumi. But you said you wanted to protect him from the hero world. Yagi. I know what I said. This isn't something I just couldn't give away. This quirk is very powerful, and it could potentially kill the user. I know this is hard to take in, But I beg you Izumi, please take the quirk. You are chosen to become the 9th inheritor, if not for me do it for your brother, he said. Izumi, keep his name out of your mouth, she growled. She looked away and thought about it. It has been 3 full months, the UA exam is coming up. Izuku has never been found, and already presumed dead. Now her father had a quirk that could be passed down to anyone and he didn't want to give it to Izuku because apparently he didn't have the heroic nature or heart. Which pissed her off. Of course she wasn't innocent remembering what she and her friends did, but she never knew about how bad it was until it was too late. She was really as stupid and naive. But if she takes the quirk, maybe she can use it to find her brother, and then give it to him. He deserves it more than her. He has every right to have it now. Soon she turned to look at Yagi. Izumi. Fine, I'll take it, she said, and he smiles. Yagi. That's good, but in order for you to at least handle 1% of it, then he points behind him. Yagi. Need to clean all off that. She looked behind him to see the pile of trash and junk scattered all over the beach. Izumi deadpans. You're serious, right? And he nods. Izumi. Fuck, she mutters, cursing herself, but now she has a new goal now. To become a hero, find her brother, and make his dream come true. Meanwhile, the sound of a small saw is heard and here Shigaraki pounds on the door. Shigaraki. It's 6 in the fucking morning and I'm trying to sleep. He yelled out. Kurogiri was passed out on the bar from the noises that occurs often. Soon the buzzing stops and the doors open. Shigaraki. Holy shit, you never sleep, what the fuck is wrong? He freezes to see Izuku's body laying flat on the bed, his back cut open and his spine is exposed, the pliers holding the skin to keep the spine exposed, but this was all behind a glass wall. Shigaraki. What the fuck, Midoriya, he said, seeing his body. Izuku. Hey, don't give me that. After all, this was part of our agreement, now seeing a robotic claw looking at him. Shigaraki. Okay, are you this weird anal probe claw? Izuku. First of all, rude. Second, yes, I have transferred my consciousness into this bot thanks to the Stevenson chip. I am simply installing another cyberware I have just finished and tested. Now this interested him. Shigaraki. Already leveling up. That's pretty nice, man. What is this nice little mod? Soon a picture showed him. Izuku. This is the Kurezakov module. It allows me for at least 5 seconds to move at extreme speeds to a point that it would feel like time has slowed down. This is useful so it may give me easier observation of the situation and get things ready quicker. Obviously 5 seconds isn't enough, but it's enough to stop things that are unexpected. Kurogiri. Has anyone told you that you're insane? Izuku. Worse, he said. Then next came the device attaching it to his spinal cord, making sure it's secured, but they also noticed more implants have been inserted. Wires could be seen traveling through his back as well, but they decided to wait on it. It was 6 in the damn morning on a Monday. AFO. Indeed, your cyberware is growing in value, young Izuku. I'm truly impressed and it's a shame the world has failed in seeing your true potential. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. I do what I can, but it's thanks to you that I am able to do this. Kurogiri. But aren't you worried that someone will try to hack you? Izuku. This chip in head is the reason why it will never happen. Also to note, the code I have prevents and releases a signal that can prevent any type of hacking. Shigaraki. You're just getting stronger by the second. Kurogiri. Have you been keeping up with your training? Izuku. Always. My lunges can go farther and my swings have been quicker. Kurogiri. Very well then. I'm going to get some things prepared. Then he left. Shigaraki. When you're done, I want to see this Russian mod, giving no attempt to pronounce it. Izuku. You'll love it, and Shigaraki left, leaving him alone to his thoughts. Izuku. Just you wait, All Might. You will regret thinking that you can judge who can be a hero, and you Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki and your tramp sisters, you will die by my so-called insane inventions, talking to himself now. Soon nighttime hits and once more another night vein. For the past 3 months Inko has been searching for her son non-stop. Even if her husband tries to reassure her that they will find him, she won't give up, not after everything that she did to him. It was only right for her to find him as well. But due to this she has been skipping meals and hasn't been eating, leading her to losing weight. She was tired in the cold rainy night asking anyone if they have seen a boy who has green hair, eyes, and diamond-shaped freckles, but to no avail, they didn't see him. Inko. I need to keep looking. Talking to herself, she looks in the shadier part of town trying to at least find some clue to where he could have gone. That's when she visited the local shop there. Clerk. Hello there, he said, seeing that she was new. Inko. Hi. She was looking around to find some iced coffee and brought it to him. Clerk. Well now, that will be 300 yen, and she handed him the money. He can clearly see something is wrong. Clerk. Is something the matter? He asked her, to which she looked down and sipped the coffee. Inko. I wanted to ask you, she whimpered, but he waits patiently. Inko. Have you seen a boy who has green hair and eyes like me? She said, and he thinks about it. Clerk. You know, I think I may have seen someone like that, and she looks at him. Clerk. Does he also have diamond freckles? He said. Inko. Yes, he does. Now finally making some progress. Clerk. He's usually a regular here, but if you're thinking of waiting here, then I'm sorry, he hasn't come here in about a month, he said, and again her hopes of finding him have shattered. Inko. I see, looking down. Clerk. I'm sorry to be rude, is he your son? He said. Inko nodded. Clerk. Then my apologies if I couldn't be any more helpful, he said solemnly. Inko. It's okay, but this was good information. Clerk. I wish you luck in finding his son, but if I do find any more information, I'll let the police or a hero know, and Inko smiled. Inko. Thank you, and she left, beginning her search again. Looking around town once more, she saw how the conditions are for people here, from the homeless to those in poverty. Some were looking at her. Seeing someone like her walking around was pretty odd to them, but it caught the eye of someone. Soon Inko takes a left to walk down an alley, but then she saw someone in front of her. She turns around to find another person. They surrounded her. Thug. Hey beautiful, what's a gal like you wandering around these parts? He said, and the second one grabbed her. Inko. Hey, Thug too. Come on, give us what you have. Trying to struggle out of his grip, but he had a strength quirk that allowed him to overpower her. She tried to use her quirk, but she couldn't. Thug. Come now, don't be rude. Besides, it's only polite to fill a man's needs, he said to her. Realizing what they're going to do, she tried to scream, but he had a hand over her mouth, crying. Now they started to tear into her clothing. Thug too. Not bad, you looks like you've been hiding the good from us, he said to his friend. Thug. It'll all be over soon. Who knows, maybe you'll enjoy it. As he was about to begin, something flashed by, alerting them. Thug. The hell was that? He said, looking around. The other thug still kept his grip on Inko, who was praying that it was help. Let her go. They turned around to see a soldier. No, this guy was heavily armored, he helmet covering his whole face and the armor not showing an ounce of skin. He didn't have any weapons on him, but they laughed at him. Thug. Oh really, with what? A useless quirk, he said. The man simply then points his hand at him and he laughs. Thug too. This guy is crazy, man. Soon in a flash the man then slices his head off with the knife in his hands, letting Inko go. Inko. Ah, screaming. Shut up, he said. Soon the other thug looks at him, still in a daze at what just happened. Thug. You killed him, you motherfucker. He charged him and tried to land a punch, only for the mysterious person to grab it instead, and without looking he starts to crush it, causing him to scream in pain. Thug. Stop, stop please. And soon he reels his fist back and with a mighty blow punches right through his head, killing him. Inko could only stare in horror on how brutal and fast this man can kill. He pulls his arm out of the cavity and lets the body drop, flicking his wrist to get the blood off, and he looks at Inko. Inko. Thank you, she said to him. He looks for a little longer and points down as he looks away, immediately wondering what he meant, and she turned red, forgetting what those barbarians did to her, but then she was covered in a blanket by the man. You should head home, and stop looking for him, and jumped away. Inko. Wait, how do you? And he was gone. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Inko. Toshi, can you and Shota come to where I'm at, please? Off all the people he had to run into, it had to be her. Izuku. For fuck's sake, it's like some unforeseen force wants me to run into them. Whatever. He may hate his family, but his mom. Even though she had ignored him for so long, didn't do what that bastard and his bitch of a daughter did to him. He hates that he has some soft spot for his family. The main reason why he's outside was that he wants to know how far he can push the Cyberware and test the Korenzakov. And so far it's good, plus the gorilla arms, which is high-powered punches that could potentially kill someone, has been going good so far. He can pass it off as a quirk, but if they see his hands then it'll be concerning. Removing his fingers and basically most of his hands, he managed to rewire the whole basis into them, and it feeds off of the circular motor in his forearms and wrist. What makes these so unique is that when with the logic of Newton's third law, with the amount of force he hits it also comes back to him. So in order to counter it, he made the design to have it absorb and store the remaining force, but this will slowly drain as it can't hold it for so long, expelling it from the fist. Either way, it's pretty much a work in progress, and the suit he made was based off one of his old designs he used to have. No one's seen it, so this won't spark any recognition should he ever see them again. Izumi, while still mad at her father, was not lying to her when he said this training will be hell. Shit, he made her move a fridge with him sitting on top of it. The only light that was provided was the freaking moon. For hours she's been doing this. Come on Izumi, you can do it. Izumi. Grrrh, shut up. All red and sweaty, trying her best. When that was over, she also had to train her quirk too, pushing and pulling things, similar to the Force from Star Wars, but without the lightsabers, and aliens, and starships, just that basically. Izumi. God, how did even manage to do this? Asking him. Yagi. Once you do it long enough it gets easier, but if it gets easier you need to work harder. Izumi. That's just torture. Yagi. That's how you can use the quirk. Your exam is coming up, and even though there are still a lot of months left doesn't mean you can slack off. But then his phone rang. Yagi. Hello, Inko. Toshi, could you and Shota come to where I'm at please? She said. Yagi. Is there something wrong? Where are you? Are you okay? Inko. I'm fine, but I'm going to need some help, she said. Yagi. As this, Inko. I found some information. And in the flash Yagi grabbed Izumi and immediately flew away. Izumi. Not expecting the sudden lift off. Yagi. Sorry Izumi, we are needed in quick haste. He said to her. Izumi. Is mom okay? Yagi. I'm sure she is. He said. Little time skip. Shota. She's not okay. As they arrived they saw the aftermath of what just occurred. Yagi was blaming himself not being there on time, seeing that his wife was almost about to be someone's, you know what I mean. Izumi was also scared, not only because her mother almost became a victim, but seeing the brutal deaths of the thugs all the while Aizawa was observing it. Aizawa. Yagi. And he came over. Yagi. This is it. He said. Aizawa. What do you think? You see something unusual here, he said to him, and Yagi inspected, looking at them closely. They see that this wasn't just an ordinary wound. Yagi. I see it. The cavity. It's like something at a very high velocity went right through him. Inko. It was the man who saved me. They looked at her. Aizawa. Did you manage to get a good look at his face? He said. Inko. No. He was covered head to toe in this strange armor. At first I thought he was a pro hero, but he wasn't, she said. Aizawa. I see, then we are either dealing with a vigilante, or a villain, to which Yagi raises an eyebrow. Yagi. Are you sure it could be a villain? They don't seem the type, even bad eye to someone who needs help. Izumi. Or they will be the one doing the act. Aizawa. It's whatever works. Well, except she said they died from his punches, but no strength quirk would allow the punch to travel at really fast speeds. Izumi. Or that's how the quirk works. Yagi. Maybe, but we'll have to leave this too. Might. Hearing a scream. Aizawa. Oh shit, they turned around to see. Yagi. Sigh Endeavor, looking at the number 2 pro hero. Endeavor. What the hell is the meaning of this? He said to him. Yagi. It's a. Aizawa. Headache. We're trying to figure out what type of quirk could kill these men, referring to the bodies. Endeavor. Whatever, they died by some villain or some kid trying to play hero. Who gives a damn? They need to be brought in for 2 counts of murder. Inko. That man saved my life. Endeavor. Then it would be illegal usage of a quirk in a public area. Izumi. A jerk as usual, feeling bad for the Todoroki twins. Yagi. Well then, seeing that there's no point, we'll have to figure who this mysterious figure is then. Aizawa. I'll be working on it. Go worry about your wife. He left. Yagi. You alright, Inko? Just trying to recover, shivering still, and Yagi put an arm around her. Yagi. Why are you even out here? This part of the city isn't safe. Inko. I was trying to look for my son, she said to him. Yagi. Sigh Inko. We are working on it. You don't need to put yourself in danger. Inko. He's my son Toshi. I gave up on him, and I will not now. I want to find him even if he's pronounced dead. I want to see him, she said. Yagi. Well, if that's how you feel. Izumi. I'll join you, and they look at her. Izumi. When I get done with my training, we can look for him together, Mom. Inko. Izumi dear, you don't need to do that. Izumi. No Mom, I am much as responsible for his disappearance. I want to help, seeing that was not going to take no for an answer. Inko. Okay then, you can join me, to which she smiles. Izumi. Thank you Mom, she said, 6 months until the entrance exams. Meanwhile, Shigaraki. How long will this fucking take? Seeing himself not from a mirror but the fact Izuku just yanked out his eye. Izuku, while holding strange tools, was getting another optimizer out. Izuku. Just give it a second, I'm trying to sync it with your chip, so it will be a while. Shigaraki. And why did I agree to this? Izuku. You said you didn't want to have trouble identifying things, plus you'll be able to scan people with the stolen files I have here, so when you scan someone, you will get their information at least, he said. Shigaraki. Fine, God, this is very uncomfortable. How are you so used to this? Izuku. Well, if you're quirkless like me, you tend to come up with ideas. I always hated that we human can break so easily. Why not just have some simple upgrades? Shigaraki. You mean looking more like a machine than a man? Izuku. A body is a body. It doesn't matter what you look like. We all think, feel, talk, love, and give emotion. What difference does it make? Kurogiri then walked in. Kurogiri. For your age you have some maturity. Izuku. Well, when you've been beaten and battered your whole life both mentally and physically, you realize that you have to grow up past that. Soon he took out the optimizer. Izuku. Alright, hold still for the moment, then he slowly puts it, and soon a satisfying click was heard. Izuku. There, all done, you can sit up now. Shigaraki sat up. Izuku. Try it out, he said. Shigaraki. How exactly? Izuku. Just think off watchdogs consciously, it will activate. And Shigaraki thought about pressing a controller button and soon it turned on. Izuku. Great, now scan me. He looked at him and it scanned. Izuku Yagi Midoriya, age 15, quirk, quirkless, status, missing, affiliating, League of Villains, danger, height gorilla arms, mantis blades, Korenzakov. Shigaraki. Neat, but what is this affiliation? Izuku. It's to let you know what faction the person is part of. Like if you scan a hero in training, it will show up as UA or heroes. Shigaraki. This will make things easier. Kurogiri. Quite impressive. Sensei's choice in recruiting you has been the most helpful. Shigaraki. So, when am I able to get these new toys? He asked him. Izuku. As soon as I'm able to adjust them to make sure I don't make you quirkless by accident. Seeing that you have a quirk that involves using all of your fingers, I don't think I'm able to give you the gorilla arms module, he said, seeing his disappointment. Izuku. But there is something I'm working on. Something that you will like. He went up to a table and brought up a device. Izuku. Stand up, he said to him. Shigaraki was wondering what the hell is thing, but soon he sees that Izuku strapped it to his shoulder. Then he clicks a button. Soon a small circular device came up. Izuku. I remember a movie that was made in the pre-quirk era had something like this. This will be able to shoot out bullets, but I'm still working on it. He took it off. Shigaraki. Seems you have a lot on your hands. Kurogiri. It wouldn't be wise if you overexert yourself. Izuku. Ever since you guys took me in, I have been able to do what I want. What I want to make. This has been my big break. I've never felt something like this before. For all of my life I have been pushed around, being someone's plaything that would beat me, hit me, and bring me down to the ground. I want to be of use. I don't want to stand around and do nothing, and when I see those same people again, they will know that I am not the same person anymore, that when they push me down, I will push back. Kurogiri. Pretty admirable, but you also have to account that you yourself have limits. Your body could only take so much adjustment to these new things you're giving it. Shigaraki. You can upgrade as much as you want, but you can't restore sleep normally because of your brain, he said. Izuku looks at them for a moment. All right, then I'll do that, if it eases your worries, and he shuts everything down. Shigaraki. You haven't even gone into your room at all since you came here. Get some rest, maybe you'll come up with ideas in your sleep. Izuku. All right then. Good night. He went upstairs. Kurogiri. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Shigaraki. Just leave the brat be, he needs it more than ever. Sitting down and pulled out his controller, but he used the scanner on his game which would identify it. Shigaraki. Pretty neat, he said. Kurogiri. Just don't go crazy with it. Also here's a note from him, and gave it to him. Shigaraki opens it. Izuku. Oh yeah, Shigaraki. The optimizer I gave you will have some side effects since you just had it installed, so you will feel some dizziness, nausea, and of course, headaches, so take some of this medicine I left for you every hour. And Shigaraki. Shit, time skip. 2 months later. Only 4 months left until the entrance exams, and Izumi has been hard at work. So far she's only cleaned about half of the junk that's there, and more her body was becoming defined and muscle was growing. She really didn't like this, but she's doing it for her brother. But that means he also has to go through this as well. But then again, he has the heart of a hero, so he won't let something like this stop him. Once she was done training for the day, she went on her jog. Running past the cafe, she saw Izumi. Izuku. She turned back immediately and saw it was just in her head. She sighed and kept on running. Flashback. Izumi. Hey guys. She walked up to her friends. Bakugo. Hey Izumi, so did you and Izuku found out what your quirk is? And she showed them. Todoroki. That's pretty cool. Shoka. That's awesome. Soon Katsumi showed her quirk. Katsumi. Me and him have the same quirk. We're definitely going to be heroes. Todoroki. I can shoot out both fire and ice. Shoka. Only ice for me. Izumi was frowning still and they took notice. Shoka. Is everything alright? She asked her. Izumi. Guys. Izuku. Bakugo. What's wrong with him? Katsumi. Does he have a fire quirk? Shoka. Ooh, that would be cool. Izumi. No, guys, he's quirkless, he doesn't have one at all. After she said that, they stayed silent. Shoka. But what about our dream, all of us becoming heroes together? Todoroki. We can't do that if Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, sad now. Katsumi. But if he doesn't have a quirk and tries to become a hero, he's going to get hurt really badly. Worried now. Izumi. Or worse, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't figure out how to stop Izuku from becoming a hero until. Todoroki. I think I have an idea, he said. Shoka looks at him in concern now. Bakugo. Okay, spit it out. Todoroki. Back at home, my father would punish me if I wasn't doing anything good, like say if I had burned the curtains, the rug, or even freeze the water in the toilet. Katsumi. You did that. Shoka. Once, giggling a little. Todoroki. Anyway, my father would assert authority if something wasn't good. Maybe we could use that same tactic, then he won't become a hero anymore. He said. Shoka. But that's because Tuya would take the blame. Todoroki. But it works. Bakugo. I don't know, it seems a bit extreme. Todoroki. What do you think, Izumi? All of them looking at her. She was quiet. Then she would imagine what would happen if he did become a hero. She saw how badly he was hurt, how horrible he looked, and then his funeral. She didn't want that. She wants him to live. Izumi. Okay, we'll try it. They all nodded in agreement. Flashback ends. Izumi reached her house and went right upstairs to change to get ready for meeting those guys at the mall. Once she was done, she took a quick glance back at Izuku's room. It was still in the same condition he left it in. all destroyed and in ruins. It was a reminder to everyone that they were the cause of this. The skin though was removed. She kept it in a small box, praying he was still alive, and he was okay. Izumi. Okay, I'm going. Yagi. Try to have a good time, sweetheart, he said. Inko. Say hi to them for me, smiling. Izumi. I will, and she left, closing the door. Yagi. So, the clerk said he was a regular. Inko. Yeah, but he stopped coming after a month or so that's out of the picture. Yagi. The search has been officially called off. Aizawa and the others have to prepare for the upcoming entrance exams, which dampened the mood even more. Inko. I know it's important for them to teach the future heroes, but it's now useless to even try now. Yagi. Inko. I know, it's affected all of us. I could barely even focus when I'm working. Even during my breaks I would see if he's anywhere. Izumi has been doing the same thing, and for that, man, you saw, that was the only time he ever appeared. Inko. No trace. Yagi. No trace, he said. Katsumi. I'm so fucking stupid, she said to herself walking along the streets towards the mall. Since her jerk brother left early to meet up with Shoka and Shoto, she's been feeling terrible. Katsumi. Why did I say that? She thought back when she told Izuku to kill himself. At first she thought it would have helped him rid himself of the pain. Instead she fucked things up, like always. Katsumi and Izuku were pretty close back then, best friends besides her idiot brother. They usually did a lot things together, but once he was diagnosed as quirkless it all changed from there. Katsumi. It was my fault. God, why am I like this? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice that she bumped into someone. Katsumi. Hey, watch it, she said, but she saw that the man was some dude who never heard of what lotion was. Katsumi. Yo, why you so fucking ashy? She said. Shigaraki. Ah. Soon he activated the scanner. Katsumi Bakugo. Age. 15. Quirk. Explosion. Affiliation. N.A. Danger. Moderate. Shigaraki could use her for his Nomu project, but seeing the words Bakugo pop up made him realize this was the girl that Izuku was tormented by. Shigaraki. Why don't you watch what you say? Words hurt more than you realize, which made her shocked before he walked past her. Katsumi. You fucking asshole. She turned around to find him gone, like as if he was never there in the first place. Shrugging it off, she walked away. Who does he think he is, saying shit like that? Katsumi. Goddamn it. RRREE. And she continued to walk. Time skipped to the mall. Izumi was sitting on a bench before. Hey Padawan. She looked to see Bakugo smirking as usual. Shoka. Hey Izumi. Todoroki. Hey, Izumi. Hey guys, where's Katsumi? Bakugo. The bitch is still coming, she woke up late. Shoka. Did you turn her alarm off again? Bakugo. The fuck, why would I do that? It's literally pointless, not even a damn explosion could wake her. Todoroki. Well, how are things, Izumi? Asking her. Izumi. It's been stable so far, nothing new yet, only the clerk's statement, that was it. Shoka. Still non-sign of him, sad. Izumi. Yeah, and that stranger my mom saw, he never appeared again. Todoroki. Was it him? He asked. Izumi. No, this guy had a strength quirk, plus he was wearing armor that even my dad couldn't afford apparently, so no. Bakugo. Izumi stands up. Well, we're here. All of us expect Katsumi, who's going to be here in a moment. So why don't we walk around for a bit? I need the distraction. Shoka. Sure. Aizawa. No more coffee. He looks at the empty box in front of him before dropping it in the trash. He hated that the search has now been called off. Only because he has to get prepared for the next students coming into UA. Of course he knows what to do. But Nezu, the principal, wants him to have no just one, but 2 additional students in his class. Obviously they are Shoto and Shoka Todoroki. Endeavor's kids. Reason is he only wants them to be taught by the best in the school. Well, at least he respects him for that. But he still can't forget that day when his eldest child Tuya Todoroki ran away from home. And for the past 11 years he too disappears without a trace. So Aizawa tied both cases together and he realized that they had suffered in similar conditions. Both of them have been abandoned. Both suffered because of something they have no control over. And they left because they couldn't take it anymore. But Izuku's was more concerning, seeing he wanted to take apart his body to instill cyberware. Which seemed impossible. Until he spoke to Nezu about it, and he believes it's completely possible, which scared him. Thinking that the kid probably grabbed some scraps and just started to saw off his arm. Or killed himself trying to even make something like that. Never in his life had someone scared him. Not out of terror, but from the desperation that this kid has. His dangerous will that he will destroy his own body to get it. Aizawa. Fuck this day, muttering to himself, walking to the principal's office, and he knocks. Come on in, Shota. And he enters, seeing this bear mouse-like thing in front of him. That's his boss. Aizawa. You needed me, sir. Nezu. Yes indeed, it's about the entrance exam and I want your opinion. He gives him a flyer showing the points the robots are worth, the norm until. Aizawa. What's the 0-pointer? Nezu. It's a giant robot that will be the surprise for the examens. Aizawa. And why do you want my opinion? Nezu. 'Cause I want to know if it's possible if a quirkless could take down this thing, which made him concern. Aizawa. Why me? Nezu. Because unlike the other heroes, you have a quirk that would make you basically quirkless. You rely on skill and combat techniques to help you. So from your standpoint, would it be possible to take this thing down? He said again, to which Aizawa looked at it thinking, it's several stories high, and if they were to avoid this thing, it has lock-on missiles that could severely hurt someone, but if possible they could time it right and then maybe go for the head. Someone with an acid quirk or some type of beam quirk could hurt this thing. But then this question dawns on him. He realized he said he was the closest thing to a quirkless. Aizawa. Okay, what's the real meaning of this? He said. Nezu. I'm simply debating if I should either keep the rule that quirkless are allowed, or ban them from trying out, which of course caught him completely off guard. Of course he would ask that. He's more worried about the school's reputation than anything else. Aizawa. You do realize that my answer is a living controversy. Nezu. Yes, I understand, but think about it. Is it more important to have them be safe? Or is it selfish because you can't decide or you're not prepared if any of them would die during this exam? Aizawa. Sigh, pinching his nose. This really has been a bad day for him. First the call off, then the coffee, and now this shit. Nezu. It's okay if you don't want to answer right now. I'll give you some time to think about it, but you only have today and tomorrow to give me your answer. Aizawa then nods and leaves the room. Aizawa soon walks up to the vending machine, thinking about the kid. If he wants to try out, he would let him, but the others who probably haven't even prepared for it, they could die and his decision will follow him forever. Hey Eraser. Oh god. Aizawa. Hazashi, looking at his friend who is also known as the pro hero present Mike. PM. Yo, what's boppin'? Aizawa. Please stop with that, it's annoying enough that you have to yell out every word. PM. Hey, I saw you leave Nezu's office. Did he tell you again to not sleep during a meeting again? Aizawa. No, not even close, he said. But what can be close him? Soon he looks to see the R-rated hero Midnight. Aizawa. Kill me already. After Aizawa explains his conversation. Midnight. That's a tight spot you're in. PM. Banning quirkless. As insane as it sounds, it does make some sense. Aizawa. I don't know what to do. I know that it's possible the kid is probably going to attend, but at the same time, I don't want to be held accountable for any possible casualties. Midnight. Well, I think you should ask Yagi. Aizawa. Why ask him? He's the main reason this whole damn situation started. PM. Because they also may help you see some sense. Aizawa. They shattered a kid's dream, his father not once, but twice, as his father, and as All Might, taking a sip off his drink. PM. That is true, I did lose respect for him, and has anyone done anything about the Aldera case? Midnight. Not that I've heard of, but they did say the search was dropped, this one I don't know. Aizawa. And the media won't even help, only because it doesn't fit their agenda. PM. I wouldn't want to get involved with them, Shota. Remember, we are here too, you can ask us for help. Aizawa. God, this is such a huge headache. Soon he felt Nomura's hand on his shoulder. Midnight. It's going to be okay, Shota. Just think it over, do what you think is right. If you help we can stay here if you want, she said to him. PM. Yeah, and I'll bet the little listener is training really hard for this too, thinking about Izuku training all he can. Midnight just stays quiet to give him some time to think. Sooner or later Aizawa was standing in front of the Yagi residence. He is not ready for this. Aizawa. What the hell am I supposed to say? Hey, your boss wants quirkless banned from the school, but hey, that's that. Facepalming himself from this predicament, but he might as well fucking bite the bullet and do it. He knocks 3 times and waits. Soon the door opens wide and he sees Inko. Inko. Oh Shota, what brings you here? Smiling. Aizawa. Is Yagi there? He asked. Inko. Yes, he's here. Please come in, Shota. And he did. He could never figure out how someone like Inko could exist. Inko. Just wait on the couch and he'll be down in a bit. Giving him coffee. How did she know? Aizawa. Thank you. And he waited for a bit, looking at the outlines off where the photos used to be. The only one hanging is the one photo that has Izuku in it. And everyone else as well. He remembered when he found out Yagi had a son. It pissed him off more than anything, and he's still upset about it. Yagi. Hey Shota. He looks up to see him coming down the stairs. And he sat down on the chair across him. Aizawa. Something's come up at UA, he said seriously. Yagi. Okay, what crazy plan has Nezu come up this time? He asked him. Aizawa took a sip. He asked me for my opinion, if I would either allow quirkless into the entrance exams. Yagi. That rule has already been established. Why is he asking that? Aizawa. You didn't let me finish. Not only that, but he also asked if he should ban them from coming to the hero course altogether, leaving them to only the general's course. To which Yagi was shocked as expected. Yagi. Are you serious? He said. Aizawa. Yes, and I need some second opinions, seeing that Hizashi and Nimari don't know as well. Yagi. This is crazy. I don't know how to respond to that. Aizawa. He's giving me until tomorrow to decide. Yagi. And only your opinion matters. Aizawa. From what I heard from Nimari, it was a voting session. Both were half and half on this, and because I didn't partake in the stupid meeting, I have to be the one to give the call. Yagi. I'm supposed to be teacher there soon, won't my opinion count? Not as me but as the symbol of peace. Aizawa. Nezu knows that you would pull something like that, so he made sure that your opinion wouldn't amount to anything only because your wife's son is quirkless. Yagi. Damn it, the bastard is too smart for his own good. Aizawa. So what do you think? He asked him. Yagi. If it were up to me, I would allow them to enter. Aizawa. Even if the risk of them getting killed is high. He said. Yagi. There are requirements to entering UA, even the quirkless has some, but it doesn't mean that should they take it, they should know the risk. He said. Aizawa. Sigh. It's basically the same damn answer, but it's at an even standpoint, but it also means the other teachers want them banned. Yagi. Any other heroes? Aizawa. Vlad King, Nezu, and Midnight. Yagi. Midnight, really? I thought you talked to her. Aizawa. Saw the voting count. Her name was on them being banned. Couldn't blame her. She only thinks that they would get themselves killed out there. Yagi. So it's more of their safety. Aizawa. Yeah. He sat there for a moment in silence, thinking it over. Soon, he stood up from his chair. Aizawa. I'm not sure about my answer, but you will see it tomorrow. Yagi. Okay then. Soon he opens the door for him and he walks out of it. All of this is going nowhere. He knows Shota would rather try to find his son, but knowing Nezu, he needs him to prepare for this year's new batch of students coming in. Yagi. All right, come on down, Izumi, he said, and soon he sees his daughter walking down in shame, staring at the floor. She was wearing her night clothes. Yagi. How much have you heard? Asking her. Izumi. Not much, only that his vote is what counts if quirkless should be allowed or not. Yagi. Yeah, I know. Izumi. It's not fair. It's like the world is going against them. Why can't they understand that they didn't ask for any of this? She said. Yagi. I know it's a very hard situation, Izumi. There are no right or wrong answers here, only the consequences of the action. Izumi. Damn it, then Izuku won't be able to. Yagi. I know Izumi, all we can hope for is that my friend will make the right choice. 14. Meanwhile, Shigaraki. Well then, the implant has been paying off swell. Scanning everything that he could find. Was actually fun knowing all the types of things and ways he could use this thing. But he was having way too much fun with it. Izuku. I see, because whatever you scan I end up seeing it in comms, and I saw you scan someone in particular, he said. Shigaraki. Really, who? Izuku. Katsumi Bakugo, the sister of Katsuki Bakugo and also the one who told me to kill myself. Shigaraki. Oh, Kurogiri. Pardon for the interruption, seeing Kurogiri entering the room, he's holding a small briefcase. Kurogiri. Your material has come in, Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you, Kurogiri, you can set it by the door, to which he did. Shigaraki. So you managed to fix it? Asking him, to which he felt a stinging pain for a moment. Izuku. Just did, you shouldn't worry about it. If it starts to spark you only lose an eye, and it could be replaced, but I will say is don't even look at the sun. It could really fuck up your neural link with the chip. Shigaraki. Am I that stupid to do something like that? Izuku. No, but it doesn't mean UV rays are good for the thing either, for now. Then he finished. Shigaraki. So what's the next tool you have? Soon Izuku opens the case and brought out a chip. Izuku. Hold still for a moment, and soon a small port on the side of his head opened. Izuku. Give me a second, cause you're going to like it, he said. Soon another click was heard and then. Izuku. Done, and the port closed and Izuku undid the straps holding his head in place. Izuku. Now then, the new tool you will now have is called the Thief Detector Module, so if someone's looking at you, supposedly heroes, the device will now highlight them and their positions, even if they are behind 15 feet of concrete, to which Shigaraki smiles. Shigaraki. What can't you do? Izuku. Giving people quirks. Kurogiri. But in my opinion these cyberware can potentially be just as dangerous as a quirk if not more. They can't be suppressed, can't be stopped, and with the way you made them can't be hacked. Izuku. I make sure we don't want to get hacked. Last thing I want is a hero to look at things through my or his eyes. Shigaraki. Good, so the entrance exams for UA is coming up apparently. Izuku. I'm aware. Shigaraki. What are you going to do about it? He said. Izuku smiles. I'm not going to let them have the chance at recruiting more heroes, so I have this in hand. Soon a screen turns on showing a mech. Izuku. Say hello to the 0-pointer, a mech that is designed to be a surprise to those trying out. Basically the staff thought it would be a good idea to have them go against this thing. Not directly, but to avoid it, but since it's a walking weapon. Shigaraki. You designed something. Izuku. Let's call it the Neural Link Synthesizer. This device will allow me to have not only full control, but it will allow me to be the mech. Shigaraki. Oh, I heard of this, something from a game before the pre-quirk era, where a soldier can be linked in with a mech but they would have to manually pilot them. This is different. Izuku. Yeah, and when I take control, let's say I will try to ruin their reputation. Kurogiri. So you'll kill them. Izuku. Not exactly. More so the students that would pose a threat to your cause, which made him smile. AFO chuckles from hearing this. He knew he made the right choice in recruiting him. Kurogiri. There are many things in this world that is hard to come by, Midoriya, and that is trust and loyalty. Two things, traits that you have, and knowing what you told us now establish and confirms your loyalty to the League, which made Izuku cry seeing Shigaraki rolling his eyes. Shigaraki. No wonder you made these things waterproof. Izuku. Mainly if it rains. Shigaraki. You sure about that? Izuku. Pretty sniffs sure. Kurogiri. Alright then, I leave you be then. Izuku. Thank you, Kurogiri, and of course, we'll make sure that his fake society will fall. After all of the training and hard work, Izumi is now nervous for today as the entrance exams at UA. Getting ready for it, she already has messaged her friends that they will meet up at the front. Yagi. You ready? He said to her. Izumi. Yeah, just really nervous. That's all, looking at the time. Izumi. I'm going to go now, she said. Inko. Wait Izumi, she stops. Izumi. Yeah, looking at her mother who smiles. Inko. I'm really proud of you. I'm sure Izuku would be too, before waving at her, to which made her feel terrible. They don't know the truth of what went on for years, so she got out of there fast, basically running. Izumi. Shit, why does she say things like that? Feeling some tears coming down without her knowing. Izumi. I don't have the right to enter this place, but I'm doing it for him. And she continued to walk. She made her way through town and soon she was met with something surprising. There are others there. They seem like they're protesting, holding signs in the air saying, "Quirkless are human too," or "Stop the hate." Then at this moment she knew what was going on. 4. UA has officially banned Quirkless from attending. It was only 4 months ago she heard about her father talking with Eraserhead about this. He chose to have them banned. Izumi. She looks to see Shoka running towards her and the others following behind. Izumi. Shoka, she said. Shoka. Did you hear? UA has banned Quirkless from attending, she said in horror. Todoroki. We can't get in yet, but seeing this is insane, there are so many of them, looking at the crowd. Katsumi. Though Quirkless only made up about 10% of the world population, why the hell are there so many here? Izumi. Well, if you know your statistics, Japan has about 1% of the Quirkless here, making them the largest group in the world. Katsumi. Damn it, now Izuku can't attend now. Bakugo. It's what we have been doing for him, right? Even the damn school itself thinks they should stay away from this. Before he was slapped by Shoka. Shoka. Be quiet, Bakugo. This isn't something we have no control of. What we did was not more than evil. We now have to become for Izuku's sake. Todoroki. The whole world's against the Quirkless. Izumi was silent. She just started to walk past the crowd, seeing them looking at her with disgusted and hate. She couldn't blame them. Being banned from something. Because of something you can't control. This is going down to shit. Izumi was about to walk up the stairs until she trips. Izumi. Goddamn it. As she was about to use her quirk, she stopped falling. Good thing I got here. That could have been a nasty fall. She looks to the left to see a girl her age, her bob haircut with brown eyes and what seems to be a permanent pink blush on her face, smiling. Izumi. Thanks, she said to her. Don't worry about it. She extends her hand. I'm Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Now seeing her friends coming up. Bakugo. The fuck is wrong you, huh? Looking at Izumi. Izumi. Shut up. She shook Ochako's hand. Izumi. I'm Izumi Yagi. Right here is Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, and this is Katsuki and Katsumi. Bakugo. Katsumi. Hey, Shoka. Hi. Todoroki nods. Ochako. Nice to meet you all. I hope we'll see each other again soon. So I'll see you in the exams. She smiles and runs off, to which sent them shivers. Bakugo was sweaty as well, not because of her cute appearance, but because she reminded them of Izuku. Her mannerism to helping people so they think, and the fact she has a million-watt smile like him makes it creepy, almost as if Izuku died and was reborn as a girl. Shoka. Does she? Katsumi. Yeah. Seeing the crowd growing and the protesting becoming more intense, they went in quickly. Soon they went into the stage and took a seat next to each other, waiting for what seems like an eternity. Comes out the pro hero present mic. PM. Hey there everybody, can I get a hey? He yelled out, to which they silent until hey. They looked to the source to see Ochako all happy and excited for the test. PM. Thank you little listener, now I see you all have seen the small commotion outside, and they nodded. PM. But only because the recent rule off preventing Quirkless off attending here. Too. Some of them nodded in agreement, practically all of them, while some were confused and some even felt pity for the Quirkless. Soon the explanation of what they're going to do was simple. Seeing that they are going to take out big robots in a fake city seems simple enough. That was until some random guy wearing glasses was telling the hero about the lack of explanation of the zero-pointer. PM. Yes, I'm well aware. If you hadn't cut me off, I was just about to explain it, but I appreciate your taking this seriously. Then suddenly turns around. And you with the round-looking face. Pointing at the Uraraka girl from earlier. Ochako. Me. Pointing at herself. You have had the same expressionless face this whole time. If you are not going to take this seriously, then I suggest you would leave. To which Ochako was whimpering, seeing herself in the spotlight. Izumi then stood up. Izumi. Hey, she has a right to take the test like all of us, so why don't you sit your ass down and listen? She shouted, to which he was about to retaliate until Present Mike intervenes. PM. All right, enough. To which quiets the auditorium. PM. There we go. Now then I will continue. Ahem, the 0-pointer is what you guessed. How much points it's worth? Nothing. Could call it useless, but there's something about it that should give you to avoid it at all cost. Which now made everyone concerned. PM. All right then. Now you all have a designated area, so you may go to your area, and once you are done you may go on home. You will receive a note from us in the mail to tell you your results, to which everyone nods and continues down to the buses, still seeing the crowd screaming, and Izumi was hearing the conversation and comments from the others. God, what a bunch of losers. I know, it's just one school, there are other hero schools they can attend. They don't have a quirk, so what use will they be in the field? Nah, they'll get killed before they even set foot in here. They need to be put in their place. As if a quirkless could be a hero, how pathetic. They are living proof that evolution can go in reverse. So pointless, they are acting irrational. Leave it to the ones who have a quirk. To which these made Izumi upset, knowing her brother's quirkless status. She noticed that Ochako was sitting alone by herself. God, that girl was whimpering the whole time. Is her quirk even useful? I heard she can make things float with the touch of her hand. Pretty neat. You know, if she wasn't cute then I would just kick her off the bus. Bakugo. Shut the fuck up. Showing the sparks coming off his hand, making them be quiet. Katsumi. Sigh, annoyed now. Shoka. Is this going to end soon? Seeing the crowd still protesting, stood a figure from atop a building. Izuku. So, regardless, I wouldn't have made it in. What a bunch of hypocrites, he said, growling. He was tempted to just run in and slaughter the whole staff. But even he knows that his tech won't be enough to take them down. He wasn't strong enough, nor does he want his plan to go downward. Izuku. Just you wait, heroes. You will regret the day you reject us from your society. Looking at the protesters, seeing that they are quirkless like him as well. Izuku can relate. He was also pondering if he should take some in to give them cyberware. But at the same time he knows this power could corrupt the mind and maybe affect the psyche in a negative way. Izuku. Are you seeing this, Shigaraki? He said, talking into his comms. Shigaraki. Seeing. It's all over the news. Spreading like wildfire, but in a positive way. They think the quirkless are a liability and will get themselves killed, while some wanted them to join so they could be killed off. Izuku. Of course, but it will change when I will finally make my grand entrance, smiling. Shigaraki. Not until the actual classes start, but killing a few students won't delay the semester. Soon the bus stops at the fake city and they were in awe, seeing the large doors waiting for the test to begin. Izumi sees Ochako nervous, telling herself that everything will be okay. She was going towards her until a hand touched her shoulder. She sees it was the same boy that humiliated her. And what are you doing? Trying to sabotage the other's chance to enter. He said sternly. Izumi slaps his hand away. Fuck off, glasses. Soon he was shoved by Katsumi. Katsumi. She's trying to comfort her after you humiliated her, asshole. Soon Izumi approached Ochako and taps her shoulder, to which she jumps a little. Izumi. God, she reminds of Izuku too much. Ochako. Oh, hey Yagi. Izumi. Please, you can call me Izumi Uraraka. I noticed you look nervous, to which she nodded. Ochako. Yeah, I'm just being paranoid. But what if I don't make it? What if I fail my parents? And Izumi couldn't help but see Izuku saying these exact words. Izumi smiles. Hey, don't worry about it. Besides, everyone has a chance. I believe you can do it, so let's go and kick this test's ass, she said, giving her a thumbs up. Katsumi. Nice one, she said, noticing both Bakugo and the Todoroki twins aren't with them. Katsumi. Oh yeah, since both the fire and ice twins are recommended they don't have to take the test, but Bakugo is at a different city. Izumi. Right? Soon the doors open wide and they see the city in full view. All the while she sees Ochako rush in without a warning. What is she doing? She's cheating, that's what. The fuck is the Kirby wannabe trying to do? Pathetic. Soon the intercom turned on. PM. What are you doing? That girl has the right idea. There are no countdowns in real battles. Go, 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 go. He shouted and everyone ran in. And Izumi got ahead seeing the robots in front of her. She used her telekinesis on them, launching them into the buildings, all the while keeping OFA on hold. Flashback. Izumi. Okay dad, I did everything, what do I do now? Soon her father plucks a strand of hair. Yagi. Eat this, he said. Soon she deadpans. Izumi. What? Yagi. In order to have my quirk pass on, you must consume a piece of my DNA, that way it will pass into you. Izumi. You mean you can't just mix it with something to, I don't know, make sure I don't taste it? Yagi. It has to be a direct strand. Sorry honey, that's how it works. Soon she takes it, and with all her might swallows it very quickly, and she started to gag. Yagi. Did you choke on it? Asking her. Izumi was crying. No, what the fuck dad? What the hell is in your hair that makes it taste like a calcium pill dipped in chili? To which he was confused. Yagi. I don't know. Izumi. Okay now that's over, when will I be able to use it? Yagi. Well, you have to give it an hour, so hopefully it'll digest when you get in. Izumi. Okay. End flashback. Meanwhile in the observation room. Nezu. My this year's batch of newcomers seem promising. Midnight. Indeed they seem quite the mature bunch, licking her lips. Aizawa was silent, he didn't say anything, he just watched them bicker. Vlad King. Some use their quirks in many different ways. Powerloader. I see some use it for speed, seeing the boy running at high speeds. Nezu. And some use tactics, showing Ochako hiding, then using her quirk to levitate them and destroy them. Midnight. And some, pure strength, now showing both Katsumi and Bakugo destroying them with their explosions. Aizawa was observing Izumi's cam, seeing her quirk launching them into each other while she was focused on something else. Nezu then smiles. I think they should be up for the surprise HAHAHAHAHAHAHA, then he pushes a blue button. Izumi counted up to 30 points. Izumi. This hopefully should be enough, soon she sees Ochako. Ochako. Alright, 40 inches 40. Thinking seeing her taking them down with ease impressed her despite her quirk requiring her to be in close proximity. Soon she hears a loud bang causing the ground to shake. Izumi. What the hell? Soon the bang happened again. Katsumi. The fuck? Soon they see the others running away. Get away, run, save yourselves. Then they see what seems to be a giant mech that was taller than the buildings in the city. Izumi. The 0-pointer. She sees it firing its small missiles in the distance, then suddenly it hits the building above her, avoiding it, but before she could retreat she heard screaming. Ochako. Help me. She was shocked to see Ochako until a piece of rubble, and the 0-pointer turns away going after the others, until it starts to spark. Izumi. What the hell? In the observation room. Nezu. What's going on? Midnight. Is it malfunctioning? PM. Damn it, someone needs to go out there. Snipe. Damn it. In an undisclosed location. Izuku. Now then heroes. Let's see if you're strong enough to save your precious students. Now jacking into a port he then slumps against the wall and soon his eyes glowed. He now is in full control of the 0-pointer, looking around and he sees the other students trying to run away. Overriding the safety protocols he fires a missile at them. Almost hitting the target, it was destroyed by an explosion. He looks to the left and activates his scanner. Izuku. Katsumi, you bitch, he says calmly, staring right at her. She froze. Katsumi didn't know what to feel. She sees the missile going towards Izumi and the others and she destroys the missile. Feeling proud of herself, what she didn't expect was the 0-pointer staring right at her in the eyes. As if the mech was actually sentient and alive, she could feel the hate and anger being emitted even though it was a mech. Soon it reels its fist back before it tried to punch her, dodging barely. She could see it turning at high speeds and then it smacks her, causing her to crash into the building. Izumi. Katsumi. She yelled out, seeing the 0-pointer, then turns its head to her. Izumi. Is it alive? Shocked seeing the mech looking at her with malice. Ochako was also in fear, seeing this isn't how the other mechs acted like. Ochako. Leave me, Izumi, you need to get out of here. Izumi. I'm not leaving you here, she said to her. Ochako. Look at me, this rubble is too heavy to lift for me and also for you, you need to get out. Soon the 0-pointer lets out a raging shout which made even more concern. Aizawa. What the fuck is happening? Now seeing the mech is actually alive. Nezu was also speechless as well. Midnight. It's alive. Soon Aizawa and Snipe went out with Hisashi following. Aizawa. If those students die, I can't. No, I won't let them die. Not on my watch. Izumi then sees it drawing closer. She then stood up, now feeling something else. It wasn't her quirk. Soon green lightning started to come off her, then her eyes started to glow. She jumped up to it, to which she reeled her fist back. Izumi. Ha! And punches it, causing it to fall over, and soon the head off it pops off and the entire body explodes, to which Katsumi and Ochako could only watch in awe, seeing the power she possesses. Izuku. What is this? This isn't her quirk. Where did she get it from? Now frustrated seeing that the mech was destroyed but he was still in control of the head, he took a look and sees her falling. Izumi. Shit, I didn't plan for this. She saw her whole life flash, her past, her brother, her family, seeing everything that she had done wrong. But then she was slapped by Ochako, causing her to float just inches above the ground, and she deactivated her quirk and she hits the ground. Izumi. Thanks, to which Ochako gives a thumbs up before vomiting all over the ground. Izumi looks at the 0-pointer and sees it was still on. Izumi. Hey, you couldn't stand a chance, Clanker. She taunted it, but soon without her knowing. 0-pointer Izuku, and you are a fraud. Before it deactivates, which left her shocked. How did it? What just happened? Soon after the whole ordeal, Ochako was finally freed from the rubble, and was taken into care. Oh dear. Is there any major injuries I should know about, dearie? She looks at the small elder woman. Izumi. No. I should be fine, just tired, before she fell over, but Katsumi caught her. Katsumi. She's a stubborn mule. Could we be escorted to the nurses, please? Asking her. He. Of course. Soon the sound of metal slamming the ground was heard. Izuku. Fucking bitch, where did she get that quirk? And how? Is there some family I don't know about? Who could have given it to her? He stopped and he remembered something. All Might. It came to his mind that he has something to do with this. He could ask Sensei when he gets back, but right now he needs to delta the hell out of there. Izuku. Kurogiri. I need a portal at this location. Sending him coordinates, then a portal opens. He looks at the school one more time. Izuku. Just you wait, sister. You will see me soon, and he walks into it. After the exams, Izumi was laying in the hospital bed. Feeling the pain in her left arm, she looks over to see Katsumi and Ochako also in the beds as well. Chuckling to herself, she thought back when before the diagnoses Izumi would always admire Izuku's talent for analyzing and observing heroes' quirks, showing her their pros and cons. It really amazed her when she first saw it, but she can feel her guilt crawling up her back again. It was suffering for her, but she knew her brother suffered worse, from her and her friends. Hopefully she'll make in. Izumi. God, trying to get up now. Katsumi still had her eyes closed. Just shut the hell up and rest, Izumi, she said to her. Izumi. What happened to you? Concern. Katsumi. You may not have seen it, but that damn Wally basically bitch slapped me into the building like I didn't pose a threat to it. Izumi. And Azuraraka. Katsumi. She's only broke her leg, to which recovery girl healed fine. We just need some rest before we go home. She looked out the window to see the crowd wasn't there anymore. Izumi. Did the protesters leave? And she nodded. Katsumi. Yeah. Only because the police were now getting involved and seeing the quirkless were being treated less than a human. It's sick. Izumi. Like we're any better, Katsumi. Can't deny that. Fuck. Every day, Izumi, she said. Katsumi. Every day I can't stop thinking about him. Where he went. What happened? He just ups and disappears on us without a trace. Katsumi. I don't even remember what happened now, admitting it. Izumi. I know. My parents are taking it badly to this whole thing. We've all been in the fault of his disappearance. Katsumi. You know. Sometimes it doesn't even feel real. Like I'm just going to one day wake up and see his stupid grin again. Smiling softly. Katsumi. But it's all a fantasy. He most likely hates us to the core. Izumi. That would make sense. But this is my brother we're talking about. He will most likely have the heart to forgive us. And maybe, just maybe, we could go back to way things were. To the time when we all hanged out. Katsumi. I'm not up to the corny situations like this. But goddamn, I hope it would be like that. But unknown to them, Ochako woke up, but she kept her eyes closed, not wanting to interrupt them. But now she sees who they really are. Ochako. She has a brother. And he's missing. Thinking about it, is he older? Is he younger? And why do they feel at fault for him going missing? Then she heard them talk about the protesters. They also treated them like that. Her brother was quirkless as well. Ochako. Why are they trying to become heroes? What is their goal for this? And how does it tie to her brother? Now she heard Izumi's parents are also taking it hard from his disappearance. Ochako. Was he abused? Was he tormented by them? There is so much she wants to ask, but at the same time, restrained herself. From what she saw, she saved her life. But would she do the same if she was quirkless? And also encourage her? She didn't know. But she had a feeling her and the Bakugos are at fault for this. Izumi. Sometimes. I wish I could take it all back. The day when Shoto suggested that idea. I should have stopped him. Katsumi. Same here. Now this confirms it. They bullied her brother. They tormented him. And now because he went missing, now they regretted doing that to him. They're just trying to lie to themselves. She even bets that the parents also neglected him as well. How much did he have to endure? Only time will tell now if she ever finds him again. But now, she'll keep this to herself. Until it will be necessary to bring it up again. Izuku. Of all the things that I have to do. Of all the things to show my loyalty to you. And to prove myself that I am a good friend. You want me to steal a goddamn gaming console for you? He said, to which Shigaraki nods. Shigaraki. Only this once, Izuku. Right. And this only once only counts towards you. And not also Kurogiri, looking at him who just looks away. Kurogiri. I just needed some supplies. Izuku pinches his nose. All right then. Done, he said. Shigaraki. Really? That quick? Izuku. Yes. I just rerouted 2 packages that would contain your stuff, and it should be here in 2 days. Shigaraki. Yes, Izuku. You're welcome, Kurogiri. Much appreciated. AFO. Now then, Midoriya, please come here. Soon a portal opens and he walks through. Izuku. Yes, sensei. He bows. AFO. There's no need for formalities. I have a task for you, he said. Izuku. Of course. What's the job? AFO. In about 3 days there is a group of reporters going to UA and they will try to get in, and I'm sure you know what it's about. Izuku. The quirkless ban. AFO. Correct. What I need you to do is to infiltrate UA and steal files to its schedule to where they depart to a place called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Izuku. God, they just like to fuck with them, seeing that USJ can stand for something else. AFO. Indeed. But this is where your training comes in and your cyberware as well. You cannot make your presence known. To be precise. A cold-blooded snake. Make your way through one of the ventilation shafts. Proceed to the 4th floor, but be aware this is where the hero classes will partake. So pro heroes will be present. Do you have any objections? He said. Izuku. No sir. AFO. Good. Now then. There is one thing that's optional. In UA there is a student that goes by the name of Momo Yaoyorozu. Her quirk is creation. It allows her to create any type of item she wishes, but she must know its atomic structure. If you would acquire her blood, I believe it would prove useful for your research, he says, to which Izuku smiles insanely. Izuku. A quirk that could create anything. And the Yaoyorozu family is a bunch of corpo rats that will fuck anything that involves money and power. Yes. He may have some plans for a quirk like that. Izuku. 3 days correct? He said. AFO. Yes. But should you fail this task and be caught, it will be difficult to plan anything further. But I would suggest to go ballistic. And kill as many of them as possible. Izuku. I will not fail, sensei. AFO. I know you won't. Now go, I have some business to attend to. And the portal opens again and Izuku leaves. AFO. You are too valuable to lose, Izuku. I have faith that this will not fail. Chuckling now. Soon Izuku was listening to music. But the thing is, he was listening to music published during the pre-quirk era, a time before quirks even existed and could only ever be thought of in a dream or a show. Country may not be a popular genre, but Izuku heard about dark country too, in his opinion, is the true genre of country. Listening to these messages. But what he was doing was instilling some more cyberware. For example, cutting his throat open. And he installed a small module that would change the pitching in his tone of voice. Izuku. Whoa. I said I know. I used to walk down the very same road, singing some of the lyrics. Of course he knows them by heart. Izuku. Test 1 complete. Now then. On to the plan. He soon jacks into his computer. The best security can be broken. But sadly UA has no luxury. Placing all their budget in the fake city and the mechs. What a stupid plan to do. Even Shigaraki could just up and break through like an infant. Shigaraki. I heard that. Izuku. Now then, for the corpo girl. What to do with her? How to acquire blood? Pulling up a file off her now. Name. Momo Yaoyorozu. Age. 16. Quirk. Creation, affiliation. Yaoyorozu Corp. Threat level. Low, Izuku. Now then. Obviously class 1A will be the one she's in. He then closes it abruptly. Yes. Even if he's cybernetic, and he himself cut off both his arms and even drilled a hole in his head and pulled out his eyes, and his next project is replacing his lungs and blood vessels to increase his endurance and blood flow, making his stamina almost inhuman. He cannot still look at a girl's photo, let alone someone who is as beautiful as this. Izuku. The fuck is wrong with me? Sai guess things never change. Yet. And he then opens it back up, but this time only for Izumi's file to open. Name. Izumi Yagi. Age. 15. Quirk. Telekinesis. Affiliation. UA. Heroes. Threat level. Very high. Izuku. What? Seeing if scanner malfunctioned, he double-checks it, same result. Izuku. How can that be? Her telekinesis isn't that powerful, but then. That power she used to destroy the zero-pointer. He then pounds on the computer. Izuku. Sensei. He yells out, and in the bar Shigaraki. He's dead. Kurogiri. It was nice gear. Soon the portal opens and Izuku walks through. AFO. And why are you yelling? Izuku. I have an important question, he said, and then he explains the whole situation that happened at the entrance exams. Izuku. I was wondering if you know anything about this, and I know this is out of line and I haven't been able to prove myself yet, but it's still in my head, he said. AFO. Very well then. From what you told me, it seems your sister has a very powerful quirk. Izuku. What is it? He said. AFO. Your stepfather is Toshinori Yagi, correct? He said, and he nodded. AFO. Your stepfather. Is All Might the symbol of peace, to which time has stopped for Izuku. Izuku. Is it possible for a quirkless like me to be a hero? He heard his voice again. AM. I'm sorry young man, you cannot. AFO. And that quirk he has is one for all. A quirk that can be passed down to anyone. By only giving them their DNA. But of course that false hero could have given it to you. And yet despite all of this he gave it to your sister. The one who has tormented you your entire life. The one who drove you mad. Izuku stood there taking in all this information. His stepfather was his idol. He had a quirk that can be passed down to anyone he sees fit. And of all people. All people. It had to be that slut that he calls a sister. Izuku. Did my mother know? He asked him. AFO. It's highly likely. If he's able to give it to his daughter, then she must have known. And now this seals everything, again. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. And soon the portal opens and he leaves again. AFO. I must say. The willpower of this boy. His sister is done for. Soon Izuku enters the lab again, but this time he wasn't crying. All the tears he cried had long gone the pain of truth. He doesn't know how to deal with it. Nor does he know how the hell why did his father and mother kept this from him for all these years. It was pointless. It was useless. To dwell on it now, it was no use. Izuku. He. He soon grabs his head. Izuku. He. Ha 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 ha. Soon the cage has been broken and the inner evil comes out. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. For all these years this is what it's led to. How much does this world hate him? How much pain it causes not only for him, But for Shigaraki as well, he was a victim of the cruel things this world offers. Izuku. Shigaraki, he yelled out. Shigaraki. What is it, brat? Izuku. I have a new plan. Smiling widely. Kurogiri. Oh boy. Izuku grabs a small axe, and he swings it on his skins. Izuku. I have a new idea, seeing it bleeding now. Kurogiri. Great, now he's having a breakdown. It wasn't the truth that it was indeed rare for Kurogiri to be concerned for someone. He has his own problems. Shigaraki and, well, now Izuku as well. He keeps taking apart his body, cutting it off to replace it with metal, and with unimaginable tech he replaces everything that he would deem worthless. When he first saw him, he thought he would only last about a week or two at best. But now, after seeing him with his cyberware, it truly showed him how talented the boy is. And then came his mental health. Growing up from a place feeling abandoned, not having someone care or love him, he became desperate. Desperate to gain Sensei's trust and care, to a point it's starting to take a toll on his mind. Of course he's aware of his devotion. Of course he get orders even from him to have him rest. But it would prove useless. He mutters about going back to that hellhole or becoming someone useless to them. Shigaraki. Come on, kid. You need rest, and I don't want you to kill yourself. Izuku. I can't. I have a mission to infiltrate UA, steal files and blood from some chick. I need to do this. Kurogiri. Of course you do, Izuku. Yes, and in order to do this I cannot risk failing this. Shigaraki. Or, Izuku. I will kill everyone in UA. Or attempt to kill everyone in UA. Kurogiri. You know you can ask for help, he said. Izuku. But this is my task. And my task alone. I cannot have you bear my burdens. Shigaraki. You're a member of the League, and if it involves a job that affects it, then it affects all of us. Kurogiri. Tell us your plan. We can be helpful. Soon Izuku gives in and tells them about what his task from Sensei was. Shigaraki. So this chick can create anything, but it doesn't list a drawback. Izuku. That's the problem here. Damn corpo rat probably had her life served on some silver platter. Kurogiri. And for the mainframe you can already go through that. But the front gate. That is a different situation. You can just jump over. You must blend in with the crowd, however. Shigaraki was playing his game. Fine, Kurogiri. Their Shigaraki will use his quirk to destroy the gate and you will use the crowd to get in. Izuku. Okay. Quick recap. On the day the reporters will come, Shigaraki and I will blend into the crowd, and when time is right he will use his quirk. Once that's done he'll retreat from the area. Then I will make my way into the ventilation shaft and make it into the 4th floor. Once I'm there I will be going through the heroes' classes hall, which I must proceed with caution. Make into the security room where they keep the schedule. I will jack into their networks and download them. Send some coordinates for your extraction. But the optional objective. Soon Shigaraki pauses his game. Shigaraki. Optional? Izuku. I must get a sample of the corpo girl's blood, and that will prove difficult. Kurogiri. From what you told us she isn't in full training yet, and you have been training since then. Worst case scenario. As you make her look like a Jackson Pollock painting. Izuku. Right. Then since we have a full thought out plan, my next project. Shigaraki. Midoriya. Izuku. Is to get some rest, and soon he fell over but into a portal which led to his bed. Kurogiri. Good night, young Midoriya, and then closes it. Shigaraki. Well, goddamn. Kids already have a full plan. Now onto an ancient meme. He pulled out a 3DS playing Tomodachi Life. Kurogiri. Good night, young Tamura. Well, here she is right in front of the doors of Class 1A. The doors are pretty big. Izumi. Well, here we go. She opens the door to greeted by Bakugo and that boy who humiliated Ochako from before, arguing. Bakugo. And what fucking makes you better than me? Your language is the most vulgar thing that I've ever seen. How dare you talk to a proud student from Sakai Academy? Bakugo. Oh, so you're the one that would have a stick up your ass. I'm gonna fucking enjoy stepping over you like a pebble, you fucking bitch. Have you no shame? You would threaten to hurt your classmate? Izumi. God. Shoka. Tell me about it. Izumi. Bah. Shoka. Oh, sorry, Izumi. I just got here. Shoto. How long have they been at it? Katsumi came up. About 13 minutes, Ochako. Oh hey you guys. They turn around to see Ochako coming up to them. Katsumi. Oh hey Kirby. Ochako tilts her head. Kirby? Shoka. She likes giving nicknames. Shoto. Indeed, please don't take offense. Soon the glasses boy immediately goes up to Izumi. You there from before? Izumi. Great. And he sees her bow to her. Please allow me to apologize to you about the exams. You clearly knew about the hidden system behind it and you are clearly better than me in every way. Izumi. Oh. Well. Thank you. She smiles and he turns to Ochako. And I apologize to you as well. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable in any way possible or humiliate you. I'm sorry. Ochako. Oh. It's all right, you had every means to make sure those who take this course seriously get in, she said. Izumi. You know you're too nice for your own good. Katsumi elbows her. Izumi. Hey, and she mouths, like Izuku, shut up. Oh, I'm sorry, allow me to introduce myself, he bows. Lita. My name is Lita Tenya and I'm a student that came from Some Academy. My quirk is engines. They allow me to move very fast from an engine in my calves to move at high speeds. Izumi. Name's Izumi Yagi. Call me Yagi, she said rudely. Katsumi. Katsumi Bakugo. Just call me Katsumi when I'm with my idiot brother. Bakugo. Fuck you sis. Katsumi. What the fuck did you say you bitch? Then they went into an argument. Ochako. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you Tenya. I hope we can be good friends. Lita. Same to you Uraraka, shaking her hand. If you're here to make friends then leave. They turn suddenly to a moving yellow bean. It rolls over to reveal a face. Ochako. Was he there the whole time? Izumi. Dad has weird friends. Shoka. Oh, neat. Shoto. Is he an alien? Katsumi. The fuck? Bakugo. Was he fucking sleeping? Soon he got up and took off his sleeping bag. Aizawa. It took you 10 seconds to shut up. Needs work. He walks to his desk and pulled out goggles. Aizawa. I am your homeroom teacher Mr. Aizawa. Now get your training gear on and head out into the track field. Go. And then they all exit the room and got their track outfits on. Then they met up with Aizawa laying on the field. Aizawa. It took you 10 minutes. It's not hard to improve on garbage. Be quicker next time. Now then. We will be taking a quirk assessment test to see how well you can use your quirk. Ochako raised her hand. Mr. Aizawa. Sorry, but what about orientation? She asked. Aizawa. We can't waste any time for that kid. If you're training to become heroes we'll need all the time we need. Otherwise it's pointless. He looks at Izumi. Aizawa. Yagi, you gotten the most points in the entrance exams. Come over here and stand in the circle, and she did. Aizawa gives her a ball. Now what was your record back at Aldera? He asked her. Izumi. Well, about 20 meters. Aizawa. Now throw it but use your quirk this time. Soon she gathered her energy, and throws the ball 659 meters. Aizawa. You see when you use your quirk you'll see how much a difference it makes. That's what we'll be doing today. Then out of nowhere a girl with pink jumps in excitement. Man, this will be so much fun. Then it struck a nerve in Aizawa. Aizawa. Fun, 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 he said, making them cower in fear. Even Shoto and Bakugo was nervous. Aizawa. You think something as serious as this is fun? Fine. We'll make something fun. If any of you manage to get last place in this test, not only will you have embarrassed yourself, you be expelled period. To some are about to protest. Katsumi. Are you fucking kidding? That's not fair. She shouted. Aizawa. Fair, fair you say. What about disasters, ambush attacks, villains attacks, and also the treatment of quirkless that have been forbidden to come here? You would dare to tell me what's fair or unfair? He said. Aizawa. Well, he said. Katsumi wanted to say more, but she didn't want to dig her grave even further and stayed quiet. Aizawa. We'll begin now. Speed test. See how fast you can go across 50 meters with your quirk. Soon Izumi used her quirk racing Shoka and they both got a tie at 4 seconds. The one who got first was Lita, getting a whopping 3.5 seconds. Soon it was the jump test to see how far one could jump. While it was easy for Izumi, she jumped across fine, and Ochako as well with her friends, but a girl with a frog-like quirk jumped the whole way effortlessly. Then came the stamina test, to which tortured them. Even Lita, who was literal engines in his legs, doesn't have the stamina to keep going. All but one girl with a black ponytail who created a scooter that would allow her to go forever. Although Izumi didn't give up, and got second. Finally the ball test. Aizawa. Uraraka, you're next. And she was nervous. As she was about to throw, it only went about 7 meters. Ochako. What? Shocked, she looks at Aizawa and sees. Aizawa. I know you have been trying your best, but throwing up every time won't get you anywhere. Control it. And soon she focuses and breaths. Izumi. Come on, Uraraka. You can do this. Then she throws it, and it went straight up into the sky. Everyone. Infinity. Seeing the number come up. Ochako. Mr. Aizawa. He looks at her, all green but still standing. Ochako. I can still move, she said, smiling. Aizawa. This kid, smiling. Izumi. She's really like him. Shoto. Is she secretly Midoriya? Theorizing now. Soon the results came in. Izumi and her friends were the top 4, with a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu being 5th, but everyone wanted to know who was last, and they saw Ochako Uraraka. She was saddened and shocked seeing her name. She was last. She stood there defeated. Izumi knows an expression like that all too well. Along with the others, they could only see Izuku, standing there after another beatdown or verbal bombing, or both. They couldn't help but stand there and watch. Aizawa then walks up to her. Aizawa. I see that you're last, Uraraka, he said to her, and she nodded, still silent. Lita. This is outrageous, you can't just. Before he was stopped by the pink girl. Aizawa. Well then, you need to keep trying then. She looked up to him. Ochako. What? Aizawa. You need to keep trying, otherwise you won't grow. Now that you know your limits, improve them, he said and smiled. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought everyone knew it was a ruse. Soon Aizawa turns towards the ponytailed girl. Aizawa. And you think I was lying? I expelled last year's batch because they don't have potential, so watch what you say. And she stood there shocked, realizing he wasn't lying. Aizawa looks to the left and sees that idiot hiding in the bushes. That girl reminds me of Izuku, he said. Soon everyone was done and headed back to the classroom, and they had the rest of the day to chat. Hello there. Uraraka looks up to see the ponytailed girl from before. Ochako. Oh hi, Momo. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I wanted to greet you to tell you good job on the ball throw, she said. Ochako. Oh, thank you. Soon another boy came up. Kirishima. Hey space girl, you were so awesome throwing that ball. It was literally out of this world, he said, and the frog girl came up as well. Suyu. My name is Asui Suyu, but call me Su. I see your quirk can nullify the gravity on items. It's very well versatile. Izumi watched from the sidelines smiling. Then she began to think. This could have been her brother. He should have been the making friends as well. And Ochako reminds her so much of him. It's scary. Bakugo. Thinking about round face. She looks at him. Bakugo. I know you think of Deku when you see her. Katsumi. It's scary on how much she's like her, from her will. Shoka. All the way down to her nervousness. Izumi. I wonder if this is what he would have been like if he was here. Shoto. I think that's what would have happened. Shoka. Yeah. Katsumi. You said it. Then in the corner of her eye she sees a little purple midget sneaking under the desks. Izumi didn't notice that he was under her, and he tried to take a peek up her skirt, but it was soon cut short by Shoto. Shoto. What are you doing? He said. I was. Katsumi. Being a perverted bastard. I swear it's like UA has no standards. Shoka then freezes him and pushes him away. 2 days later. Izumi and the other are waiting in their seats, wondering what today's lesson will be about. That is until the door breaks. Aha, I am here. He yelled out. Kirishima. Oh man, it's All Might. Kaminari. The symbol of peace is going to teach us. Mina. This is going to be awesome. Momo. The symbol of peace. Izumi. Oh, Dad's teaching. Shoka. Oh my, the symbol of peace. Yes, young ones, you will be trained by me. He said. Today in this lesson you will be going through a joint training session of villains versus heroes. This will determine how well you do with teamwork. and also the usage of your quirk. How these teams are going to be picked out is completely random. Lita, excuse me All Might, but how can that be logical? Well, when you're in the line of work, you always will never have the luxury of choosing your partners, so you must be able to cooperate well with whoever's there. Lita, makes sense, thank you for the explanation. Now then, you all have made an order for your hero costume. They will be in this suitcase and you will get ready and meet me out in about 15 minutes, and away I go. Running out the door, Izumi hid her face. Izumi, why do you do this? Soon they all got ready in their outfits and headed out. If I could say that the outfit makes the hero. Then you all pass, giving them a thumbs up. Where is young Uraraka? He asked them. Izumi, oh, she's getting changed right now. Ochako, I'm here. They looked to the entrance and saw her outfit. It was a black and pink skin-tight suit, but she had a helmet and there was straps covering parts off her arm and some braces as well covering her joints. Izumi, wow, you look awesome Uraraka, to which she blushes. Ochako, well, I always had a design on plan, but the skin suit is a little revealing, but then she saw Momo's outfit. Ochako, never mind, I stand corrected. Shoka, yeah. Alright then, you will be picked in teams, so here are the rules. Heroes, you must find the bomb that has been planted in this building. If one of you manage to make contact with it, you win, or you can try to restrain or capture the villains. Villains, your main objective is to protect the bomb with your life, and if the timer runs out, you win. Or like the heroes, you can capture them, and of course this is a training exercise, so don't kill anyone, or severely injure anyone, otherwise you will be disqualified and will automatically fail the test. Izumi, seems simple. Perfect. Now then, I will draw my card. He then pull out 2 names. Hero Team A is Ochako Uraraka and Izumi Yagi. He said. Izumi, random my ass, she thought. Ochako, oh, guess we're partners. Izumi, now villains. Katsumi Bakugo and Lita Tenya. And they also formed as well. Heroes, please stand at the front entrance, and villains, you have 10 minutes to make up a plan. So go. And they went in. Izumi, okay Uraraka, so knowing Katsumi, she's the most strategic one and Tenya can be a problem with him quirk, so, have any ideas? She asked her. Ochako, oh I really don't know, what is Katsumi's quirk? Izumi, it's the same as her brother. Ochako, oh okay, then you can use telekinesis, so could you be able to lift Tenya towards me? Izumi, towards you, why? Ochako, because I know you have a limit, but if I were to use it on him, then he'll be captured. For Katsumi, you could also try to make some dust by having her blow up something, so when the dust fills the air. Izumi, then she won't be able to use her quirk. Uraraka, you're a genius. She said. Ochako, it was nothing. Heroes may now enter. 10 minutes later. The battle was pretty anticlimactic as expected. The plan Ochako thought off worked and a pissed off Katsumi stomped away knowing she'd been beat. Lita praised them for their planning. So can anyone tell me WHO was the MVP? Then Momo raised her hand. Yes, Momo. It was Uraraka. She has came up with a simple plan to counteract both off the villain team's quirk and soon managed to not only take the bomb but also capture the villains as well. Yes, that's correct. Ochako. But it was also Izumi that helped me as well. I wouldn't have done it without her. Izumi. No, you deserve the praise. Izuku. She covered mouth in shock. Ochako. Izuku. Mina. Who's that? A lover. Momo. Is he another friend of yours? She asked her. Bakugo stepped in. Oi, you guys stop pestering her about it. Shoka. Please leave it be. Katsumi. Enough guys. Lita. Well then, my apologies about our behavior. Izumi. Mina. Yeah, sorry. Kirishima. Sorry about that, man. Was shocked as well. She really did remind her of Izuku. Maybe she should invite her for dinner. Izumi. I'm sorry Uraraka. Ochako. Don't worry about it. She smiles, which doesn't help her at all. Soon after all of the battles they headed back to the classes and saw Aizawa sleeping. Aizawa. For the rest of the day you may choose who is going to be your class president and vice president, so hurry it up, and went back to sleep. Lita. All right, I say we do this by vote, to which then most of them voted for themselves but some actually voted for someone. Ochako 6. Momo 4. Ochako. Me. You want me to be your president. Izumi. It's alright if you don't want to. Ochako. I really don't think I'm up for this, but I could help as a vice president. Yaoyorozu, would you mind switching places with me? She asked her. Momo. Of course Uraraka, it would be my honor, and she was now officially the president of Class 1A. Soon the bell rings and the time for lunch has came. Soon everyone sat in different groups, Izumi with her friends and new friends from class. Shoka and Shoto had some as well, but to her surprise Ochako was sitting alone in the corner, eating by herself. Izumi. Hey. She nudges Katsumi, who looks and sees what she meant. They both understood what to do and they got up from their seats and went to sit with Uraraka. Izumi. Can we sit here, Uraraka? She asked her. Ochako. Oh, yeah sure. She said, and they sat down. Katsumi. Man, I'm still pretty pissed about that fight. It was anticlimactic, but I will say that was a badass plan, Kirby. Ochako. Thank you, Katsumi. Izumi. We made a pretty good team, right, Ochako? Ochako. Hey Izumi, do you mind if I asked you a question? She asked her. Izumi. Sure. Ochako. I don't want to sound rude or mean, but who is Izuku? She asked her. Izumi was thinking about it for a moment. She looks at Katsumi and she thinks she's owed an answer. Izumi. He was my brother, she said. Ochako. Oh, I didn't know you had a sibling. I wish I had one. Being a single child isn't easy. Izumi. Yeah, he was a good brother. Ochako. Oh no. What happened to him? Worried now. Katsumi. Some things happened, and it went out of control, and one day, he disappeared, missing, no trace, nothing, as if he never existed in the first place. Ochako. I'm so sorry, I knew it. Izumi. Don't worry about it, it's not your problem. Actually the only reason why I came to UA was to be a hero with him, with all office, but he's gone and either way he still wouldn't have been able to go. Ochako. What do you mean? Izumi. Izuku, he was quirkless. Ochako. That must have been hard for him. Katsumi. It was. Soon another girl came up to them but she had earphone jacks for ears. Jiro. Hey, could I sit here? Ochako. Oh sure, and she thanked her. Jiro. I'm Kyoka Jiro, she said, and they also introduced themselves as well. They carried on the conversation involving Izuku and how much he wanted to be a hero. All the while they left out the crucial detail on who was the main abusers, and they were sitting in front of them. Ochako. Giggles. He really seems like the kind person, I wish I could meet him. Jiro. This guy, wanted to do what? Izumi. He had this notebook called issue number 13, and he theorized that he could replace certain organs or limbs with these tech he calls Cyberware, and he already had all the designs ready to use. Jiro. That sounds awesome. What was one of the designs? She asked her. Izumi. One of them was called Mantis Blades. They were blades that folded and hid in the forearms of the user and it could cut through anything. It was amazing, really. Katsumi. But also disturbing. Ochako. How so? Izumi. You see, he wanted to experiment on himself, like he was so desperate to become a hero. Katsumi. That he would have literally ripped his limbs to do it, which shocked them. Jiro. Holy shit, as crazy as it sounds, there's no way he could have done it, not without help. Ochako. Yeah, he really wanted to be a hero, sad now. Izumi. Yeah, but in my spare time I try to walk around and I try to search for him, even though both heroes and police called it off. Jiro. That's admirable. Katsumi. Yeah, and of course there was also time WH, but soon she was cut off by the sound of an alarm. Warning, level 3 breach at front gate. Warning, level 3 breach at front gate. What was going on? As soon as the press has came up to the front gates, soon the crowd was getting bigger, shouting question to them, some asking about All Might teaching there and the other is about the quirkless being banned, and then both Izuku and Shigaraki came up to the gate in disguise. Shigaraki decayed the lock and soon the reporters started to charge in and Shigaraki ducks, keeping out of sights, and he gets out of there. Shigaraki. Good luck, and Izuku walked in slowly. He made his way to the front doors, but soon he immediately makes it to the air vents that are beside the building. Soon Izuku rips the grate off and crawls in. Izuku. I'm in, he said. Kurogiri. Good, now there should be another fork in the shaft. Go to the one that breaks left, it should be the one that'll lead you to the third floor. And he slowly makes his way, trying not to make a sound at all. Izuku was hearing chattering. He must be above the cafeteria, and then he sees her, his sister, and who appears to be new minions at a table. He then scans them for later, but right now he has a tight window. But he also saw his optional target sitting with both Shoka and Shoto Todoroki. He kept everything in. Kurogiri. The mission Izuku. And he continues on. Soon he can see a dead end coming up, mostly from the fan that's moving at a high speed. Sure, he can break it, but it would cause some suspicion. Kurogiri. Take the ventilation opening that will lead into the bathrooms. It should keep you hidden well. And Izuku makes his way to it. Soon he ends up in the restrooms. He can hear some chattering, but he also looks that the boys aren't leaving anytime soon. He makes another turn and ends up in the girls' bathroom. Dropping down carefully, he had his shades, face mask, and cap on with an attached camera. He walks out and heads to the stairway. Running up, and he sees cameras. He puts it on assist mode, so now it will highlight anyone that is nearby. Kurogiri. You're now on the 4th floor. This corridor is what leads to the hero classes, so proceed with caution. And now he makes crouches and slowly makes it across, only to hear a door open from one of the classrooms. Panicking, he immediately runs behind a corridor and he scans. Name: Shota Aizawa, Eraserhead. Age: 30. Quirk: Quirk Erase. Status: Pro Hero. Affiliation: Pro Heroes, UA. Threat level: High. Soon he waits until he moves away from the door, scanning, and soon he went into the teacher's lounge. Now making his move, he manages to make it to the door leading into the security rooms. Izuku. I'm here. He soon then grips the door and then forcefully opens it with ease. Kurogiri. Now look for the terminal that connects to their networks, otherwise it should also be on file. Maybe in one of those file cabinets. Soon Izuku pulled out the wire from his wrist and connects to the network, and as he predicted, he bypassed it easily. Soon he started to download the files. And it also showed all of the future events and even what they plan to teach them. Poor security is their biggest mistake ever. Once he was done, he disconnected and soon he left the room. Izuku. Got it, Kurogiri. He said to him. Kurogiri. Good, but what about your optional objective? Meaning the corpo girl. Izuku. I have a plan. Soon he sees one of the girls going into the bathroom, a pink-skinned girl. Izuku. And I have a new one now. He walks into the bathroom to see her washing her hands. Mina. Stupid perverted bastard, who does he think he is? Hope Yaomomo will give him a good punishment. Soon Izuku listened to the way she talks, her tone of voice, the patterns, mannerism, and of course, pitch. Soon she left and then he connected to the main lines and then saw Momo Yaoyorozu's phone and he dialed her. Momo. Hello. And then Izuku spoke. Mina. Izuku. Hey Yaomomo, could you come help me here at the bathrooms? Momo. Any particular reason? Mina. Izuku. I have something that you would want to know, please Yaomomo. Just this once. Making a begging voice. Momo. Sigh, fine, hold on. And soon ended the call. Izuku. Bingo, he said. Kurogiri. Good, now she can't see you at all, so he went into one of the stalls and stood on the toilet and waited for her. Momo. Ashido, are you in here? Hearing her enter. Mina. Izuku. I'm in a stall Yaomomo. Momo. Okay, what is this thing you wanted to talk to me about? Shit, he didn't think this through. Mina. Izuku. You know, I heard a rumor going on about lately. Momo. Really? About what exactly? Then Izuku thought about it. He realized he could just start some conflict. Mina. Izuku. I heard that Izumi has a brother, but he ran away because he was abused. Momo. Ashido, it is not wise to assume that one of our classmates would do that. Why do you think it's true? And does she really have a brother? She asked. Mina. Izuku. I heard it from someone in our class, but I won't give a name. Momo. That doesn't make sense. If it happened, doesn't UA do background checks for these type of things? She said. Mina. Izuku. It's only into their middle school, not the whole childhood. Momo. I see, then maybe I will confront Izumi herself about this, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. Mina Izuku, you don't need to worry about that Yaomomo. I'm sure it's just a rumor. Soon he sees through the door that she was looking at the door. Slowly he opens the door. Momo. I see, well, rumors can be very misleading, so I hope it isn't true. Izuku then comes up behind her. Mina Izuku, don't worry. I think it's very true. Then using the gorilla fist he chops the back of her neck, knocking her out. Soon he brought out a syringe and began to draw blood to make sure no one was going to come through. He leans her against the door. Soon he finished and then made his escape through the vents. Kurogiri. Did you get it? Izuku. A pint. Then Shigaraki was heard laughing. Shigaraki. Hell yeah, now that's how you do it. Kurogiri. Good, now head to the designated coordinates. Don't want to accidentally set off an alarm. Soon Izuku backtracked his way, but he saw Izumi with a girl who had earphones for ears. Again he was intrigued. He wondered and then scanned her. Shit, she has enhanced hearing, so any type of sound he makes she'll hear it, but he wonders and scans her. Sonic shock. And he smiles. Now he activates it. Jiro. If you brother is out there then maybe we'll. Then suddenly she heard ringing. She kneeled over in pain. Izumi. Jiro. She went up to her, seeing her in pain. Izuku used this opportunity to leave now, and once he makes it out of the vent he sees the pro heroes at the fronts. Izuku. Kurogiri, the heroes are occupying the front entrance. I can't get out, he said. Kurogiri. Head to the side entrance. There is a parking lot that has little to no witnesses. If you can make it there then hopefully you won't get caught. Izuku. Just in case, I'm sending the data to Shigaraki since he's out. I'll find a way out, can't risk you getting compromised. Kurogiri. Alright then, message me when you make it to the extraction point. Then he gets off. Soon Izuku starts to make his way through the buildings, hearing the classes that is going on. He finally makes it to the back entrance. Going through, he sees an opening and runs through it, making it. Once he was out he sprinted, and with the recently installed bio lungs and blood vessels he can run twice as long and twice as fast. Soon he made to the extraction point and messaged Kurogiri, then a portal appeared and he walks through. Izuku. Mission complete. He fist bumped Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Congratulations, he said. Kurogiri. Good job, Midoriya, and then Izuku brought out the bottle and placed it on the counter. Shigaraki. And you completed the side quest. Sniff, I could almost cry. Kurogiri. Great work. AFO. Good work, young Izuku, you have retrieved the data in and out like a ghost. No one suspected a thing. And to top it off you managed to get not just a sample but a pint of the Yaoyorozu girl. You may celebrate for today. Right now I have some other preparations. Izuku. I'm sending you the deets, sensei. Then Shigaraki sends him the schedules. AFO. Very impressive indeed. Then the TV turns off. Kurogiri. Here, then he pours some shots. Izuku. What's this? Shigaraki took the shot. Cough, damn tequila. Izuku then drinks it, but due to his body being heavily altered, he didn't feel anything from it. Kurogiri. Now then, what are you going to do with the blood? Asking him. Izuku. I already have a schematic in progress, and it will be one of the more complicated works I've been designing. Shigaraki. I bet. Izuku. Alright then, I'm off to the lab. Get this stored and processed, then get some ZZs after that. Kurogiri. Very well then. Shigaraki. Hey brat, when will the chip be ready? He asked. Izuku. I already have it in the testing stages. If it goes well then hopefully it will be tomorrow, otherwise next week. Shigaraki. Very well. Well, enjoy your first success, kid, and he waves him off. To say Aizawa was pissed was an understatement. Because not only have reporters broken through the gates, they found Yaoyorozu unconscious in the restrooms, and Jiro, another of his students, couldn't hear for the next hour. Something happened then. The security room was broken into. The door ripped off and then they found nothing was tampered at all. No files were stolen. This person had a strength-based quirk. And of course it doesn't get any stranger than this. They found out that blood had been drawn from Yaoyorozu. A pint, which seems to be the case. Of course they checked the footage but only find out that the figure was nothing but static. In all of the footage it was scrambled beyond recognition. Could this person have multiple quirks? The others couldn't figure it out as well, and to make this all the more frustrating than it needs to be, once Yaoyorozu woke up she claimed that she was talking to Mina Ashido, another student of his, but she was down in the cafeteria. So not only does this person have a deadly strength quirk, he could also scramble tech or security footage and also mimic other people's voices. This was the whole package and he can't figure it out. Even Nezu doesn't know what it is. If this guy had multiple quirks, then the sensors should have sounded off, but it didn't. Aizawa told Yagi about it and he doesn't know what to think. Inko. I don't know, Aizawa, is it possible to have more than one quirk? Aizawa. If it's a quirk then the sensors would have sounded odd. Inko. But it didn't. Aizawa. No, it didn't. Aizawa. So this is a great start to the school year. Sarcastic about it. Yagi. Your students did great during the team battles. Aizawa. And so I heard. Yagi. Listen, I have a weird request. Aizawa. If it's to ask Emi if she can try to make you laugh, then I don't think that. Yagi. No. Not any of that, but want to ask you if that Ochako Uraraka girl could come over. He said. Aizawa. Why ask me? Why not your daughter? Yagi. Well, because she will be out with her other friends. Aizawa scoffs. Fine, but you owe me for this, he said. The walks out of there. The hell, why do they want to meet her? Izumi heard about the commotion about Yaoyorozu being found knocked out in the bathrooms. Of course the first assumption was someone took advantage of her. But that wasn't the case, and they found out that about 1 pint of blood has been taken. Which made them question even more now, and of course there was Jiro, who ended up losing her hearing for 1 hour until it came back. Of course it was the scariest moment in her life, and soon once Momo came she claims that she was talking to Mina Ashido, who called her to the restroom to talk to her. Of course Ashido didn't remember anything about talking to her, nor did she ask her to come to the bathroom. Aizawa. Do remember what this person said to you? He asked her. Momo. Whoever it was asked me if I knew about a rumor that was going on. Aizawa. A rumor, Momo. I don't think it's true as well, but this person told me that Izumi and some friends had abused her brother. Does she have one? And Aizawa stays silent for a moment. Aizawa. Yes, she did, until he went missing 10 months ago. Momo. Oh no, was there any leads? She asked him and he shook his head. Aizawa. As if he never existed. And now about the abusing part, you're saying Izumi and her friends are involved. Momo. That's what the person who pretended to be Mina said. Aizawa. Alright then, I'm gonna have to question them later, but for now I have one more question. Why do you think they wanted your blood? And she paled from hearing this. She forgot they took a pint of blood from her. Momo. I don't know, all I know is that I could be about my quirk, her creation quirk. Very powerful, but the drawback made sense, but it's not really much, but whatever the purpose was, it's not good. Izuku. Okay, now then, he walks back to the DNA extractor showing the quirk DNA of the Corpo girls, he then took it out of the processor. Izuku. Now then, let's program it to design this particular thing, and then suddenly he puts the small core into the device he made. Izuku. Alright, hey. Now then, initiating test 1. Soon his forearm opens and a small barrel pops up, then it fires a small projectile and then explodes. Izuku. Alright now. Reload, and soon, there was an X-ray. The small core had glowed purple and then another small explosive round had formed and Izuku celebrated. Izuku. Yes. He cheered. He now has a projectile launch system. A device that would launch explosive rounds wherever he fires it, and then it will reload itself, but it will take 5 seconds. A mere amount of time in battle, but it will be useful. Prepare heroes, for he grows stronger each day. Izuku woke up in nothing but black. He was seeing odd surroundings. They looked almost like code and numbers, making up the structures. Izuku. What is this? He said to himself, his voice echoing in the void. Is he not dreaming? Is he technically in this world? Please stop. He hears a kid's voice. Izuku. What? Please stop. I won't forgive you. He then sees the red figures of the kid. He gets closer, then he realizes it's him, when he was a child. Young Izuku. Please, Zumi. Kachans. Please don't hurt her anymore. I won't forgive you. He yelled out, but instead of hearing his tormentors he heard nothing but static. A bunch of voices clumped together making no sense at all, but he looks behind him and sees a blue figure. Scanning her, nothing came up. Name. Age. Approximately 4 to 5 years. Status. Unknown. Quirk. Affiliation. Memories. Threat level. Izuku. What? Who is this girl? Seeing the status coming up with nothing. He then realizes it's not rendering because it's only through his mind and memories. He had no clue who the kid was or why he was seeing her. But he noticed something about her. She was highlighted blue. And it would seem his scanner is identifying her as an ally, a partner, to where she could be trusted. Soon she got up and ran. As expected, he thought she got away to avoid being around a quirkless, but to his surprise she hid behind a tree that was nearby, and he could see himself being pushed down and beaten by some unknown force. Obviously it was those fuckers, but he then notices some codes appearing above the girl. He scans them and tried to decipher them. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. They aren't heroes. I wish I could protect you. You are my hero. To which stuns him. This girl sees him as a hero, but he's not a hero. Not anymore. He's lost everything and became a victim to this fake world. But he will fix it, to where people like him or her could live safely, to be safe from all the cruel things the world treats quirkless and those with weak quirks. Izuku went up to himself and touched his head. Izuku. We deserved more. No one should ever go through this, he said solemnly, and he looks at the girl. Izuku. I swear to you, whoever you are, I will flush out the corruption in this world, and I will fix it to protect us, to protect anyone from ever having to experience this pain. Soon everything started to fade away, all until he sees her, his sister. Izumi. You will never be a hero, brother, you will never be one. Then his parents. Inko. We left you alone, Izuku, I'm sorry. Yagi. You are not worthy of my quirk. Then all of a sudden he was pulled away to see Shigaraki. Shigaraki. You are a member of this team, a trusted member, ally and friend. If you need help we will be there for you, he said, and then it broke away into a scene where a large pyramid is sitting. Walking up slowly he makes his way to the top. He sees nothing but, he sees a digital version of himself, but it was black and corrupted. Izuku. And you're my evil side, he said. Izuku. No, I am the hate you keep away in your heart. It said to him, and he knew of this, it was pointless. Izuku. Then you already know what I'm going to say, correct? And it nods. Izuku. My hate for this hero world is what keeps us from who could truly be, being pushed aside, becoming outcasted by the world, not caring if we die or even become killed in a villain attack. The world leaves us to die and rot while they feed themselves and bask in our fear and blood. Izuku. You must kill them all. Soon it disappears and then it surrounds him. He can feel all the hatred that he's been keeping away from the day his sister, no, the world have been treating him. He feels it all, the hate, the anger, the sadness, and the desire to burn it all down. He will make sure this world will remember for who he is and for what he is. He will be known as Izuku, the man who burned the hero world. He will never fade away. He will be the fear that will linger in both heroes and villains to know that messing with someone who has nothing left to lose is a very true statement. And for Shigaraki, he is another victim. He will save them all. Then his mind transfers back to the girl. If she is still alive, maybe, just maybe, they will meet again. Soon. He woke up. Sitting up he realizes he's been sleeping longer than usual, most likely the toll of working non-stop. Once he gets ready, he is soon met with Shigaraki talking over a phone. Shigaraki. Yes, I'm aware of the risk. Of course, the Nomu is ready, it's a matter of when we'll strike. PSSH, and you think I'm that stupid to just trade him? No. He's a part of this team. You are worth nothing to him. Get them all suited up and ready, for we will strike tomorrow, and then hangs up. Shigaraki. Hey you're finally awake, he said. Izuku. Sigh. Shigaraki. Caught you sleeping by the lab, you and Kurogiri here. Izuku. So, what's going on? Shigaraki. A real mission. Tomorrow we will strike at UA, which woke up Izuku. Izuku. It's only been a day since my mission, you have it planned out. Shigaraki. We do. Tomorrow at about 9:30 a.m. the students will arrive at USJ, but not only us, our contact from outside set us up with about 100 or so extra pawns. Izuku. So, hired mercs. He said. Kurogiri. No. Just common thugs and the occasional murderer who have some sort of bloodlust when they realizes they are killing kids. Izuku. Great, so, what's the plan for them? Have us lead them in groups. Shigaraki. No. Like chained dogs they will be distributed throughout the building and Kurogiri will separate the students from the teachers. And as for you, you may scan them to see if any of them catches your eye, or kill one of those tormentors. Izuku. Anything else? Shigaraki. The main reason we're going there is to kill All Might himself. And Izuku was a little surprised knowing he is the symbol of peace. He won't be an easy target to take down. Izuku. And do you have a plan to counter his strength? He said, and soon Shigaraki smiles and presses a button on his switch. Soon he gives it to him and he sees a creature in some test tubes chained up and had features similar to a human, but it also had wide eyes, a beak, and the brain was exposed as well. Shigaraki. Say hello to Project Nomu. It has been in development far before you joined. It's a bio-weapon Sensei's doc had engineered by injecting multiple quirks in an individual, and voila, you have what you see here. It's been tested already and proven to be as strong as All Might himself. Izuku was impressed seeing this creature being on par with his stepfather, and false idol. He couldn't help but smile as well, but then he thought of something that could also bring this whole thing to the next level. Izuku. Shigaraki. Remember I told you about the neural links that we could have with the mechs? Would you mind if I were to insert a sensory node into the base off the spine connecting to the brain? He asked him. Shigaraki. You need to have that go through with both Sensei and the doc. Soon the TV turns on. AFO. I know what you want to do, young Izuku. And I approve of it. My approval is more worth than the doctor, so you may do what you want, and he smiles and bows again. Izuku. Once more I thank you, Sensei, for this. Soon a portal opens and he and Shigaraki enter to the Nomu room. He looks at the beast closely, and noticed that the brain was exposed way more than he saw in the switch. Izuku. Are you not worried about the brain being exposed? Worry not. This Nomu has a quirk that allows it to restore and regenerate back limbs, even the brain. He turns to see the doctor and he was surprised. Izuku. You? Soon the doctor nods at him. Doctor. Nice to see you again, young Midoriya. It has been too long. Seeing the same doctor who diagnosed him as quirkless, but he was shorter this time. Izuku. I don't blame you for anything, doc. I was only ashamed of myself and the way I was born. You were just doing your job. The doctor nods. Doctor. I appreciate it, really, and I've heard Sensei allowed you to conduct a small project on our Nomu. I will allow it as well, even my opinion doesn't matter, but for now I will leave you to it, and he leaves. Shigaraki. So what are you going to do? And Izuku pulls out a neural conductor. Izuku. I need to install this into the Nomu's spine connecting to the brain. That way if it were in any type of trouble moving, then we could use a biosync optimizer to link ourselves to it so we could control the Nomu itself like we were it. Shigaraki. Some Frankenstein shit here. I like it. Remember to go to bed early. We have some heroes to kill. And Izuku, he looks at him. Shigaraki. Glad to call you a friend. Then he leaves. Izuku. Same here. Tamura. He said. After what seemed like 7 hours. Nothing has been found. This person was like a ghost. He wandered the vents, entered the security rooms and walked out like he was never there in the first place. His face was just a scrambled image which proved useless. The teachers are now calling this person the Phantom, but for a name they couldn't help but call him Johnny. This person was proven to be dangerous when they see the skill he displays, which linked him to the case where Inko Yagi was saved by a mysterious stranger who was quick and murdered 2 thugs brutally. Aizawa kept on searching, looking like a crazy person. The vents had no body fluid, no fingerprints, no hair strands. It scared the students ever since this news was leaked. Seeing him makes Aizawa feel hate towards him, stealing blood, ripping a metal door off its hinges, mimicking a student's voice, then waltz out of there like nothing. Midnight. Still going over the case. I thought the police are leading the investigation. Aizawa. Yes they are, but they won't find anything. That's basically a ghost. Midnight. Indeed, I just want to know how can this boy achieve this sort of thing. It looks like he has multiple quirks, but our sensors would have sounded off and it didn't. God, I hate this. Aizawa. See how I feel? Having not one but two of your students left injured from this guy, one had their blood stolen and the other rendered her hearing for an hour. To me he's a big threat and to the heroes as well. If we are to encounter him again I want you to proceed with caution. I'm labeling him a dangerous individual. Midnight. Alright then. I'll also let Mike know as well. This isn't good. Soon she leaves. Aizawa then pulls out a file, the file of Izuku Midoriya. 10 months. 10 whole months he's been missing and labeled dead by the police. Of course they really don't know if he is either dead or alive, but he's quirkless so he's not at the top of their list of priorities. Aizawa then writes in the file a possible cause. Possibly abused during childhood. From what Momo told him, this stranger is also aware about Izumi's brother. Then it hit him. Aizawa. Could he have actually made these cyberware? Exclamation mark single quote. Now he can connect some dots from the cameras being scrambled to him mimicking voices, all the way down to even have the strength to break down the door and ventilation shafts. Did Izuku Midoriya made his cyberware for the villains? No, it couldn't be possible. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't make something like this. Not without killing anybody or crippling someone. This tech is far beyond their understanding, but could the kid actually have a quirk? Maybe an IQ quirk, but then again the test results crumble that possibility. But then again, the idea itself is concerning. Now the only suspect is him. Izuku Midoriya could possibly be this person. But it's highly unlikely. The level of skill and stealth showed years of experience, but he can't be too sure. And on to the next problem. The possibility that Izumi Yagi along with Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo and Shoto and Shoka Todoroki could have possibly abused or bullied the kid. The parents was obvious, the classic neglect and abandonment. He could have them fired, but that would spiral things out of control. So now Aizawa has to plan for USJ tomorrow and sleep on it. Aizawa. Kill me if this is the boy. And soon he turns off the lights and locks the office and heads home. The next day, Izuku was standing in front of what appears to be 20 to 30 other villains. He looks at them carefully and sees they are filled with nothing but bloodlust. And who the hell are you? One of them yelled out. Izuku in his armor looks at him, but he altered his voice to sound menacing. Izuku. The one to make sure you all follow the plan. I have no time for mistakes. If any of you make that mistake I'll be sure to kill you. Then one of them laughs. Really, a bastard in some cheap armor is going to kill us? Please. Soon he walks up to him. I think you shouldn't be in charge, little man. He grabs his shoulder, but then in a flash Izuku cuts it off with his mantis blades. The group, now seeing that he is no ordinary villain, sees him cut the other arm off. Izuku. You made this choice. Then he beheads him. Soon the blades retract back into his arms. Izuku. Anyone else? He asked and they shook their heads. Izuku. Good. Soon Shigaraki comes in. Shigaraki. Not even 5 minutes and you already killed someone. Were they stupidly brave or bravely stupid? Izuku. The merit, and he nods. Soon the Nomu enters and then Kurogiri walks up to them. Kurogiri. Everything is ready. Shigaraki. Great, now then let's introduce ourselves. Soon a portal opens and they walk in, then Kurogiri, then the villains, and finally the Nomu with Izuku following in last. First he heard about the students saying that they have real villains. Then he sees Eraserhead shouting out that they are indeed real villains. Kurogiri. Pardon for our intrusion, but we are the League of Villains, and we are here for All Might. Could we see him please? God, Kurogiri's manners are on some other plane of existence. Aizawa. Get them out of here. 13 inches. Soon the Pro Hero 13 sees Izuku and points at him, and Aizawa's eyes widen. Soon Izuku smiles underneath the helmet and alter his voice. Mina. Izuku, you should protect us, sensei, you said you would. And this scared the students, seeing him sound like Mina, who also was shocked herself, say that. Izuku. Now then, let's have some fun, shall we? He said. When Izumi and the others were told to get on the bus, they were told by Aizawa that they are heading to USJ, to which everyone thought it meant something else, but by the time they GOG there they were met with the Pro Hero 13. Ochako. Oh my gosh, it's the Pro Hero 13, you're one of my favorite heroes. Excited. 13. Yes, welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Jointer, USJ, for short, to which some of them sweat dropped, seeing that the name can be misleading. 13. And about the name, yes, we do that to mess with you. Oh, so they're self-aware about it as well. 13. Today we will be going through Rescue. Training. Each of you will be given an area and you and your team will try to develop a plan to rescue the dummy. Aizawa. And to add to it, the area represents a different environment, so it could vary from a city all the way down to a mountain range or forest. So it won't be the same thing with all of you, plus there are bots that will try to disrupt you. You need to also work on quick thinking skills to make sure you won't freeze in battle. Soon they heard something, and then a portal opened. Soon a man who had multiple hands gripping different parts of his body came out, then man wearing a suit who had a flaming head. Then a group of people emerged and finally a creature that would seem off-putting to them, but what they didn't expect was another individual wearing armor that would most likely put even the symbol of peace in department. Kirishima. Wow, you guys even have fake villains. Excited, then they turned to look at Aizawa. He was serious. Aizawa. Those aren't fake, they are real villains. He turns to 13 to tell her to get the students out until. Kurogiri. Hello there. We're sorry to intrude on your lesson, but could we speak to All Might? Izumi paled. What could they want with her father? Aizawa. Need to keep the students safe. Soon the armored man came up and he spoke, and to this day it still sends shivers down their spine. Mina. Izuku. Oh sensei, you said you would protect us from the big meanies, right? He spoke with Mina's voice. Mina. That's my voice. Shocked. Momo. This must be the person who knocked me out. Surprised as well. Kurogiri. Now then, I won't say this again. Where's All Might? Aizawa. Sorry to disappoint. He's not here right now, and of course the man who had hands on him started to mutter. Shigaraki. Are you serious? After all of that planning, the waste off money, and he's not even fucking here. He shouted. Soon the armored man walked up, but he spoke normally. Izuku. Well, you better call him over then. It would be problematic for the students if you didn't, and they took a closer look at him. His armor and tech he was wearing seemed out of this world, and the blood that was on him only fueled their fear. Izumi was wondering who this guy could be, and she realized that this guy was the one who saved her mother. Izumi. You, she yelled out, and he turned to her, his eyes glowing a crimson red. Izumi. You're the one who saved my mother, right? Why are you with them? She said. Jiro. He saved her mother. Isn't he a villain? Kaminari. Bro, what? Aizawa. She's not lying. Were you also the one who infiltrated the school? And the man chuckles. Izuku. Indeed, all correct. I must say that it was way too easy for me, especially taking that girl's blood, and thanks by the way. Momo paled, seeing that this guy was the one who took her blood. What did he do with it? Kirishima. Ha, joke's on you villains. We are the best of the best, and with 2 pro heroes, you don't stand a chance. Katsumi. We're going to kick your ass. Smirking. Kurogiri. It is true, you have quite the bright talents here, but too bad it will never compete to our prodigy here. Gesturing to Izuku, who then jumps down, and then suddenly, at a high speed he moves so fast and kicks back Kirishima he didn't have enough time to activate his quirk to knock the wind out of him. Izumi. Shit, Kirishima. Then suddenly she was punched by the man, hitting her in the face. She launched backwards. Bakugo. Fuck, sis, let's go. And she nods, charging the man first. Bakugo started with his signature left hook. Izuku. As always, too shallow to come up with a new move. Soon he grabs his fist. Bakugo. What? And then Izuku punches him in the gut, but he punched him again, but this time released the stored energy, making him cough up blood. Katsumi tried dropkicking him, but only for him to swing Bakugo's body and hits her with him. Shit, was the first thing Aizawa thinks of. Seeing this mon's skill taking down his strongest students like nothing, he rushes in, but he was stopped by the flaming man. Kurogiri. Now, we can't let you leave this place. Soon Lita started to run for the exit, barely dodging Kurogiri's portal. Kurogiri. Damn it, he's escaped. Soon the man, also known as Johnny by the heroes, looks at him. Johnny. Izuku. Well, don't fucking look at me, continue. He yelled out. Then Kurogiri separates the rest of the class. Aizawa. Shit. Then his students were separated into different sections of the building, and Johnny also jumped in one. Jiro. As she fell from the portal she looked up to see what area she was in, but it was short-lived when she sees villains coming out of more portals. Momo. Jiro. She turns to see Momo and Kaminari together. Jiro. Oh thank God it's you guys, I'm on edge right now, soon they hear. Hey over here. They heard to what appears to be Mina's voice. Soon Kaminari starts to go towards the voice. Kaminari. Hold on Ishido, we're coming. Soon. Momo. Kaminari no. Soon she pulled him back just in time for a small explosive to hit where he was. Mina. Izuku laughs. What, you don't trust me Denki? She said his first name, which scared him. Soon Johnny jumps down. Johnny. Izuku, come on, don't ruin the fun. Let him have a blast. Taunting them. Soon the rest of the villains surrounded them. Jiro. Shit. Soon Izuku sees that Jiro was with them, so he lets her battle. He wants to see how she uses her earphone jacks. Johnny. Izuku, alright you idiots. Have fun. Soon he jumps away and then the villains charges in. First thing was Jiro whips her jacks around to keep them at bay, and Kaminari froze, as expected, and Momo created a staff and battled them as well. Soon she made a sword and throws it at Jiro, who caught it. Even though she has no experience, she instead wraps her jacks around it and uses it like a razor whip. You bitch. After getting slashed in the arm, Momo managed to knock out 5 villains. Johnny. Izuku, interesting. Watching Jiro using her jacks like whips gave him an idea. He looks at his connect jack in his wrist and thought of something now. For now he will continue to observe them battle. Soon Kaminari snaps out of it and then does the unthinkable. He charges up and then lets out a huge pulse of electricity. Not aware of its range, it managed to hit Izuku directly, short-circuiting his cyberware, and he fell from the beam. Momo. Good work Kaminari. She said, but he was brain-dead from letting out too much energy. Jiro. Forget Pikachu, he's a Pichu. Goes brain-dead every time he lets out a voltage blast. Soon Izuku stands up. Jiro. No way. With the amount of energy in that blast should have crippled him, but they also noticed that he was moving in a jerky manner. Johnny. Izuku, that was damn impressive. It fucked me up. Joking around. Momo. What are you saying? Soon he adjusts himself and then suddenly he pulls out a strange item. Soon a needle emerges and he stabs himself with it. Hearing a gas-like sound, he then crushes it into ashes and it faded away. Izuku. Good, now I know it works like a charm. He's treating this whole thing like an experiment. Izuku started to slowly walk towards them. Izuku. Come on, show me what you've learned. And he runs at them. Jiro first swings her jacks towards him, but he grabs them and pulls her forward. Jiro. Shit. And then he grabs her by the throat. Johnny. Izuku, you know you have potential to know the truth. Or not, either way I must have know what is in your blood. She tried to struggle out of it, but it was like his hands are made of metal, and his grip was like a machine. She couldn't get out. Soon Momo throws an EMP grenade. Izuku notices and then out of nowhere fires an explosive round at it. Johnny. Izuku, you know you're irritating me. Then his eyes glowed and he looks at Jiro. Sonic shock. Soon her jacks started to spark and she screamed in pain, dropping her. Now he focus on Momo charging towards her before he fires another explosive round. She barely dodges and he then activates the Korenzakov. Time stopped for him and he looks around and he sees Kaminari. He smiles. Soon it deactivated and Momo looks over to see him holding Kaminari by the hair, still brain dead. Momo. You coward. She yelled out, seeing Jiro in pain as well. They were taken down so easily as he toyed with them. Johnny. Izuku, you really are the daughter of a corpo rat. Your body, mindset, and even your beliefs are all set to just be a fuckable slab of meat to the highest bidder. I hate you, he said to her. Momo. It doesn't matter where I came from. You will let him go. She said. Johnny. Izuku, you know I could just end this now by taking him and her for my experiments, but of course where's the fun in that? Then he drops him. Johnny. Izuku, it would be wise to return to your group, porcelain bitch, before he speeds off in a flash. Sooner or later Aizawa took down all of the villains that were attacking while 13 was down. The flaming man used his portals to his advantage, using her own black hole against her. While waiting for Lita to return with the heroes, he kept them at bay. He hopes his students are holding up well, but he doubts that they won't freeze up. Bakugo and Izumi were the only ones that weren't teleported away. They helped get rid of the other villains, and they see the handyman growing impatient. Shigaraki. I swear this takes forever. When will we get to the boss round? Stomping around. Bakugo fired an explosion at him, but he saw through it and jumped away. Shigaraki. It's a bad idea to attack a higher leveled enemy. He said to him. Bakugo. Why don't you fuck off, handy man? I will be this future's next #1 hero. You best remember that when you get your ass kicked by ME. Soon the doors opened and some of the other students managed to rally up. Jiro and Kaminari, while being carried by an exhausted Momo, soon almost fell over, but she was helped by Todoroki and Katsumi. Katsumi. Jesus, you look fucked. What happened? She said. Momo. Johnny, and that's all they needed to hear, seeing he took down 2 of their most powerful classmates with ease. Jiro. He took my hearing. Again, seeing her jacks going crazy, Kaminari was brain dead, but he'll be alright. Bakugo. Damn it. Soon Kirishima went to join them. Shigaraki. I admire your will to fight, but this nonsense will stop. Nomu. He yelled out and the bird-like creature started to charge in. Now Aizawa went into fight battling with the bio-weapon, but he was only buying time so the heroes can come. Izumi also used her telekinesis to push away the other villains, while Todoroki and Shoka froze the others. Aizawa couldn't help but smirk. At least they improved a little. Soon the Nomu took this advantage and feinted his move, then it kicks him, knocking him back. Aizawa uses his scarf to wrap around the Nomu, trying to keep it restrained, but to no avail. It rips to shreds, then it grabs him. Izumi. Sensei. And what transpired was him screaming as the Nomu breaks his arm. Jiro. Ha. Jabbing it in the eyes, it screams, letting him go. Jiro. Get him out. And Izumi used her quirk to pull him towards her. Jiro was about to run away, but the Nomu got her instead. Jiro. Ah. And the Nomu grabs her left arm and rips it off out of its socket. The scream that echoed in the building shook everyone down to the core. Seeing Jiro bleeding out and crying, the Nomu throws her into the rubble behind it. Momo. Jiro. Screaming out to her friend, and Shigaraki laughs. Shigaraki. Oh man, that was great. Who the fuck tries to do that? Even the dumbest hero alive wouldn't want to mess with something that could overpower them. Oh man, I wished I had a violin. Play some ironic tune to pity the bitch. This only fueled their rage even more. Jiro struggled to move. Her whole body is injured and she was missing her arm. She can't play her music anymore. And with the blood pouring out at a fast pace, she accepted the fact she was going to die. She cried knowing this was the case. Her vision started to fade, until she saw Johnny in front of her. Jiro. Shit, she muttered out. Johnny Izuku, shut up. He then did the unthinkable. His hand started to glow a bright orange. She then could feel the heat coming off it. He slams it into her socket. She was so drained off energy she could only whimper in pain. He stopped the bleeding, and then he took out that strange device he used on himself earlier. The needle came out and he stabs it directly into her chest. She could feel the medicine going into her lungs, breathing out green fumes. Suddenly she feels better almost. The hell, whose side is Guy even on? First he attacked them and now he's helping her. The fuck? Johnny Izuku, I can tell you're having a crisis involving me, but I'll put it this way. Soon through the visors she could see green, emerald eyes. They looked beautiful almost. Johnny Izuku, don't tell anyone. If you do, well, you won't like it. Soon he gets one of her jacks and he inserts it into his wrist. She was shocked. Soon she could feel something, a sound. Johnny Izuku, you do not know the truth of this hero society. I can show you, you will see. You lost an arm, making you lose value as a hero to them. Soon it will get worse. I implanted my number into your mind. Should you ever change your mind, call. I will be waiting. He then lets go and walks away. Soon the doors fly open. Fear not. They look to the shadow. AM. For I am here. Seeing the symbol of peace and the rest of the heroes coming in. Kirishima. All Might. Izumi. Thank God. Shigaraki then laughs. Finally. He said. Soon All Might looks at him. AM. You have one chance to surrender, villain. He said, giving his signature smile. Soon from the shadows comes down Johnny Izuku. Johnny Izuku, so you made it. Big grin and everything. Can't believe I once idolized you, he said. Soon AM saw this man was the one who saved his wife. AM. What are you doing with the villains? He shouted. Johnny Izuku, you know this isn't about me. Focus on him, letting Shigaraki have his moment. Shigaraki. Thanks, you know I always hated that smile. Today will be the day it will end. Nomu. He shouted and the Nomu rushed in and punched him. Soon All Might punches back, but nothing happened. Shigaraki could only laugh. Izuku. Jesus Christ. Done with everything. Soon began the battle of the bioweapon and symbol of peace. Izuku looked from the sidelines and out of curiosity scanned him. Name. Toshinori Yagi. All Might. Age. Status. Symbol of peace. Quirk. Affiliation. Heroes. Threat level. Very high. Of course it was high. His tech isn't enough to be much of a threat to the false hero, so he watched and waited. Seeing All Might turning the tides, he was winning now and Shigaraki was freezing up. Growing angry, Kurogiri looks at him and he nods. Soon Izuku taps his shoulder and he smiles again. Johnny. Izuku. Well, my turn. His eyes glowed, and suddenly he went limp. What happened? The heroes were confused as they were tying the villains up, but the Nomu went limp as well until it stood up again, its eyes glowing. What? Izumi. Just. Aizawa. Happened. Seeing the Nomu now acting differently, Nomu. Izuku spoke through a small soundbox. Now you'll pay for everything. They were shocked. Johnny became the Nomu. This posed a new threat. Soon the Nomu took a fighting stance and he charged in, drop kicking him, and All Might dodges it, both punching at high speeds, creating a huge gust of wind. Izuku then looks at him closely. He's starting to steam. Shigaraki. Haha, your punches don't do anything. He has a shock absorption. Damn it, Tamura. Kurogiri. God damn it, Tamura. Soon All Might laughs. Yes, absorb not nullify. Soon he punches the Nomu and then with all his might, get it. He punches the Nomu that it splits in half. Izuku. Well, that was short-lived. Returning to his body, he stood up again, but it won't end here, not now. Izuku. We need to get out. Soon Kurogiri opens the portal until Shigaraki was shot in the shoulder. Snipe. You better stay where you are, he said. Soon Izuku had enough, might as well. Snipe fired another shot, but instead it was deflected by blades that came out of his arms. Mina. Wah, what is that? Looking at his arms. Ochako. Are those blades? Kirishima. What is he? The only ones that froze in place was Izumi and her friends, All Might, and Aizawa, shocked seeing the blades. Aizawa. The blades. Izumi. That's Izuku's design. Where did you get those? He yelled out. Johnny. Izuku, good friend of mine, gave them to me. Have to say he has quite the talent. He. Snipe tried to fire more bullets, but at a quick speed he deflects them all. Aizawa tried to use his quirk, but it wasn't a quirk, which confirms it was Cyberware. Izumi. He's succeeded, and he's making it for the villain. Crying now. Her brother is alive and well, but he's making his Cyberware for the villains. Where is my son? He yelled out. Johnny. Izuku, your son. Ahaha, he's not your son. Not anymore. Soon Kurogiri took Shigaraki into the portal. Kurogiri. We need to go. Soon Johnny. Izuku throws down a smoke grenade, causing the area to envelope in smoke. He escaped. Back at the hideout, Izuku was not expecting his aim to be that shitty. Shigaraki. Or he didn't plan on killing me. Kurogiri came back with more bandages. Now they are growing suspicious. Izuku. Already have a plan for that. Remember that I cut off my arm. He said to him. Kurogiri. Yes, Izuku. I have it in storage. Might as well be an early Christmas gift. Shigaraki. Never stop surprising me, making them think that you're now dead. Izuku. Indeed, but I also have more good news, he said. Kurogiri. You found someone. Izuku. A girl named Kyoka Jiro. Her earphone jack quirk has inspired me to make something interesting, also a potential member of our cause. Shigaraki. I can imagine the headline. Hero in training betrays fellow pro-heroes and joins the League of Villains. Soon Izuku takes the bullet out and puts it in his hand. Izuku. Here, gift from the heroes. AFO. I see you have failed, which all of them didn't move. Izuku. Yes, we did. He proved to be more powerful than I thought. AFO. And I see the Nomu was lost. Izuku. Yes, AFO. I have its location and already have a team to retrieve it for us. Remember, your cyberware is in it. You cannot let this technology fall into the hero's hands. Izuku hits himself. Shit. I apologize, Sensei, I will not make this mistake again. AFO. Do not worry, Izuku. But you must learn from this. Same goes with you, Tamura. Do not let your anger blind you. Learn from it, adapt to the situation, and overcome. These failures are lessons. Lessons for you to improve on what went wrong. Kurogiri. I am also sorry, Sensei, I have failed in my task as well. AFO. All is forgiven. But now, you need rest. All of you. Izuku, I need to discuss with you soon. But for now, recover your strength. Izuku. Yes, Sensei. Soon he heads off to his room, but he wrote on a sticky note. Next project, weapon attachment, monowires. And then he crawls into bed, but with a smile. Punching his sister was the highlight of the day for him. But now he needs to recover, and slowly he drifts to sleep. Of all the horrible things that have occurred in a short amount of time, Aizawa felt nothing but guilt. He failed his students, he failed as a teacher. Despite being severely injured, he spoke to All Might, muttering, and was now letting the demon out. What are you saying, Aizawa? He growled. Aizawa, don't you act like the fucking victim, Yagi. You of all people should know this. Because of you and your daughter. You have now created another goddamn problem, another villain, he yelled out, still in pain. Don't talk about my daughter like that, she has nothing to do with all of this. Aizawa. Oh yeah? Then why don't you ask her about what she and her friends would do to Izuku when he was young? He was bullied and abused by them, and not just them, the whole fucking staff in Aldera, including the students. They tortured and abused a child beyond recognition. I was surprised the kid lasted that long. But whatever made him snap, it's you and hers doing, he yelled. Aizawa. Now get the hell out. I don't want to fucking look at you. And to which Yagi was silent. He walks out of the room pondering on what he just said. His daughter, his own flesh and blood, bullied him? No, she wouldn't do something like that. There must be another reason. Now he wished that Izuku was here. If he's made his cyberware, then he's a bigger threat than ever now. Making them for the villains and possibly worse. The people he could have killed when making these things. The thought of it made him sick. What was he going to tell Inko? What should he do? Tell her, or keep it a secret? Then again, Aizawa will know he's been hiding it, so he'll tell her if he doesn't. God. He couldn't help but cry. That man was the definition of who his son became. The mantis blades was indeed impressive, seeing the arms open up and the blades came out. It was awe-inspiring and would put any support company to shame in a long run. But now that was not important. He needs to capture that man. But how can you capture someone when they decommissioned regular handcuffs long ago? Quirk cuffs won't help because this is not a quirk. It's cyberware. But now he took out his phone and called someone. Hey Naomasa. I suppose you heard right, Naomasa. You better give me a good reason on why you called Yagi. Ah yes. He was still angry about the case. He doesn't blame him. I found a lead for my son. Naomasa was quiet. Meet me at my office tomorrow. 9 a.m. Don't be late. And he hung up, still straightforward as ever. He dialed someone else now. Inko. Hey Toshi. Inko, are you home? He asked her. Inko. Yeah, why? All right. I'm coming home now, and I need to talk to you. I've found news about Izuku, so please wait, he said. Inko. Okay, and he hung up. This will be the most difficult conversation in his life. Izumi was still in shock. Her brother is alive and well, but in the whole ordeal he's making his cyberware for the villains. And to top it off, she has no clue what else he's made. But the mantis blades, they were cool, she had to admit. But knowing a villain can have them is terrifying. Her friends are scared as well, even Todoroki, who is normally stoic and quiet. Shoto. So he really made them. Katsumi. I don't believe it. Bakugo was growling. The fucking nerd, why is he helping them? It's been his dream to try and become a hero. Shoka. In case you haven't noticed, we are the reason he lost that drive. This is most likely payback, starting to tear up. Katsumi. We have no right to say that, Bakugo. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and I want to know is why the fuck is Deku helping the fucking villains? Shouting now, catching the attention of the others. Zero. Wait. You know this guy's Bakubro. He said. Izumi. No, ISIGH*. It would be better to explain it to you all, and they listened. Izumi. About 10 months ago, I had an older brother. He was kind and strong-willed, but he ran away one day and left without a trace. He's been missing since then, but before he left he would write these journals he kept in his room detailed to a brim about quirks and the weaknesses and even how to improve them, but one book was different. Kirishima. Which is what? Izumi. Issue number 13, the most disturbing in my opinion. He would talk about how the human body is just a weak vessel that can be broken easily. We saw one of his designs called Mantis Blades, and they are blades that is concealed in the forearms of a person, and they are supposed to be extremely deadly, to which now shocks the class. Mina. Wait, are you saying that your brother is making these things for the villains? And she nodded. Momo. So there is some truth to his words then. Thinking back to when he told her about the rumor, it was a cry for help maybe. Kirishima. So this stuff was all made by your brother? And she nods. Kaminari. Holy shit, Katsumi. We feared this sort of thing. It was dangerous. Hell, he said that if no one could help him, he'll do it himself. Of course he won't ever hurt someone, only himself. Momo. He didn't. Izumi. He would claim that he only performed these things to himself. He wanted to fucking cut off his own arm, only because he said if he can't get in without a quirk, then he'll make his own, and this new information shocked them to the core. Her brother was smarter than they realized, trying to evolve technology in a way that would seem impossible. It's crazy to think about, but it's possible. Soon the doors open. At first they were expecting someone else to teach, but instead they see their teacher all bandaged up like a mummy. Kirishima. Sensei. He shouted, all happy, and some of the others were glad to him. Okay, and the next person to walk in was Jiro. Momo. Jiro. Her and Kaminari jumped up to her, happy to see their friend, but they all saw her injury, her missing left arm, forcefully yanked off out of its socket. They couldn't do anything but watch, but she still has her quirk, so that's good for the time being. Aizawa. You all need to shut up and listen. So new information from our principal notified us that the sports festival is going to continue on. Kaminari. Are you serious? Aizawa. Do I joke about these matters, Kaminari? If so, then you best watch it. Aizawa. Now then, you all need to start some type of training, and improve your gear in some way. I would suggest seeing Powerloader down at the support wing. He should be able to help you. Ochako. Sensei. Aizawa. Yes, Ochako. Are you sure you're fine? And you too, Jiro? She asked. Aizawa. I wouldn't worry about me. I've suffered much worse than this. Worry about the festival, and remember the event should be taken seriously because it is the time that the heroes will see if they want to intern you or not. So do your best. And he got flopped over to sleep, which made everyone sweat drop. Jiro just walked past them and sat in her seat. Momo sat by her. Momo. Hey, how are you holding up? She looked at her irritated. Jiro. What do you think? I lost an arm. So much shit I can't do anymore, so why don't you talk to someone else, Yaoyorozu? Kaminari. Hold on, Jiro, it's not her fault, you acted recklessly. Soon he was hit with her jacks. Jiro. Shut up, Pichu. I don't want to talk about it. Literally a lot was on her mind right now. Johnny. Izuku. I can help you. My offer will stand. Just call and we can talk. Jiro pondered on what he means by that. How can he help her? He was working with the same people that ripped her arm off and almost fucked up the heroes. Soon she learned about the blades he kept hidden in his arms, and it made her realize how screwed her, Kaminari and Momo were from the beginning. If he didn't show them this entire time, then they weren't even a threat to them. The thought scared her. How much strength does this guy have? She thought about him once more. Seeing his emerald green eyes. Yes, green eyes can be rare. But this green was a full-blown crystal. She couldn't stop thinking about it. What was wrong with her? Soon the bell rings and Jiro was one of the first to try and exit the room, but instead she was met with a bunch of other students from a different class. Izumi. Can we help you? She said, seeing they're blocking their way. We wanted to see what's our competition, and I'll say it's pretty pathetic, he said. Bakugo. What did you fucking say? You heard me. Pathetic. I mean, because what? You faced off some villains at the USJ and lived to tell the tale, police. And he then noticed Jiro was trying to get out. And where do you think you're going? He said to her. Jiro. Home. I'm too tired for this shit and I want to deal with my own sorrow, she said, and he noticed her arm was missing and was recently bandaged up. Sure, he may be an asshole, But he's not a douchebag. He let her through while still talking shit about the others. Soon it was broken up when he ended up in the wall by Izumi. When she heard that the school was attacked, Inko nearly had a heart attack. Then now Toshi has new information on Izuku. She was worried for months now. Have they found him? Is he okay? Will be able to attend UA, but it was cut short when Yagi enters the house. Yagi. Hey honey, he said to her. Inko. Toshi. What's going on? Have they found him yet? She asked, hoping they did, but she also noticed he didn't want to talk about it but knows he has to. For her sake and his. Yagi. Well. We know he's alive and well, he said to her. Inko. But. Yagi. That man that saved you a while back. Something happened with him today, something I wish I didn't see. Inko. Toshi, you're scaring me. Yagi. Inko. When we were about to capture him, Snipe fired multiple bullets, but they were all deflected by him. Using blades that came out of his arm. And now she was silent. Shit, maybe he should have waited. He was about to say something else but was cut off from her, silently crying, the tears in full streams coming off her. Inko. We failed him, Toshi. He's made them, feeling sick. Her head becoming light. Her son was alive, but for the price he was making the cyberware he would talk about for the villains. Yagi. I know it's a lot to take in, Inko. But I swear if we can catch this guy, then we could possibly find Izuku this way, and she nods. Inko. Okay. Every day I hope. And cling to the very slight chance he was okay. This isn't okay at all. She lays on the couch. Inko. I want to be alone for a bit, and Yagi assuringly squeezes her shoulder. Yagi. Let me know if I can get you anything, and he gets up to leave. Izuku. All right, then let's try this. Soon Izuku pulls out the monowire from his wrist. He starts to swing it around, and as expected they are working. He hits one of the bottles he sets up and it breaks upon impact. He now has new weapons. Soon he stopped what he was doing and went back to his plan. Making a bomb. He calls it Deku. Reason was that he was always called that. Well, he and this bomb share one goal. Blow some shit up. Finishing up for the day, he went to the bar to see what the others were doing, and he sees another person who he doesn't recognize. Kurogiri. Can we please be reasonable? Soon the stranger took out swords and tried to cut off Tamura's head but was intercepted by another blade that not only stops the blade, he cut it off into two pieces. He turns to look at Izuku and sees he's no regular person. Izuku scans him. Name. Akaguro Chizome. Age. 31. Status. Hero killer. Quirk. Blood curdle. Affiliation. Vigilante. Threat level. High. Izuku. It would be wise not to do that, Chizome, he said, and he flinches a little. Stain. Who the hell are you? Izuku. The one who will kill you if you do that again. Seeing this kid in front of him. And the blades, he realized this was Johnny. Stain. Well then. You must be Johnny, the one who gave the heroes quite the scare. Izuku. What of it? Shigaraki. Enough. I told you already, you can fuck off. But it doesn't mean I don't want the other two as well. Other two. Then Izuku looks to see two other individuals, one guy who looked about the same age as Shigaraki. He had black hair and burns on his face. The other was a girl who was almost the same age as him. She had cat-like features on her. And was wearing a school outfit. She was blushing looking at him, which made him feel uneasy. Hey, you're Johnny. What a load of shit. You look like a wannabe villain. Seeing he wasn't impressed by the blades except the schoolgirl, who was in awe. Oh, that looks like it could cut even if you look at it. The blood, this thing will splatter. Drooling now. Izuku. Okay, Shigaraki. The fuck? Izuku then retracts the blades. She pouted. Boo. I want to see them in action. Then she stabs him. The guy with the black was a little surprised. Stain. Toga. He said, like getting after a dog. She backed out, but to her disappointment only a strange fluid came out of the stab wound. Izuku. You done? He asked her, and she realized she didn't even break the skin. She made him spill his drink. Stain. The hell are you? He said, and Izuku just decided to show them. He took off his shirt and he shocked them. His body from the beginning was fairly fit. With the lack of sleep and eating, he was literally a skeleton. But now his body wasn't the same. The synthetic skin that replaced his old one was a little see-through, and Stain and the others could see some of the cyberware that he has. Izuku. Replacing everything that I consider worthless. First was my eyes. Then my arms. My brain has a chip, and then there are the spinal modifications, and now my whole torso. I've replaced my lungs and heart to fluctuate blood flow easier. Modules that allow me to withstand the toughest of environments, and also titanium bones. Stain. You barely resemble a human, Kurogiri. That's not the worst of it. Toga. Ah, I really like blood. And you won't bleed. I don't like you complaining now. The Scarface dude looks at him closely. Izuku. What is it? He said. Soon Stain walks away. Stain. Of course. You would be a freak doing that to your own body. Izuku. And who gave you the right to judge, hero killer? Stain. This world is full of false heroes. They only care about money and Izuku. Power, as they will even feed off the weak and give us poor people the short end of the stick. I'm well informed on the problem with this world. And this caught his interest. Stain. And who do you think is a true hero? Izuku. No one, he said to him. Stain. This is where we disagree with each other. You see, in my opinion, All Might is the true hero. He doesn't want anything in return. He saves the people, and Izuku hold in his laughter. The League need their help, and he can't fuck this up. Izuku. Believe what you believe. A lot of us didn't choose this life, he said. Toga. Really? She said. Izuku. But we could use your assistance. Soon the Scarface dude then widens his eyes. Midoriya. He said, to which he looks in surprises seeing this guy knows him. Izuku. What? It's your name, right? Midoriya. You don't remember me? He asked him. Izuku. No. Sorry. I don't know, and he sighs. Tuya. Midoriya, it's me. Tuya. And that's when it hits him. Uncle Tuya, he would call him. One of the very few who actually treated him like a person. Until he went missing, which made things harder for him. Izuku. Tuya, where have you been? He said, and Shigaraki just looks back and forth. Shigaraki. Alright, quick question. How many fucking people do you know? What? Kurogiri. We could just use him for recruitment. Save on money. Izuku. He used to take care of me when I was a child. Tuya. And now that you worked for the League, and your body, why? Izuku. This was the result of someone who had nothing left to lose, and he stared and nods, accepting what he did to himself. Tuya ruffles his hair. Hey. Still, I can see you in there, despite being a machine. Alright then, Krusty. I'll join you. And Shigaraki smirks, but also knows the requirement. Toga. I'll join too. This seems like a fun group. I want to see some blood spill. Stain sighs. If they join, I will work on my own terms. You got it, and they nod. Izuku. Then there are 3 certain conditions I need you to comply with. Shigaraki nudges Kurogiri. Here we go. Izuku. First one, you must treat him with respect. He may not look like it. But he's a great leader. So you must follow any orders or jobs that we give you. I need to know if you would be reliable in battle. And the third, and Shigaraki covers his mouth to wait on their reaction. Izuku. You will have to let me rip an eyeball out of each of you, to install an optimizer, to which both of them shivered. Tuya. Really, Toga? I like blood, but not my own. This girl makes no sense. Izuku. It will be quick. The only reason is because if we are to be lost or separated from each other, we will be able to know where we are located. Plus, who doesn't want a robot eye? And to the conditions they agreed to it, and then Izuku had them follow him. Izuku. We can catch up later, Tuya. But now I going to have to focus, until Toga jumped in front of him. Toga. If you're going to take my eye. Can you give me a blade like yours? Excited? Izuku. Sure, but you'll lose your arm. Are you sure about this? Toga. Yes. I want to kill my enemies and make it rain blood. Izuku. Very well then, Toga. Yay, AFO. Well now. You tow more members. I wonder how you will lead this group, you two. Hee. Once more, Izumi and her friends had prepared for the sports festival, an important event that would help boost their hero career, training really hard for it. But they noticed something. Jiro has been avoiding them almost entirely. She would never talk to them. Even when Momo would try to talk to her, she would only make it brief for the moment. And when she saw Izumi she couldn't help but glare at her with murderous intent. She hated her and her friends. When she told them about her brother she immediately hated her. She was the cause of this. She was the cause of her losing her arm and the villains gaining these new tech. But now she has to train even harder. She wants to beat the shit out of her. Her and her dumbass friends, that's her new goal now. Training every day despite only having one arm. It didn't matter to her. If she can still fight she will fight. Jiro. That bitch, she will pay for this. Punching the dummy's head repeatedly. She didn't want to look at them. She doesn't understand why her other classmates don't see it. Even Momo doesn't see it. Maybe he was right. 10 minutes before. Johnny Izuku, I guess you called for questions I'm guessing. Jiro. Why did you help me? She asked him right away. Johnny Izuku, because it was right to do so. Jiro. Oh really? You mean after your fucking Birdman wannabe ripped my fucking arm off and you say it was the right thing to do? Johnny Izuku, yeah. Jiro was frustrated. Why did you help me? To be part of your plans. Johnny Izuku, good god no. I'm already set on that. Plus that whole ripping your arm off thing was not even my idea, so you can blame on my leader with that. Jiro. Doesn't matter. You still work with him. Now, why me? Johnny Izuku, you seem like the type of person who has an open mind to something new. Jiro. What is it? Johnny Izuku, I want you to see the full picture of what the hero world truly is, the lies, the scandals, and also how fake they are. Jiro. And how do you know this? Johnny Izuku, do you think we wanted to be villains because we wanted to? You think villains are all just evil to destroy the world? No. This world can go both ways and villains in general didn't choose to be this way. We are victims to a bigger hole to only fill their pockets with our hard work. Now tell me this, if you told a child to kill themselves, what would happen? Would they still try to be a hero? Or will they snap one day and become a villain? The question still lingers in her mind. Villains. Are not what they always seem to be, just a public thing that is part of the marketing system. She can tell there is truth to his words. Yaoyorozu. A girl that came from a rich family, doesn't know shit when it comes to the suffering of the people lower than her family. Kaminari the pervert whose parents are also pro-heroes, and then there's Izumi, a girl whose dream is to be the best hero the world could offer, but in the midst of it she also tortured and toyed with a boy. Not just any boy, her own fucking brother. If it would give her a choice she wouldn't blame the boy if he became a villain. The world was just asking for it. And they got it. It's simple, really, like glass on a counter. Push it enough it's going to fall and shatter. Jiro. I promise you Izuku Midoriya, it doesn't matter what type of person you are, it matters on how you were treated. You were part of the cruelty the world has pounded on you. I will at least beat the shit out of your sister and friends, that's my goal. Even though she had never met him nor what he looks like, she could already tell that he was a kind-hearted soul and this offer he had for her. If it was important and will stand, it must be worth it, right? But then again he's a villain and she's a hero in training, there's no way this could happen. Right, Izuku. Okay, done here, check it out. Soon Toga pulls out her hand and then the forearms opens and her own mantis blade came out her right hand. Izuku. So what did you think? And she jumps on him. Toga. I love it. All the people and blood I can savor and cover with this beauty, I can almost imagine it. And Izuku pushes her off him. Izuku. Too much contact. Now here, he hands her some painkillers. Izuku. Your body is going to need some time to adjust to the cyberware, seeing it has no idea what to think of it. But soon your nerves will adjust and it will be a little painful, so make sure you take one every 6 hours, and she took the pills. Toga. Okay. Chuya, or Dabi which he likes to be called now, was downing another shot, rubbing the eye patch covering his left eye. He had it removed to have a Stevenson implanted. At first it was freaky and now it was annoying. He has a headache from it and Toga was being weird as always. Kurogiri was cleaning the bar again and Shigaraki was gaming. Izuku, being part of the group, just laid there and thought about things to see if it would be of any help. That phone call with that Jiro girl has left him some thoughts. If he could show her what this world really is, then maybe he could have a chance at showing others the truth as well, but for now he wants to rest a bit. Dabi. Kurogiri, another one. Kurogiri sighs. Fine, last one. Dabi. Damn it Midoriya, my eye hurts like shit. Izuku. You said you didn't need the medicine. Dabi. I thought it wouldn't hurt like how the bastard over had his. Shigaraki. Don't look at me, it had the same goddamn effect on me as well. Kurogiri. Please quit your bickering, it's annoying. Soon the TV came on. AFO. I'm ready to discuss our next plan. Izuku come through the portal, and soon he walked through. Izuku. Was it you wanted to talk about? AFO. You see there is this event that is held each year at UA called the Sports Festival. Not only does it show off the newcomer's quirk, it will allow us to see which one could be a potential threat or a potential member. This event holds for two different reasons. One is for internship with other heroes if they made an impression, and the other is they are well aware that their reputation is at risk after our little debut at the USJ. What I want you to do is to attend this event. I have already prepared a ticket for you. Analyze each and every one of their quirks and fighting styles. Exploit weaknesses and strengths if you must, that is your mission. Izuku. Alright, but my cyberware isn't the easiest to hide, and my eyes and hair are also not very easy to hide as well. How can I bypass that? AFO. Well, you can figure that one out. Your cyberware could passive as a quirk, and you said your optimizer can change its eye color, correct? And Izuku nodded. He forgot he had that function. Izuku. Very well sensei, I will not disappoint. AFO. I have no doubt that you will fail this. The festival takes place in 2 days' time. You be best to figure a plan should you be discovered. And he nods. Izuku. Thank you sensei for entrusting me with this mission, and soon the portal opens and he walks into exit. AFO. I know I can rely on you Izuku. Shigaraki. God damn it, oh thank God the Covenant, sighing in relief seeing he was shook earlier focusing on the game. Dabi. Sigh, finally the pain is gone. Toga was scratching her arm. Kurogiri. Please stop it Ms. Toga, you do not want to damage the casing, seeing her forcefully opening the mantis blade casing. Izuku. Let her be Kurogiri, I made it like that, because I had a feeling that would happen. Toga. We've only met each other and he knows me already. If you didn't bleed I would have liked you. Izuku. Somehow I'm confused if I should feel hurt or glad. Shigaraki. So what did sensei wanted to talk to you about? Izuku. Oh, another task. Dabi. And can we actually do something? Izuku. Not that type yet. I'm going undercover and go attend the UA Sports Festival, and Shigaraki looks at him and the sound of him dying was heard in the game. Dabi. What, Izuku? Yeah, that's my task. Dabi. So you're going to have fun, while we stay here coped up in this dump, no offense Kurogiri. Kurogiri. None taken, jerk. Shigaraki. So what about your disguise? And soon Izuku changes his eye color. Izuku. Cyberware. Dabi. Wait, could I do that? He imagined it, and his eye turned blue. Dabi. Nice. Izuku. Anyways, I need some help coming up with plan B if I should be spotted. Shigaraki. Simple, kill them all. You're strong enough to kill them or hurt the pros, but then again the bastard All Might is there and you're going to be by yourself. Kurogiri. Oh for gods, just send me your location when you find an appropriate area to extract you. I will make a portal there. Izuku. Got it, but for now, what are we playing? He sat down on the couch. Dabi. He's playing some old game with terrible graphics. Shigaraki. I'm offended, this game has been a classic for the last 100 years. Sure, it may be outdated with the graphics, but the execution of how it was designed and laid out makes it one of the best, and the genius form turning it from an action into a horror in the middle of it, makes us glad to see the Covenant again. Izuku. Co-op, and soon he hands him a controller. Shigaraki. Be my guess. The next day, here it is, the day they have all been waiting for. The sports festival. Izuku approached the gates into the stadium. Seeing that the vendor is really long, he decided to message Kurogiri. Izuku. The line is long, but when I get in I will send you a location. Kurogiri. Very well then, we'll also be watching from the hideout. Good luck. He puts his phone away and was met with the guy at the front. Ticket. He asked him and he gave it to him. Go on. And he enters it once more. Funny, he's already been here twice now. First was to steal files and now he wants to see how dangerous they are in person. Looking at patterns, mannerism, and even how much they work in a team. This will be interesting indeed, but in the meantime he needs to find an extraction point. To see if there is anywhere that could get him out safely. He looks around the vendors, seats, aisles, and even the restrooms. So far nothing, at least until he sees the vents again. They are big enough for him to fit, and one of them connects to the least occupied areas. Bingo, he takes a picture and sends the coordinates. He was set, so now that's happened, he looked around for a bit. Trying to see what the poor can spend their cold hard cash on. He sees all types of merch and seeing it was mainly All Might themed irritated him. Until he sees something in particular that was interesting. The mini statue of the legendary hero, the psychic hero, Omega, wielding a very powerful telekinesis quirk. She was only in the hero biz for a year. But in that 1 year she has done more for the world than they ever could have imagined. She was a true hero to him. She didn't care for anything, but was also very underrated. Her deeds were never broadcast or even in the papers at the time. She was a total ghost to the public eye. Some thought she was an underground hero, until she fought a very dangerous villain, and that villain was All for One. Fighting alongside All Might they managed to take him down. Once it was over, she was gone. Izuku. Of course he could try to find out who she really was, but where's the fun in that? He buys the statue and he then goes to his seat. Now he waits. Soon all the students rally up to their respective positions, and soon they see the R-rated hero Midnight. Midnight. Hey there misfits, are we all ready for some fun? And the crowd cheered and the boys were just staring while some did not expected to see her outfit. Izuku. Really, she's going to dress like that? Izumi. She's wearing a very revealing outfit. Shoka. And in front of high schoolers no less. Tokiyami. Is that's really okay to wear that? And soon she started going on about the festival and how they're going to go through an obstacle course, and then she said Bakugo is going to represent Class 1A. Katsumi. Oh shit, Shoka. Uh-oh, Shoto. This should be good. Izuku. Ah shit, Izumi. Here we go again. Soon Bakugo stands at the podium. Bakugo. Ahem, I'm here to say one thing, then silence. Bakugo. I will win this match and you will all lose. Soon the others glared at them. Izumi. Great, now we're targets. Midnight. Well, that was interesting. Now then let the games begin. Izuku. Motherfucker. The student stands behind the doors to the first course. Izumi. Good luck Jiro Ochako. She said. Jiro. HMPH. Ochako. Yup, you will learn not to bully others Izumi. Midnight. Ready, and they get into position. Midnight. Go. And then they all ran but Todoroki immediately freezes the entrance. But Jiro jumped over using her jacks. Izumi used her quirk to float above the ice and get across. Jiro then kept running but seeing that they are using their quirks to get far, she noticed. Her, Mei Hatsume, a girl from the support class. She was gliding across the course in a jetpack. Taking this opportunity she used her jacks and grabs her foot. Mei. Wah. She noticed Jiro. Mei. Hey, I don't have enough room. I need to make sure they see my babies. What? Jiro. Sorry Mei. Gonna need this. And then she brought her down. Mei. Hey. And then the jetpack was yanked off her. Jiro. I'll owe you one. She yelled out and she waved. Mei. Okay. PM. Did she jet let her mug her? Aizawa. Too tired to care as long as she isn't injured. Izumi was making good progress keeping on par with Katsumi and Shoka while the other two are just trying to kill each other. Soon they see a purple flash. Izumi. What? She noticed that Jiro just flipped her off. Katsumi tried her best to hold it in while Shoka was in disbelief seeing her do that. Momo from a distance also was surprised. Izuku saw some of the audience either laughing or just in shock. Why did she do that? She's supposed to become a hero, right? What is she doing? Izuku. She's starting to see it, smiling. Jiro then sees a bunch of 0-pointers. Jiro. Shit, seeing how screwed she is. Bakugo was about to jump over and Shoto was going to do the same. Until it fired missiles, it went past Jiro and knocked both of them over. Soon it charged in, hiding the illusion that it made a clear path for her. Bakugo. What? Shoto. Great. Meanwhile, Izuku's eyes were glowing under his shades. How funny will it be that someone the people labeled a cripple will win this round? The thought of it makes it hilarious. Shigaraki. The idiot is helping her win. Dabi. Won't it be funny if someone wins against those who have a powerful quirk? Kurogiri. He's playing his cards right, seeing he saw her flip off his sister. Dabi. Very peculiar. He's not the same kid I once took care of. Kurogiri. Oh, Dabi. He would go on and on about heroes and never seems to stop talking. Honestly, if I dare say he talked the shit out of me, I didn't want to talk after that. Shigaraki. Sounds like an actual nightmare. Toga was playing around with her mantis blade, slicing the fruits. Dabi. Could you not do that to the blade? Toga. What? I'm training. Kurogiri. There are training rooms that we can provide you, Toga. Toga. Yeah, but that's boring. I want to make it interesting. Kurogiri. Do I need to call Izuku to have it removed? Toga pouts. No, and she went off to the training room. Jiro sees the pit. Knowing how this is going to end, she just uses the jetpack. She managed to get over it until it went out. The prototype lasted long for her, but now she was again powerless. Izuku. So it went out on her. Peculiar. He then scans the jetpack and again he notices something. The girl Mei Hatsume is very good at making these equipment. He'll list her in potential members. But for now he needs to help Jiro. Of course it's cheating, but he wants the people that stole everything from him feel the same thing. He inserts his own demon. Initiate malfunction. Soon the jetpack turns back on, but this time it moved in a frantic motion, flying everywhere at a fast speed. Izumi barely dodges it. Izumi. Shoka, look out. But it was too late. The jetpack slammed her abdomen, knocking her into the pit, taking her out of the course. Izuku contained his laughter. That was hilarious. Jiro, look ahead. PM. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to the minefield. Yes, of course, one would think. Where did you get the money for this? Well, it's simple. Who pays your taxes? Just kidding. From our kind and nice sponsors we are able to achieve this moment in the course. To test the intellect and quick thinking skills for the competition, and this lucky gal here just made it. Aizawa. She's been working hard for this moment. Despite missing her arm, she has proven to be fit for this, meaning the others have no excuse. PM. That's as close to compliment you'll get from Eraserhead, folks. Jiro was trying real hard to think. She didn't know what to do, until a piece of debris came flying. She sees that Bakugo and Shoto destroyed the 0-pointers and they are gaining speed along with Izumi. Bakugo. Ears. Izumi. Haha. Soon she looks at the piece of metal sheeting. She thought of it. Stupid idea, but if it works she will win. She ran to pick it up and the three zoom by. She then runs and then with one quick motion she slams it on mine, then hangs on tight. Soon the explosion of the decoy mine launched her at a high speed. Holding on with her only arm, she managed to flew though the finish line and place first. The crowd cheered wildly. PM. I don't believe this, people. Ladies and gentlemen, in first place Kyoka Jiro. Even Aizawa was impressed by the last minute move. Midnight. He's quite the charmer. Powerloader smacks himself. It's a Shinimori. Midnight. Whoops. Nezu. Very cunning this girl. I say she might make it. Jiro couldn't believe it. She won the first round, and to top it off got away with flipping Izumi off. She smiles at her victory for now, but it was short-lived. Izumi. Jiro. Oh shit. She turns to the trio and also a very hurt Shoka. Bakugo. The fuck was that? Ears. Jiro. That was me winning. Bakugo. Katsumi. By mugging another. Jiro. She was fine with it. Izumi. And what about the jetpack flying off and hitting Shoka? Huh? Jiro. I didn't make it. It stopped working, so I took it off. Soon Ochako came up. Ochako. Hey Jiro, that was amazing. I never would have thought of that strategy. You were awesome. Jiro. Thanks. Katsumi. We're not done here. Jiro. Why are you going bully me like Izumi's brother? She said, which made them freeze up. Jiro. Just because you lost to a cripple doesn't mean I'm weak. Nor was he. You guys are the ones that's weak. Then she walks off. Katsumi. That fucking Izumi. Leave it. Bakugo. What, you're going to let her talk to us that way? Shoka. Just shut up, it's not like we're any better, she knew what she was doing. Shoto. Great, Izuku laughed, losing it now. Jiro won. And of course it went away immediately when he sees them surrounding her. He knew what they were talking about. They were giving her the same treatment because their weak egos can't handle someone else outside of their orgy group one instead of them. Izuku. Laugh asterisk yes. Screaming, some of the onlookers looked at him weird. Back at the hideout, Shigaraki was laughing. She won, haha. Kurogiri. Must have hurt their fragile ego. Dabi. Wow, this was great, and she only has one arm, so this is glorious. Soon intermission was set in place, so Izuku went about and walked around the area looking more. He realized that he needs to eat, so he went to a vendor that basically sells basic American food. It always was nice. Simple, really, bun meat, and then some lettuce. Making the basic burger. While waiting, he sees something interesting. The pro hero Mount Lady was getting pictures, with her fan group obviously. Soon as he was about to get his burger, she went up to him. Mount Lady. Hey kid, could it be possible to help a pro hero out? Is she serious? Izuku. What do you mean? Mount Lady. I mean, don't you think it's nice and polite to provide a lady some food? Izuku. Only if they are not on duty. And also not whoring off others. And he walks away. She was left in silence, not expecting a kid to say that to her. He felt his shoulder being grabbed. Hey, she said she was hungry, some idiot follower of hers. Izuku. So, I paid for this. What's the deal? Can't she just wait in line like the others? No. You aren't being very nice for a boy your age. You have the privilege to even be in her presence. Soon he slaps his hands, causing him to drop the food. Izuku. Really? Do you feel better now to secure your little domination over others, huh? Mount Lady. Boys, let's not get into a fight. Now please, I'm sorry about this. Izuku. Whatever. He walks away again. He now made sure this guy gets it. Soon he walks to the bathroom. Izuku. I swear. Bastard. Soon the door opens to see the bastard. I don't care what she says, you need to learn a lesson. Wow. Disappointing. His arm expanded. Izuku. You sure that's your quirk, or did you have a little too much time to yourself? Which made him go aggro. He started to punch, and obviously he activated the Kerenzikov. Literally not even a scratch. He got tired quickly. Izuku. I grow bored of this. I'm just going to kill you. Then he reels his fist back and punches him very hard. So hard that it didn't even bruise, like he just died from heart attack. Izuku. God damn it. He looks under the stalls and pings the area. It was empty. He puts the body into the stall and leaves from there. By the time he got out. Midnight. The winner is Izumiyagi. Fuck. He missed the second round. He doesn't know who the finals are now. PM. I'll say that was impressive. Using one's quirk to try and snag the band was pretty impressive, but also dirty. Aizawa. Doesn't matter, if they can find a way to win they'll take it. Izuku. Damn it, she lost. Great. Hopefully she makes it to the finals. Midnight. Alright ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the final round. This will be a one-on-one battle in a tournament to who's the best hero in training. Licking her lips. Izuku. Of course. And he was excited but also hoping the Jiro girl made it in. He sits down and soon he sees the matchups and he was paling now. Jiro versus Bakugo. Shit. Izuku knew his sister would make it to the finals. It was obvious she has two fucking quirks. One from birth and the other from her parents again. He looks at his sister going against a guy named Shinso. He has a mind control quirk. But he sees he said something and she fell for it. But it was short-lived and it didn't work. He was immediately defeated and the porcelain bitch was going against Birdman's cousin, who won by the way in a very embarrassing way. Izuku. Hey? Seeing the defeated look on her face made him smile. Next was Ochako Uraraka going against Katsumi Bakugo, who almost won if not for Ochako using her quirk and caused her to float out of bounds. Shoka and Shoto Todoroki were placed against each other. It was obvious Shoka had an obvious disadvantage with her brother. He used his fireside and won that way. And then there came Jiro and Bakugo's matchup. He was not prepared for what was going to happen. Izuku. Oh shit. I can't help her. he muttered to himself, knowing the cunt is relentless when it comes to beating. He should know. Midnight. Ready? Jiro was ready for this moment. Midnight. Fight. Soon Bakugo charges in and does his signature left hook. Jiro dodges and then extends her jacks to stun him. Bakugo. Shit. And then Jiro punches him. But it wasn't enough for Bakugo, then punches her. This time it hits, knocking her back. She tried to get up, but he was relentless. He knees her in the chest, then he grabs her to throw her towards the line. Jiro. Damn it. Of course you would be used to this. Did Izuku also go through this, you assholes? This set the final straw. Bakugo. Ha. He then charges, but he delivered a series of punches while also using his quirk, burning her in the process. He had enough. That stupid Deku was the reason things are falling apart. He's the fucking reason his sister didn't want to talk to him or the others. His mother loves Izuku more like a son than him and his sister. Soon Jiro tried to use her jacks, but he catches both of them. Bakugo. You said wanted to know if that fucking Deku went through this. Allow me to show you. He then activated his quirk and then there was a loud explosion. Soon a cloud of smoke covered the arena. Izuku. Shit. He didn't. He was now worried for her. He went too far this time. He activates his scanner and his eyes widened along with Bakugo. The smoke clears and Jiro was unconscious, but what's worst was what came next. Name. Kyoka Jiro. Age. 16. Quirk. Quirkless. Status. Critical condition. Affiliation. In A. Threat level. Very low. Her jacks are burned off. She didn't have a quirk now. What's left of her jacks now have to be surgically removed. Even if he didn't know her, he felt the rage inside of him build up when he saw her laying on the floor like that. He couldn't help but see himself. Couldn't stand it anymore. He left, not wanting to bear looking at them any longer. About to leave, the gates were blocked. Shit, they found the body. He turns back and heads towards the vents, now putting on a mask. He hides from the public eye. And then he goes into the vent systems again, texting Kurogiri to make a portal. He then goes through and leaves undetected, and he is back now. Dabi. Holy shit. That girl. Lost her quirk. Soon he sees Izuku come in. Kurogiri. My god. And now. They won't do anything about it. Soon he turns the TV up. TV. And here at the stadium is where the contestant named Kyoka Jiro has suffered a major injury and is now in critical condition. With also the result of losing her quirk, deeming her to be expelled from the school. However, now a man who seems to be a huge Mount Lady fan might have loved her more than he liked, for he has suffered a heart attack during the event. And Shigaraki turns it off. Shigaraki. So what now? Besides the creep who died. Izuku. He gave us leverage. Now we wait. Dabi. So. He actually did help in some fucked up way. Kurogiri. In case. I will prepare another room should we have a new member coming soon. Izuku. I need to report to Sensei. Is he? Soon the portal opens. He obviously knew he was going to be there, so he walked in. AFO. I see you saw what happened. Izuku finally let out his rage, slamming the ground multiple times, creating a crater. Izuku. It's not fair. He's took away another's dream. Fuck. This isn't right. He's moving on to the semi-finals. He's not getting in trouble because of his flashy quirk. For a fucking quirk. AFO. I'm aware. This is not the first time they did something like this. For now, Izuku, the data you gathered will be processed and examined carefully. But for now, wait, for patience has its greatest reward, and he nods and leaves. Izuku. Now my next idea is to disturb the peace to take the rebels' path. The first thing that happened was the room being bright and blinding. Jiro sat up in the hospital room. She was in a daze. The doors open and recovery girl walks in. RG. Oh. You're awake now. How are you feeling physically? Jiro. Like shit. Sorry for the language. RG. That's good to hear, honey. She then fixed her bandages. Jiro. What happened? RG. Well. You took a terrible blast to the face with Bakugo's quirk, she said. Jiro. And? Why can't I hear that well anymore? She asked her. She stopped for a moment. RG. I think you should see yourself. She hands her a mirror and she looks at herself and sees her ears are gone. Bandaged up, leaving only her earlobes. Jiro. Wah. What happened? RG. During the blast, Bakugo also had a grip on your jacks. Soon he activated his quirk and well, you can guess what happens next. Jiro. How? How could? You can fix this, right? She said, but she was silent. Jiro. Recovery, you can fix this, right? Crying now. RG shakes her head. I'm sorry, it's not that simple. When you are born with a quirk that only changes your appearance, there's only so much you could do, and it's so random in the medical field that you could never know its full anatomy. But seeing this is made of inorganic material, it can't be healed. I'm sorry, honey. You're quirkless. She was in total shock. She lost everything now. Her arm at USJ, now her quirk from the same person who made someone go missing. She started to break down, now feeling everything weigh down on her now. She has nothing left to lose. Her dreams of becoming a hero, stolen from her. RG. And also, soon the door opens to see Aizawa. Jiro. Sensei. She said to him. He looked remorseful. Aizawa. Leave us please, and she walked out, leaving only her and him. Jiro. What's going on? She noticed he was holding a letter. Aizawa. Jiro. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry to say this, but you are expelled from UA. What? Jiro. What do you mean I'm expelled? Aizawa. Remember the quirkless ban? Jiro. Yeah, what does? She now remembers. She lost her quirk. She's quirkless. And now, she will be kicked out from UA. Aizawa. I know this is a lot to take in, but due to the rules being established, I have to expel you from my class. Jiro. What about Bakugo? She said, hoping something happened with him. Aizawa. The podium heard what you said to him, so they used that to keep it in as a way of self-defense. Jiro. No, that's not fair. Aizawa. I'm sorry, Jiro. That's just how things work. Your bag is here, and turn in your eye. When you're done. Goodbye. Jiro. Sure. Just up and leave. Like the rest of them. Like how Izuku Midoriya felt. I now know how he truly felt when he went through this, being quirkless. I don't need your pity. I wanted a chance. He stole me quirk from me for what? Telling the truth. For telling him how wrong he and his friends are. I can see through the lie they say about Izumi's brother, and so could you? Aizawa. I know, Jiro. So why won't you do anything about it? Aizawa. If I tell them, the world, it will do more damage than you think it will. You won't understand what's at stake here. Jiro couldn't believe it. She wouldn't understand? She had enough. She got out of the bed, stumbling a little. Aizawa tried to help, but she smacks his hand away. Jiro. Fuck off. Your quirk is you making someone else quirkless. You're a fucking hypocrite. That's what you are. And she walked out, leaving him alone. Aizawa. God. Help us all. He said he can't stand it any longer. Jiro kept walking and soon made it out of the main building. Momo. Jiro. She sees her friends running to her. She didn't want to see them. Not now. Not ever, Jiro. Get the fuck away from me, she said, causing them to stop. Kaminari. Look, we saw what happened. If the three of us go together, maybe we can convince them to keep you in. At least in the general's course. Jiro. I wanted to become a hero. I wanted to help people, and when I try to do my best, what happened? I fucking lose everything. Not to be in a goddamn general's course. So tell me, Kaminari, what the fuck am I supposed to say? Momo. We can explain to them on why you should stay. It doesn't matter, as long as you stay you will get the best education from here. You can't just up and leave. What was that Johnny called her? Ah yes, but first. Jiro. Then tell me this. If little ol me would try to become a hero, would you support me? Help me? Not care if I don't have a quirk? And this made them stay silent. The gal of them to say they will help, but only to stay in the general's course. Jiro. Just as I thought. Goodbye. You porcelain bitch. And walked away, leaving her hurt, knowing that Johnny was the one who called her that. Kaminari was sad as well. He didn't know what to do now. They lost a fellow classmate. Talent, and most importantly, they lost a friend. Nothing mattered now. Jiro didn't care anymore. She wanted to end it all. Is this how the world treats the poor? The quirkless? What could she do? She's nothing now. Let alone missing an arm. Until The number she remembers now. But soon it started to rain. And she sat at the bus station. There was no one there. So she was alone. That is until a man in a hoodie sat next to her. She sees that he had the same green eyes as Johnny. Jiro. Johnny. She asked him. Izuku. If that's what they call me. Sure. I saw what happened, he said to her. Jiro. And so what are you going to do now? Izuku. I'm not doing anything. I told you my offer still stands. If you want to take it. Jiro. And what do I get out of this? She said. Soon he puts his hand next to her ear. She felt a pang of ringing. But she opened her eyes to see her arm. Jiro. What is this? She said. Izuku. Take a look at what I can do that no quirk can. Jiro felt as if it were there. She felt it down to the feeling, but soon Izuku took his hand away and then back to the socket. Jiro. I don't know what to say. Izuku. I see you know about me in some way. I heard that slut told you about my tech. Wait, his tech? Does that mean? Jiro. Are you Izuku Midoriya? She asked. Izuku. What's left of him? He said. Jiro. Oh my god. Your sister said you were gone. Izuku. Of course. It was her fault. Oh, and thanks for flipping her off by the way, and she giggles. Jiro. No problem, Izuku. I see that you have a hard time trying to make sense of this. Jiro. You look older than what she says about you. Izuku. We had different fathers. Of course. She will never say anything besides saying that I ran away because I was quirkless. Of course, not only that. Her friends would beat me, and the school did nothing about it. My parents forgot that I existed. And to top it all, Katsumi Bakugo was the one who told me to kill myself. Pretty much it came from a book. I can't believe I once believed they would be my friend again. But after seeing what he did to you, I knew I needed to talk to you. Jiro. And these? Cyberware, what is it? Izuku. Didn't that slut to you? Jiro. She only told us about the mantis blades and some other things about you being insane. Izuku. From a logical standpoint, yes, but I achieved it. For far too long we have been stuck in advancing our technology. I just simply took the mantle and owned it. I have improved every aspect of my body that I would dare say it can kill heroes and villains the same way you kill a spider in your house. Jiro. So what you did was. Izuku. I showed you a simulation of what I could do. I can give you your arm back. Jiro. And my quirk. Izuku. You know your quirk has inspired me in a way. Soon he took out a long glowing yellow wire from his wrist, making her cringe a little. Izuku. These are called monowires, and they almost work in the same aspect as your quirk. Sure, they can't improve your hearing, but I can assure you that you would have never needed it in the first place. Soon she heard. Momo. Jiro. Kaminari. Jiro, where you at? Izuku. Make a choice. Will you join me, or will you stay and feel pitied by your former friends and forever be in the sidelines? He held out his hand. She heard them coming closer. She thought about what she said to her. But then again. She cannot let Bakugo become a pro hero, not after what he's done. She took his hand. Jiro. I will join you, and he smiled sweetly, like a genuine smile. It wasn't evil or sinister. She felt welcomed. She can see why Izumi said he had a million-watt smile. He took out his phone and then a portal appeared. Izuku. Come on, he said, still holding her hand. They both went in, vanishing from the area, and the voices forever in vain trying to look for their friend. Jiro walked right through portal with Izuku. She saw her surroundings and sees that they are in a bar of some sort. Izuku. Welcome to the league, he said. Soon the same crusty man she saw from USJ came out. Shigaraki. So, this is the girl, but what he didn't expect was smack across his face. Izuku snickered a little, knowing why she did that. Jiro. That's for taking my fucking arm. Shigaraki. Yeah, I know. Well, anyway, this is the League of Villains. I'm the leader of this group, Shigaraki, but you will need to go through Izuku here if you want to have some cyberware, since it's the backbone of this group. Izuku, can you explain what the requirements are, please? And he went to play game. Izuku. Of course, well then. Follow me to my lab. They started walking now. Jiro was completely honest. She saw how accepting he was despite being quirkless and crippled, but has he ever heard of lotion? Izuku. So there are two other members here that have gone through the same treatment, and I will tell you a quick explanation. So here at the League there are 3 things that you must follow. 1 is to treat Tamura or Shigaraki as out leader. If he has a plan coming up, then we must know what type. Of course we can help alter it in some way to make sure it goes as listed. 2, you need to treat everyone with respect. I know you lost your arm and quirk, but the people here also suffered in similar conditions or from other reasons. We are here work together and not show off who had the most painful past. And 3, everyone here has a cyberware installed called the Optic Optimizer, which allows you to scan and see around you what is going on, but of course there is the price for it. Jiro. Price, you mean I need to pay to get in? Izuku. No, the price is the optimizer requires you to give up an eye, which made her freeze, but then again she has nothing to lose, so why not? Jiro. Alright then, which surprised Izuku. Izuku. Really? Just like that? Jiro. When you have lost everything, would you? And he nods. Izuku. Alright then. Oh, and about your arm, what would you want? Jiro. Well, what do you have? Izuku. I have some cyberware that can be used, but you can only choose one though. I know seeing how I have all these modules in my body can make it seem unfair, but it's because my body isn't the same as it used to be. For you I have to make sure it doesn't overstress the nerves. Jiro. Monowires, as expected, she wants to one that closely represents her quirk. Izuku. Great, so lay on the exam chair for me. She lays down and then Izuku puts a gas mask over her. Izuku. This is going to take a while, so I'm going to knock you out while I do this, alright? And she nods. Soon Izuku connects to the mechanical arm again and he got to work. Izumi. Oh god, was the first thing she could think of. She won the sports festival, she should be happy or glad about this. But it wasn't easy. Bakugo came second, and everyone started to heckle him, throwing food and shouting things like he shouldn't be a hero, and she honestly couldn't blame them. He destroyed Joris Jax, which caused her to become quirkless. She was sad, but at the same time, kind of asked for it. She should have known provoking Bakugo wasn't the brightest of ideas, so now they sit in the classroom and wait for their teacher to show up. Bakugo was slouching on the chair. No one was talking to him. Not even his sister, due to what happened, and he didn't care. He was sour about it, but then. Mina. Bakugo, where's Jiro? She asked her. Bakugo. Why the fuck are you asking me, raccoon eyes? Mina. I just haven't seen her come back to class yet. Soon Aizawa came in and everyone rushes back their seats. Aizawa. As you may know, about the recent events regarding Jiro, she's lost her quirk, and those who didn't know were in shock. Aizawa. And of course the rule of the quirkless being banned from the school, she's been expelled from UA, and of course the logical reaction was to be shocked or surprised, except for 4 certain students. Lita. How could this happen? Just because she lost her quirk? No, this isn't right, sensei, please forgive my out-of-line behavior, but Jiro has much a right to attend this school as we do. Ochako. Jiro. Momo was quiet. Kaminari didn't want to speak. Izumi. Damn it, Bakugo. Muttering out now while staring at him, being carefree about the whole thing. Shoka. Damn it, another person's dreams they took away. Katsumi. She had it coming. Kirishima. Bro, how could you say something like that? Katsumi. She knew the risk of taunting my brother. It was her own doing that brought her to where she's at. Tsuyu. But she didn't deserve to be burnt and beaten like an animal. Kiro. Bakugo. Shut the hell up, Kermit. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ochako. But I do. How does it feel, Bakugo, for a second time to take away someone's dreams? Aizawa paled. Oh shit. Bakugo. What, Ochako? Your sister, the Todorokis, and especially her, pointing at Izumi. Izumi. What, Ochako? Don't act all nice and kind, you knew he would do this. Did you? The class was silent, seeing the nice and kind Ochako being, well, angry. Ochako. What happened with your brother Izumi? Was it not enough for either of you? You wanted more, to steal away the things you can't hold on to because you can't handle losing to someone who clearly trained for this. For what? To satisfy your fragile ego. Izumi. Uraraka, please. Lita. What is she talking about? He said. Ochako. Izumi Yagi. She and her friends are the main reason her brother Izuku Midoriya went missing. She's the reason he's helping them with Cyberware. She's the reason why everything is going downhill. She said. Shoka. Please let us explain. Aizawa. I've heard enough. Everyone sit down now. Or else. His eyes started to glow. Man, this is getting out of hand. Aizawa. I know how you feel, Uraraka. No one is innocent in that case. But I would suggest leaving it out of the topic. God. So I just receive your letters for internship. You get to choose who you want to intern with, though your selections may vary depending on whose eye you manage to capture, trying to change the subject. Tension was very high. It's almost unbearable. Kota shriveled up to his desk, not wanting to be seen. Soon Aizawa hands out the forms to them. Seeing that some got them and the others didn't, but there was one form that Aizawa was surprised to see. It was for Jiro. Present Mike wanted her as an intern, but he knows the rules, so why? Maybe he'll ask him later. Jiro soon was slowly waking up, but the first thing she hears is music playing in the background. Of course she wasn't too fond of country, but the lyrics is what caught her attention. Izuku. I see you're finally awake. She looks at Izuku sitting down next to her writing ideas in his notebook. He was wearing a tank top and some black pants. She could see all the cyberware on his body. It looked like a quirk honestly, as he had metal linings going across his skin. For some reason, it looks good on him. Jiro. This song. Izuku. Very old. Music that was from the pre-quirk era. Its message is still true after what seems to be from the 2000s, at least. Shigaraki and the others are confused by my selections, but this one was the one that sticked out the most to me. Jiro sat up, scratching her head with her left arm. She looks to see she now has a cybernetic arm. She looks at it. It's like it's real. She can even feel it when she touches things. It was amazing, like her arm was never ripped off in the first place. Izuku. Checking out your arm. He said. Soon she started to cry. Jiro. You did it. You did it. He smiles. Izuku. Yeah, but there is one thing about it. Your monowire request. I installed it in both of your arms. Your optimizer is also complete, so you will feel some pain in your eye. He opens a drawer and pulls out an inhaler. Izuku. This is some medicine. Take a puff every few hours. Your neural structure needs to adjust to the new cyberware I gave you. Also, I need to introduce you to the League. Then he gets up, helping Jiro out. He examines the optimizer real quick before letting her go. Jiro. Hey, Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, turning around. Jiro. How did you manage to fire explosions? I didn't see you with any type of weapon. He smiles and then he held his arm over. Then it opens. Instead of the mantis blades, a barrel comes out and some mechanics and wires connecting to it. Izuku. This is a projectile launch system. It powers off a special core that has been infused with the Corpo girl's blood, so it makes ammunition every 5 seconds when it fires. Jiro. Wow. Then she notices his hands and she points to it. Izuku. These are Gorilla Fist. Got the idea a long time ago when I would watch the heroes fight, but the difference is that it breaks Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so to counter it, I instilled a special module that would absorb the force being brought back to my fist, and I could store it for a good amount of time. Jiro. This is all so unreal. How could you have come up with all of this? Izuku. They asked the same questions. When you lived alone all your life, you tend to have a lot of time on your hands. Izuku. Now let's go. The League wants to meet the newest member. Izumi. So Dad, what do you want? He was shivering a little. You see, for your internship, I already have one picked out for you. He's my old mentor. Then he gets frightened thinking about it. Izumi. Your old mentor. How will he help me? He's the one who helped me with One for All, so I believe you should also take up this opportunity. Izumi. Sigh. Fine. Then he smiles. Ochako. Sigh. Here we go. Picking out her intern. She saw Momo and the orange-haired girl from Class 1B pick the same intern. Todoroki went with his father along with Shoka. Mineta went with Mount Lady obviously. But Jiro had one with Present Mike, for some reason she couldn't figure out. Aizawa was laying on the floor in his sleeping bag. Even though he's tired, after what transpired in just a day, he can't sleep at all. feeling the weight off everything crushing him in all directions. USJ, the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya, and now expelling his student. He made the wrong choice to ban them. At first he thought it would have been to keep them safe, but now he sees why it was so contradicting. No matter what choice he made, it would have most likely come up with the same result. Now he's getting the short end of the stick, and worst to top it all, Kyoka Jiro never made it home. She ran away like the others, without a trace, and she had a feeling it has something to do with Johnny. How cruel the world can be. Aizawa. God, I wish I can die. Izumi. I'm saying that I will give my quirk to Izuku when we find him. Izumi, no. He's now working for the villains, you can't give it to him. Izumi. Dad, this is what I was planning to do since the beginning. No. Izumi was silent. Sure, she heard her father get angry before, but this was different. Izumi. You need to accept that Izuku is with the villains. Who knows, maybe he's working for them. Izumi. How could you say that? He's my brother, the one who always wanted to be a hero since he was born. People can change. Izumi. He never did. Izumi. If you give it to him, not only will you endanger yourself, but you will endanger the world. Izumi. But, I said no, Izumi. You can't, I'm sorry, and she stood there in silence. Never in her life had she really wanted to punch someone, and that was her own father. He wins this one, but she will try to give it to him no matter what. Jiro was still adjusting to the members of the League of Villains. First was that Shigaraki didn't really care about what she would do, as long as she doesn't give away their position. Dabi, however, wanted to have a shot with her only because of her victory in the first round during the sports festival, to which Izuku forbid due to the medicine she was taking. Kurogiri was the most polite out of them, apologizing about the loss of her arm and quirk, even though losing her quirk wasn't from them this time. And then there was Toga, and boy did that girl wanted a friend. By attempting to stab her, of course Kurogiri in response opened a portal to the training room, so she ended up hitting a dummy instead. And lastly was Izuku, or Johnny, whatever, he was as you would expect. Really nice. Although he can also be extremely dangerous, seeing that he didn't even use his other gadgets at USJ, or Cyberware, he calls it, but in overall she actually felt welcomed. No one judged her yet, or even say anything or give her pity. She felt like she belonged for once. Of course her parents are probably worried as all hell, but she was useless now to them, only remembering her losing her arm and quirk. So no, she can't go back just yet. Izuku. Jiro, he called her over. Jiro. Yeah. Izuku. I need to talk to you, he said, and they both go to the lab for a conversation. Jiro. What is it? Worried she did something. Izuku. You know the league, we accept all the members we can get, and I know you have been getting some training in when you were at UA, right? And she nodded. Izuku. Well, you're going to have to adjust your fighting style again, seeing that you don't have your jacks anymore. It's best to focus on the monowires so you can be efficient with it. Jiro. I understand, what else? Izuku. Well, in order to show the others you mean to be a member with the group, you will join the hero killer Stain in one of his crusades, and she paled, the hero killer. She's going to kill someone. Jiro. Wait, am I gonna have to take a life? She said. Izuku. It's part of being with the league, and the monowires are not there for show. They're literally weapons. You can dismember people's limbs if you wanted to. Jiro didn't know what to say. She's going to kill someone, in order to prove herself that she's capable of being with the league. Jiro. When do we start? She asked him. Izuku. Now. Then suddenly a portal opens and both of them fall in. Izuku already lands like a pro. Jiro just fell flat on the floor. Izuku. Rule 1 of combat. Always expect the unexpected. Soon he gets his gorilla fist ready and Jiro brought out her monowires. Izuku. Like your jacks, but it's in your hands this time. You need to be precise and quick to be efficient with them. Jiro already swings it downwards only for Izuku to dodge quickly. Izuku. Come on, you have 2 of them. They must be in flow with each other. and Jiro started taking things seriously, remembering her training for the short time she was at UA barely dodges an incoming punch. Izuku. There we go. And then he low sweep kicks her, knocking her over. Izuku. Come on, get up, you're going to be with the hero killer, so you need to be ready. And she stood back up. God, this is going to be torture. Izumi had a strange day today. First was that Lita was acting strange. He didn't sit at the table during lunch and was quiet the whole day. He didn't talk about the rules or scolded anyone, even Katsumi noticed, and although she won't admit herself, she misses his scolding and robotic nature. Izumi. All right ladies, we are going to do an intervention, telling to the group. Bakugo. The fuck you called me? Katsumi. Oh, shut up for once. Shoka. Sigh. Shoto looks at himself. Shoto. Do I look like a girl? He said. Izumi smacks herself. No Shoto, you don't. Shoto. Oh. They looks at Ochako, who was sitting at a different table, not talking to them as well, especially after her outburst yesterday, so they went up to Lita's table, who was sitting with Ochako and Tsuyu. Izumi. Okay Lita, what's up? She said. Lita. I'm sorry. Shoto. You're not acting like your usual self today. Lita. Oh, is it that obvious? Katsumi. The pervert graphist was running in the hall. You didn't say anything, so is there anything going on? She said in concern. Lita. Oh, no, it's just a family matter, it shouldn't be of concern. Izumi. We're classmates Lita, your well-being matters, if you don't want to talk about it then that's okay, but we want to help in some way. Lita. No guys, it's alright, I just need some time to myself, but thank you for your concern, and they got up and left. Izumi. Something's eating at him, but what? A few hours later, nighttime. Jiro was having a hard time training with Izuku. First he made her do battle rope exercises, working her techniques with the monowires. Sure, it's a mechanical arm, but it's now connected to her nervous system. She can feel it and it was weird. Then he made her use a training vest to improve her upper body strength, but right after that, Stain came in and soon she departed right after her small training session. So now she's waiting on top of a rooftop with the hero killer. They're in the rich side of town. Jiro. So. What are we doing? Stain. Be quiet, he said, focusing on the streets. He made no attempt to start a conversation. Jiro. So social, sarcastic about it. Soon he pulls out his sword. Stain. Alright, I'm going to tell you what's going on. She listened. Stain. My goal is to purge a certain Captain Celebrity. Really, that's his name? Jiro. With a name like that, I can already smell the douchebaggery in him. Stain. Indeed. His mansion is located here, pointing at the property. Jiro. Okay. So now what? Stain. You? He hands her a keycard. Stain. Are going to kill him, he said. Jiro. Wait, aren't you going to help get in? Protesting now. Stain. I have no idea what Johnny sees in you, but you better be worth it. Yes, you are going to kill him alone. This is your test, from me. Jiro. Alright then. Could you at least give me some intel? Stain pulls out a small notebook. Here, and hands it to her. Opening it, she looks at the information presented by him, which is mostly the highlights of windows and then the words, "Get the hell out of Dodge." Jiro. Really? That's all? Stain. If you want to complain, go ahead. The notes are only reminders. You should have asked Johnny for info. Wait. She could have done that. Well, shit. Jiro. Alright. I'll figure something out. Then she jumped off. Stain. Good luck. I'm supervising, so I get to tell Johnny how you did, and he was on comms now. Putting on her mask and hood, she concealed her face and also had a body vest on. Soon she reaches the front gates. Seeing about 2 guards in the premises, soon she heads to the small opening in the gates. Since she has no quirk, she can get through just fine. However, she scans the area and sees multiple cameras. She activates her scanner and inserts a demon friendly mode, and soon the outer cameras will not sound off if she is on site, so she heads to the side windows connecting to the garden. Jiro. What type of fucking hero needs all this stuff? Whispering. Stain. The kind that could have uses that money for the helpless. Jiro continued on and found a way in. She sees all types of pictures from heroes, celebrities, and things that she could never afford in her lifetime. Jiro. Wasted money indeed, and then she continues upstairs. Not much guards, but it was about to change. Jiro. All right. I think I'm getting near the master bedroom, talking into the comms. Stain. Good. Now be cautious, he might not seems like it. His combat skills are tricky. Jiro. Got it. Soon she opens the door and sees him. He was doing something on the computer until he sees Jiro. See celebrity. What the? Who are you? He said. Jiro stayed silent. Great, soon he activates his quirk. See celebrity. No matter. I shall dispose of you quickly. Too soon he flies towards her, to which Jiro ducks, and then she brought out her monowires and starts to swing. Although he was moving at quick speeds and dodged them. See celebrity. Those wires. Are you Johnny? He said. Jiro. Call me his partner. And she kept attacking. Soon one of the wires made contact with his shoulder, causing a huge gash, bleeding. Now he starts to get more serious. Throwing furniture. Jiro uses her skills with the monowires to destroy, but he throws an end table, to which Jiro wraps her wires and then swings it back to him, hitting him and knocks him down. See celebrity. Guards. Guards. Help. He shouted. Soon his security came in. Jiro. Coward. Muttering. Now she had to deal with them. Stain. Hang on, Jack. Jack. Soon Jiro then swings her monowires and it dismembers one of the guards, causing him to scream. Flinching a little, she looks past it, although one of them managed to shoot her, but she kept continuing. Captain Celebrity tried to escape, only for a monowire to wrap around his leg. Jiro. You're not going anywhere, and she pulls him back in. See celebrity. Please. I'll do anything. Anything. Then Jiro wraps the wire around his neck and pulled. Jiro. Then die for me then. Choking, he tried to get her off, but like a clamp she hangs on. He tried to slam her into the wall multiple times, then into one of the pillars. Soon she pulled even harder until she ends up decapitating him. Feeling the sudden release knocked her over. The blood coming out caused her to realize. She killed someone. Not one but 3 people. Stain comes in through the door with bloody swords. Stain. You did it, Jiro. Why? Yeah, breathing hard now. Stain. Good. Not the method I would have preferred, but this is fine for now. Soon he opens the window. Stain. Let's go. Before the other guards arrive. Soon they both jumped out and Jiro was feeling tired now. Curse her stamina. Stain had to help her. Stain. Geez kid. You're going to need a lot of training reaching a rooftop. Jiro. I'll be fine. It's mostly from what just happened. Breathing heavy now, she's feeling the thrill and adrenaline wearing off, causing her to suddenly collapse. Soon she was caught, but not by Stain. Izuku. It's all right now, seeing him come out of nowhere. Stain. She did well. The thrill of it is wearing off now. Izuku. As expected. Let's get back, carrying her now, and they walked through the portal. Soon during the internship, Izumi. Sigh, here we go, looking at Gran Torino. She was scared to see what he's like. If her father was afraid of him, then she should be too. Soon she enters the small house. Izumi. Hello? She said. Hey. So, this is the daughter of that Yagi. Soon jumped down an old man, who was as small as Mineta. Gran Torino. It seems you're the disappointment. Okay, ow, that hurts. Izumi. Hey Gran Torino. And so are your parents. I know what happened. Oh okay, now it makes sense. Izumi. So, you know, Gran Torino. I know enough to see through all the bull that comes out of his mouth. Izumi. How? Did you know, Gran Torino? I've known for a while. I was there when your brother was born. When you were born. But after that. Not until I heard he's gone missing. Izumi. Oh, Gran Torino. If it wasn't for your quirk, which you don't deserve, I wouldn't ever wanted to teach you anything. Izumi. Great. Soon she was whacked with a stick. Izumi. Ow. Gran Torino. So now, we begin our training, and he jumps forward at high speeds. Izumi. Fuck. 3 Inko came home after another night of searching the city. It was hard on her, still no sign. That was until she heard about the USJ incident. Her own son is making his cyberware for the villains. If he's forced or willing to do it, she doesn't know. But she is fully aware of how dangerous his inventions are. She never wanted to do this, but she will have to resort to that, if she must. Soon Yagi came home as well. Izumi is at her internship with Gran Torino. She knows he's disappointed in her. And that's worse than being angry. She looks up to him like a father. He was there when Izuku was born with Hisashi. He was there when Izumi was born as well. When he heard the news about Izuku's disappearance, he only spoken with only one sentence. Hisashi must be ashamed of you, which of course broke her. Then he hangs up. Yagi. Inko, he said to her from the living room. Inko. Yes. Yagi. Look, he said. Soon she comes into the living room and he points at the TV and he turns it up. TV. And here tonight is the death of an American pro hero known as Captain Celebrity. Who was brutally murdered in his own home yesterday evening. The cameras have indicated that the hero killer has once again claimed another hero. But what we see here in the security cameras is another villain assisting the hero killer. What you are about to see is disturbing. Soon it showed the hero killer and the body of Captain Celebrity, but it was blurred. And the unknown person, whose face is scrambled. And both of them knew one word came to mind. Cyberware. Every day more villains appear with them. But the hero killer doesn't have any of that. Soon it talked about the pro-hero Ingenium also being severely injured by Stain. Inko. Izuku. Yagi. The cyberware are growing stronger each day. It doesn't matter if he's being forced to make them or not. He needs to be stopped. Jiro. Groaning. She was in her bed. Her head hurts. She sat up and saw Izuku resting in her chair sleeping. How long was he there for? She looks around to see her arm is gone again. She woke him up. Izuku. Zzz. Still sleeping. He shook him again. Izuku. Wah. He sees Jiro looking at him. Izuku. Oh, welcome back. Jiro. What happened? Izuku. You collapsed from exhaustion. Had to carry you back. She kind of blushed a little. She was carried by him. The thought of it made her glad, seeing that if it was Stain he would just throw on the floor or something. Jiro. So, how did I do? Izuku. You did well, although you got shot in the process, holding a bullet pellet, and he gave it to her. Izuku. Now I know you're wondering why your arm is gone again, and she nods. Izuku. Don't worry about it. I'm doing some repairs in case it got damaged, but I know you can handle the tech well, so, as a gift from me, I'm giving you your own Protectile launch system module. And she was surprised, so now she can shoot explosive rounds now. Jiro. That sounds awesome, man. Soon she fist bumps him. Izuku. Come on, let's go. And they both left and went downstairs. As always, Dabi was watching the news. Dabi. Damn girl, you on fire. Izuku, this one is a keeper. Normally I would come and high-five you, but I'm too lazy. Jiro. Thanks. Soon Toga came up. Toga. What was it like? Was it great? Did you splatter the blood everywhere? Did you? Jiro. I don't know. Kurogiri. Himeko, it would be wise not to do that. But good job on your first mission, kid, putting out a shot for her. Jiro. I'm not old enough to drink, she said, and all of them deadpan. Then Shigaraki comes in. Shigaraki. You just killed someone, and yet you're worried about underage drinking. He said. Jiro. Well, when you put it that way, then yes. Dabi then gets a shot as well. Come on, you can do just one, for your first kill, kid. Soon she takes it and did a cheers. Dabi. Cheers, kid. Soon they both drink it in one go, but Jiro starts to cough. Jiro. God, that's burning. What the hell? Soon she started cussing. Izuku. Alright guys, she needs to get her new arm, so enough. Dabi. Come on Izuku, one more. Izuku. Sigh, one more, that's it. And soon they get one more shot in, but Jiro was already coughing again, but it wasn't as bad as the first. Izuku. Alright, let's go, Jiro. Soon she follows him back to the lab. Jiro. That was disgusting, and also bad for my cords. Izuku. It won't last that long, but then again I don't have my lungs anymore. a little freaked out by what she said. Jiro. You don't have lungs? She asked him. Izuku. Well, I took them out, and replaced them with biosynthetic ones, made from a stronger form of tissue along with my blood vessels, that way it will fluctuate my blood flow better, increasing my stamina. Jiro. Anything else? She asked, which she regrets. Izuku went up to a table. Izuku. There's a device called the Korenzakov. It allows my nerves to go on overdrive, increasing my speed to a point that time will slow down for me. Jiro. And where is that located? Izuku. In order for it to work I had to cut out a vertebrate from my spine and attach it on. He then shows her his ribs. Izuku. Punch it, he said, and she hesitated for a moment, but she punched him, and her knuckles hurt now. Jiro. Jesus. Fuck. Flicking her hand. Izuku. I have replaced my bone structure along with my skin with stronger material. Jiro. Izuku. I know what you're going to say. The League thought the same thing. I'm barely human and more of a machine. The common response, really. Jiro. Are you kidding? You're a living Nobel Prize. All this tech and you still maintaining everything. Holy shit dude, you really went up and beyond with your cyberware, praising him. Izuku. Oh, well, thanks, he said. AFO. And of course where would he be if I didn't take him in? Jiro jumped a little hearing the menacing voice. AFO. Hello young Jiro. Izuku. Right, Jiro. The voice you hear is Sensei, the true leader of the love. AFO. Yes, but I let Shigaraki do what he needs to do. So, I heard about your first mission. I would like to applaud you. Soon the sound of clapping was heard. Jiro. Are you using stock sounds? Izuku. He has it in case of things like this. Jiro. Oh, AFO. Now then, as much as I would like to talk. Izuku, I to discuss something with you. When you are done, report to me. Izuku. Yes, Sensei. Jiro. It's an honor to meet you, bowing. AFO. There's no need for formalities, as long as you bring in results. It doesn't matter, we will talk again. Soon the TV turns off. Izuku. Alright, let's get your arm. He gets it out. Izuku. Do you want to sleep or be awake for this? Both is painless. Okay, she wants to see it. Jiro. Yeah, Izuku. Alright, just lay on the chair. Soon she is fastened and Izuku comes in with some strange tools to use. Izuku. Alright, I'm going to apply the medicine. Should numb the pain. Then he brings up her arm. Izuku. Monowires and a projectile launch system coming right up. Soon he cuts into the tissue, and he clamps the arm right to her socket. Soon the machine started to spark and wires are seen being attached to the socket. Jiro. This is pretty weird. Izuku. The nerves are pretty tricky to align at first. But it gets easier when you do it enough times. Jiro. And have you done it enough times? Izuku. You don't need to worry. When I first started I experimented on myself. Frankly, I was a nervous wreck. Jiro. Don't blame you. Soon a click was heard. Izuku. Hold up. Okay, the wires are attached. I just need to tighten the frame so it can now attach itself to your bone structure. Alright, and done. He said her arm was back on again. Jiro. Cool, she got up. Izuku. Since you are the only person besides me to have more than one module in the arms, I'm going to teach you how to switch between modules. So for monowires you can either flick your wrist out or hold it out like you're drawing a sword from your sleeve. And for the PLS you simply need to use your optimizer and consciously select it. Soon hold out your arm and it will open. This one fires explosive rounds, so every 5 seconds it will reload. Jiro. Alright, Izuku. Try it now, point at the wall. And Jiro points her arm at the wall. Izuku. Okay, now select PLS on your optimizer. Her eyes started to glow and soon her arm opens. Izuku. There, now you can fire explosives. Jiro. Very nice. Izuku. Alright, I need to see what Sensei needs me for, so you can head out now.
Jiro. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku. No problem. As she left she looked over to see Izuku going into a portal. Jiro. Wonder what's going on back at UA, she said to herself. Izuku walks back into the room. AFO is in AFO. Also, I see you gave the girl more modules. Izuku.
In time I believe she will be able to handle more if she wishes to have them. AFO. Now then. I called you over for an important thing. He waited for his answer. AFO. Shigaraki is going to lead the league to attack Hosu City tomorrow. Okay, that's new. Izuku. Alright, and what are we getting out of this? AFO. To display our strength to the heroes that we mean business. Izuku thought about it for a moment. An attack at Hosu City. Izuku. Who's going? AFO. Why everyone, of course. Why is it your concern? Izuku then smiles and AFO knows that smirk. He has an idea and a grand one at that. Izuku. Because I know how to shake the world and give them what they want. He said soon he discusses his plans. In full detail, and let's just say that when Izuku leaves to start his work, AFO starts to laugh uncontrollably. Izuku, still smiling, also starts to chuckle. Knowing how this will work will show the world who he really is. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.